10 o'clock. We are starting the second day of our brilliant conference, and at the beginning I want to notify you all here in the face-to-face and online. The conference was yesterday followed by more than 550 people online, which means that we had audience of over 600 altogether. It is very important and great news. Online people who were following yesterday were following 120 of them followed in English, which means that it was international audience. We've heard a lot of we heard a lot of interesting lectures in the first part of the day. Today, similarly to yesterday, we will have several interesting presentations. Then we will have panel discussion in the middle of the day, and after a lunch break, we will hear Dr. Craig Childress, and today Dorsey Fruter will will speak after him. Unfortunately, we have a cancellation. Svetlana Preradovic, who was scheduled to speak about shared parenting as the best solution for children, got sick, so she called us this morning to tell us that she won't be able to present today, so which leaves us more time for everybody else. But we will hear, after Istok, we will hear Sanja Djic from the Center for Social Protection in Belgrade. I see that Istok has prepared some papers here. Istok Ivančić, please take the stand. Thank you for not messing with my papers. As I can see, this is 9:15, which means that good morning, everybody here and online. It is my great pleasure to be here today. We've heard the numbers of people following. We started in 2017 to 2018, where we met in Novi Sad in a room where there were 6 or 7 of us. That's how we started this regional initiative. I called somebody, Oliver, Dejan. Oliver was the president of HUR organization. We met and we saw that there was a joint goal, joint aim, problem that needs to be addressed, and see us today. Dejan, my congratulations. Somebody has to manage everything, so you've done a great job in Ljubljana. The number of followers, the first international conference was 300. Now you doubled this. So my congratulations. It is very important that we are sticking together, our parents, fathers, in our association door. It is very important to cooperate. It is very easy to discredit an association, a father, and it can be attempted in different ways. But if we stick together, they can't discredit all of us. And all of us speak the same thing. We all say the same thing. You won't prevent us to do things to the benefit of children. And the benefit of children in case of divorce is that the child has contacts with both parents. That's the benefit for the child. There are some things that I would like to cover with you. Just a moment, I have to turn this is upside down. So, when there is divorce, It is very important for us to do everything we can with the help of the experts, of course, that are here with us today, and to help us to find a solution how to provide everything, how to make a system, to set a system in place so that the child remains in touch with both parents in a balanced way. If we look at the Slovenian law, we can see that everything seems okay, seeming. In 71 place, it says we are working to the benefit of the child, to the interest of the child. But there is something missing. There is no definition of what the benefit and the interest of the child is. That's why we parents are here, and you experts,
mi prejudiciramo. Na podlagi izlaganja
we know, but we parents, but with the help of experts, internationally recognized ones, and a number of them whose expertise is public, came to the conclusion which we put on this roll-up. So the best benefit of a child is the balanced contact with both parents after divorce. Number two. Number two is the nice number. If you look at this title of this presentation, it says the children are not divisible by 2. It is mathematical problem. So you can divide 9 by 3. 8 is divisible by 2 and 4. But children aren't divisible by 2. You can do whatever you want. You can just split them in half, nothing else. So this struggle is an imperative that the court imposes on us, is something that we refuse to do. The children are ours, from both mother and father. We insist on that to make a system of divorce to be arranged in such a way not to push us into micromanagement, as Dr. Childress said. Children need to have a mother and a father. They both have a function, a purpose, and can't be substituted by anything else. Co-parenting is also here on the slide. Co-parenting is something that it's not something that we invented. It is something invented a long time ago. We are now waiting for some. Now we advocate that, and we'd like this to be poured into law. We see number 2, a heart, and 1, and this is 2 is more than 1. This is the mathematical sign that we alluded to with this logo that we use. And this is the second conference. It's another number 2. We Slovenes have a language that has number 2 in nouns. In Serbian, you have singular and plural. In most languages, you have singular and plural, but in Slovenian, it's a rare language that has this possibility to express that there is 2. We are looking at the statistics now of all the alimonies that are being paid today. For last year, 73,000, over 73,000 is being paid that are being paid,
9%. To su i oni,
the fathers receive less than
ne
9%.
možete opstati. Pa kako?
This means that you can't.
Postoji ravnovesje.
If everything should be equalized, and it will be one day, but in this 9% are people, in this 9% includes fathers who have had amicable divorce, not those who ended up in court. In Slovenia, the proceedings, divorce proceedings can last up to 6-7 years, and then it all becomes useless because children actually grow up and become of age, and everything becomes senseless. Maybe I apologize for my language because sometimes I use maybe expressions that are not purely Serbian. But in cases of parents who end up in court,
samo manje od 1%
less than 1%
na detetom
fathers get custody over children in less than 1% of the cases. This must be changed. We are not struggling for the fathers to get custody.
Šta da napravi na sudu? Ja mu kažem,
When fathers call me to ask me for advice, I always tell them, leave custody to a mother. It doesn't really mean, it's not important what it says on the
uravnotežen kontakt sa detetom.
what you need to take care to make is that to have a balanced contact with the child.
Ritmičke gimnastike ili
You decide on
isto neke bitne stvari, ali tebi je
some important things in life of the child, but it is the most important is if you have a son,
mehaničar sa autom, da ide sam
when you go to the mechanic, to take your son with you, for a mother to take
mora od nas dobiti.
her girl to the hairdressers. This is something where bonds are
Kako se ponašamo u nekom društvu
formed
sa ženama.
to see how we behave, to see the patterns of behavior. That's what children will learn from parents. That's why balanced contact is important, that you can go anywhere with your child, to football, ballet, theater.
Imati ta iskustva.
You have those experiences.
Sam sa jednim prijateljem,
I was once with a friend of mine. I'm divorced.
ima malo više sreće. Nije
He wasn't divorced at the time, and his son came with us, and we went to have some hamburgers in Ljubljana. The boy was about 11, 12, and you know, we males were talking, and we were laughing, and suddenly the son says to his father, "Dad,
kako si ti smiješan, kako si ti
how you are so fun and witty."
toj drugoj.
And because he saw his father for the first time
To je to.
socializing with a peer, a male, in male company, and he was surprised.
Nećemo to čitati.
We will not read this.
Moja prezentacija je ta da vidimo koja je razlika između
My presentation is focused on the differences between the legislation in some developed European countries and what our legislations are.
izdvojili.
I just underlined here something highlighted from 5 countries. I highlighted the most important
to preveo. Recimo,
things
taj dio, taj
from Germany,
da smo pogledali
Sweden.
Na tom mjestu bi se želio zahvaliti.
This is where I will use this opportunity to thank the Swedish embassy
jer su pomogli Dejanu oko te organizacije.
because they helped them with the organization. This support was very important, and Great Britain, France,
Smo pogledali
Austria,
i došli
and this is what we. This is what
u njemačkoj zakonodaji bitno. Nakon razvoda dijete
In
uglavnom ostaje na brizi i obrazovanju.
In Germany, after divorce, the child mainly remains in care and education of both parents. In Sweden, shared custody and education doesn't end up with divorce, except if the court explicitly stops it, as if nothing has happened. In France, shared custody has
Brak roditelja koje zajednički otvaraju roditeljsku skrb,
if the
partneri mogu
marriage dissolves in Austria, the law provides for shared custody as well. I will not read out the law in Slovenia, but I will tell you what the difference is. Slovenian law gives the decision to the parents. It sounds great, but it's not, because these are the parents who are divorcing each other because they don't understand each other. They don't have understanding for each other. So the legislator must provide for some other solution. A priori decision to continue balanced shared custody even after divorce. This is what I was talking about. They have to agree upon that. I suppose that it is similar in the region. There is another problem. The court has opportunity, possibility for the court to make a decision if the parents can't agree upon something, and if the court decides, what happens?
Kaznena prijava lažna.
False accusation. If a man is accused falsely of being abusive, violent towards his wife or children. If you're at home, that moment the police will come, they will forbid you from coming close to your wife and children, but because false accusation in Slovenia, these are procedures that take years. You actually lost your child the moment you got a false accusation. In Slovenia, we have this law which says, article of the law, that this is false accusation is a criminal act. Do you know how many women were brought charges against? Zero. So, this is actually something that's installed. So how a mother can trick the system into getting the custody. This is, I will not go through this all. This is from journal. This all supports what I'm saying. I will not read it all. It points to the discrimination, male discrimination in courts. This is written by a woman who is an expert in Slovenia. She was the counsel of advisor of the president of Slovenia. She was the ombudsman in Slovenia. She was a public prosecutor, the head of prosecution. She knows everything about these procedures, and she warns against this, warns us that there is discrimination and that there are errors in the legislation. There is also a court judge, Slovene court judge, a female, who also pointed to the fact that the mother is the one who actually can make trick the legislation and law, the system, into her interest. So they both warn about this, and of course discrimination And
problema dugih
then there is
diskriminirajućih postupka. Diskriminacija
so
i
discrimination and
korupcija
corruption are present in Slovenian legislation and social system. This is
Komisija za sprečavanje
a statement by the Committee for Fighting Against Corruption.
naloga za kontakt s
False accusations of violence and are not being punished, and
generator dugih sudskih
perpetrators are not called
razvodnih
to
parnica, ne znam da je parnica prava riječ, je zarada neetičkih profesionalnih...
generator of long court and
Mi smo za odvedbu
court
na neetičke.
divorces is actually
Nama je stavljaju
generator of income for unethical lawyers,
odnosno
because these divorces, especially the long ones, they actually cost both sides, and these proceedings
se izgubi taj interes,
just take too long,
pravni interes.
sometimes even
Je li to stvarno potreba da tako ostaje?
for 6-7 years.
Tako da sad ću zaključiti.
Now I will conclude.
Mi smo napravili tu, napisali novu ločitvenu paradigmu.
Wrote the new
Verovatno se to...
paradigm of co-parenting. We made 6 points what we asked
porodični zakon.
the country, the state, to put into family law. First, the definition of the best interest of children, which are balanced contacts with both parents.
U slučaju razvoda,
In case of divorce, both parents are
dužna se brinuti o
still obligated to care for joint children. This must be a priori decision of the court. The court must have a legal opportunity and possibility to send parents to therapy
ali dajte sudu
for
mogućnost da
improving
ustanovi ko je taj
interparental relationships, to help us to
da je sa oba roditelja. Ako neko
learn how to do that, how to understand what the best interest of the child is. First, you must
mu pomoć.
detect who the problem is and then help him. The court must
sve
process false accusations for all forms of violence.
Ne.
Children don't participate in divorce proceedings. There is no place for children there. If parents couldn't agree, experts didn't know what the best interest of the child is, and then they called the child.
Ne znam kako
So
se...
you
Njih pitao.
and then ask the children, please, who's crazy there? They ask the child. We don't ask child to if they want to go to school, because we are responsible people, we adults, we concluded what's good for them. We don't ask a child whether they will put a seat belt in the car.
Moja deca se vezala isto.
But because we will not ask a child which parent they would like to spend time with both.
Alimentacija.
And alimony, the problem of alimony,
Kome, koliko...
who needs to give how much money to whom, these are also long proceedings and procedures. Now mention something about it, some tables. In Germany there are things,
Njemačke tabele.
Düsseldorf or German tables for a child age 10, the need is this, and then both parents, because balanced co-parenting, they pay into a joint budget, in joint fund, and the finances are provided in such a way. So I will take my child to skiing, for example. If his mother will take him to Bahamas, it's okay. I can take him to skiing in Austria. This is how we can shorten the long proceedings to only a couple of months, maybe. This is where I will end up with. There are some institutions in European Union that we can
Ja mislim da se mora u svakoj zemlji
address with appeals, for example, but I don't know how efficient this is. I think that every state should provide for mechanisms in its own legislation. I hope that in the future we will have a government that will have this interest that the family remains connected even when parents are divorced. Thank you.
Trebalo je da mu sklonim jedan papir, malo bi kraći.
I should have taken a piece of paper and he would be shorter. It was interesting to, I'm joking, of course, it was interesting to hear the data, and as someone who is looking from this, but when I see these requests that they've made, I think that all of us could make them. These are all in line with the tendencies of the 21st century, and all the countries in the region can assign it. Now, Sandra Klaić from Social Services in Belgrade, maybe Sanja will correct me with what her function is and give us some new data.
Sanja Kljajić, Republički zavod za
So the Republic Service for Social Protection.
Obraćam se mimo protokola.
I am going to talk, although I was not on the schedule, I just saw a place to inform this this audience, particularly since I heard that there are over 600 people following this. I think that this is a good place to say this, because you need to know. Although I was hoping that looking at this shared parenting expression, I hope that we are going to talk more extensively about this. So more in more extent, not only about divorce, but about other topics as well. I wanted to know, let's say, more about what happens in the beginning of joint life and what problems can arise and how to solve these problems. So I was thinking about this, that we should think about this opening, let's say, places where people could get advice on these topics. These would be the first steps to establish a good relationship between fathers and children, which would, of course, reflect well on the situation after the divorce as well, that you talked about. So this is maybe an idea for a future conference, because truly the concept of shared parenting, it's not that it's not present in Serbia, but I don't have precise data, but I don't think that it's present in the region either, not only in Serbia. In Serbia, maybe it's the right moment for this conference to give some suggestions. During last year, we made a work group that was working quite nicely until the government changed. They were working on the change on the law of on family law. A lot needs to be done on more than one front and more than one law. From the law of taking care of children, healthcare, advice, and so on. This group made a draft, and for technical reasons, meaning the change of government, they stopped working on it. Maybe this is good, because we had time to think about this better, maybe to get some other better ideas. And this year there was another work group formed, perhaps in a different composition, but they started from the last year's draft. The last speaker really facilitated this story for me, to tell this story. The majority of our laws are based, so we're going back to the area of divorce. The whole thing is based on basically on a compromise between two parents.
I ovo što ste vi istakli im podvlačim, jer to je osnovno.
What you said is right. This is basic. So, in order for them to be able to reach if they were able to reach a compromise, there would be no divorce, essentially.
Republici Srbiji,
When we talk about the Republic of Serbia, in this new draft,
u tom delu
in this part,
nije bilo nikakvih predloga.
there were no suggestions.
Uvek nije kasno.
But as I said, it's still not late.
Prostor je negde od člana 75 do
From part 75, I apologize for other people. From part 75
1.
to part 80,
I to možda je prostor i u okviru tačke
maybe there is
člana 81 stav 2.
within paragraph 81, which speaks about the misuse of parental rights. I think that it's a lot better to act prematurely, of course.
Znači, ako se vratimo na teren
But if we
popodnevne priče,
go back to the area of what we talked about yesterday,
negde pokušamo da
we try to correct
a to je
the lacks
zloupotreba
that we saw, like the misuse of parental rights,
da je moguće dodati
when it's possible to add
sljedećih 5
some other points. So this will be point number 6.
da sklapa vanbračne zajednice pre 18. godine.
For example, stimulating the child to have non-marital unions.
Onu vrstu emocionalnog zlostavljanja o kojoj smo juče pričali. Ono što jeste intervenisano i što
What
jeste
is
po meni
true, and what I think that we've made a step forward, that within the 197 paragraph we changed about domestic violence.
da je nasilje neopravdano ili
It states
onemogućavanje održavanja ličnih odnosa između deteta i roditelja sa kojim dete ne živi.
It states that it states what domestic law is essentially.
Uzet ću vam još samo minut, 2 vremena da vam
I will only take a minute or two to read the explanation for this.
Zbog sve učestalijih zloupotreba
This is introduced because we have noticed a misuse of this law, misguided misuse by at least one parent, and it makes it possible for the child.
bliskim licima.
It makes it impossible for the child to maintain a relationship with the other parent with whom the child does not live.
I drugi oblici psihičkog
This has the same effect as other ways of emotional and psychological abuse.
zaista i meni negde ova
This is a step forward, but I think this conference was important for me
vidim da
to see
postoji prostor
that
u aktuelnom
there is space in the currently existent family law
ravnopravnog roditelja.
to try and introduce a better concept of shared parenting after divorce. So I would like to ask all participants to give suggestions on this topic, because the work group is still working. So there was a deadline until the 24th, but it still has not been completed. So
Još malo vremena je ostalo
you still have some time.
da dostavite predloge kako uvesti ovaj
You still have some time to introduce your suggestions or to make some suggestions.
rasprava gde
And of course, then follows the second step, which involves non-government organizations that are going to impact the final text.
da vidimo šta sve možemo
So let's see what we can do. I thank you very much for being invited and for the possibility to inform you about this, and of course to ask you to give some suggestions. Thank you.
Hvala Sanja na ovim
Thank you, Sanja, for these innovations that I think will become permanent.
Edin Sarač, on je
Now, Edin Sarač is going to talk to us. So he's one of the initiators of the Initiative for Shared Parenting of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and he will talk about distance parenting.
čujemo.
Can you hear me?
Sad ćemo samo, malkice nam je tiše, ali ćemo to da rešimo.
Može.
Sad je u redu, izvolite Edine.
Kao prvo, velika zahvala, čujem sebe duplo, ispričavam se. Tehnički problem možda ne. Može da počnem dalje?
Can I start?
Može, sad je u redu.
Yes, now it's okay.
U redu. Evo ovako, ime mi je...
So first of all, I'm Edin Saric.
Ovako da...
I can still hear myself, but I'll try to speak.
Udruge, a udruge od osnivača bosansko-hercegovačkog neformalnog još uvijek udruženja.
I am one of the members of the previously mentioned organization, and I will talk about what our organization does.
Djevojčica i dječaka 7 godina, živka sa svojom majkom u Sarajevu, u Bosni i Hercegovini, dok ja živim u Zagrebu. Pa evo, probat ću vam malo kroz osobno iskustvo, kroz iskustvo.
I'll try to talk about through experience. We have some technical problems. I don't know if you can hear us.
Izgleda da nam je negde između vas i nas protok.
Looks like there's a problem of the connection, perhaps. Let's try again, because it's really, the connection is really bad.
Niste mute tamo, niste? Ne čujemo vas uopšte.
We cannot hear you.
Ovako, da probamo, ako možda možete da probate da uspostavite bolju vezu.
If you can try to establish a better connection, we'll move on to the next presentation, okay? So let's try this to go to the next presentation, and in the meantime, the technical our
Sad ćemo to oni reći.
technicians will try to fix the problem. Okay, we'll move on.
Taman otprilike u ovo vreme je bio i
Pretty much right now it was the plan to hear Jelena Zoric, who will talk about parental responsibility before parental rights. Jelena is a psychologist and psychotherapist and works in the social center in Novi Sad.
Da, baš se zove roditeljska odgovornost. Jeste. Jeste, samo malo ćemo je odobriti, da. Da, je fuz. Dobro jutro svima.
Good morning to everybody. So we are here for the second day. I want to say hello to everybody and to say hello to the organizers and to thank them very much for being able to speak at such an important gathering and conference. Parental rights and responsibilities are basically my favorite topic. I've been working in my current position for 17 years. Why is it my favorite topic? Because I worked with topics for child protection. So, and I've seen many children who are involved in divorce, and I've come to realize that they are basically invisible across all systems. A lot has been done since then. It's a huge process, and many changes are needed in ways of thinking, in changes regarding domestic violence, but it's still not enough. The experience that I have from my own practice, personal experience, and the experience of my colleagues, so I would like to share this with you today, along with some recommendations for how things should be done. What I'm very interested in is the law that you mentioned when it comes to parental rights. If there is a chance, and we can suggest this, so some changes, because if parents are not compromising, so the court can
dete, da tako
can give custody to only one parent.
staranje. Da li ćemo tu imati prostor za
If we will be able to change that, I hope that we will. And this is, I think, in the best interest of children.
Ja ću se baviti sada time.
I will talk about this.
Naravno, ono što je jako važno,
What is very important, of course, so we talked about this a lot from different perspectives. So we have heard different contexts and different perspectives, but I will also talk about the best interest of the child.
da svi su negde istakli da je jako važno
Everybody has pointed out that it's very important for this to be for better concept to be given regarding this issue of the best interest of the child.
pozivamo najbolji interes deteta. Mi kada dajemo mišljenje,
When we give opinions, so the court is the one that should estimate according to the law what is the best interest of the child. So you have psychologists, you have the police.
šta je najbolje?
We all talk about this, but what is truly the best interest of the child?
Isti princip,
Do we have the same principle, or do we have the same observation of the best interest, and do we have the same actions that we choose?
mišljenju na proizvoljnosti i na slobodno tumačenje najboljeg interesa.
And I think that this is kind of left to being a free consideration of it, what take you have on this. This is why it's important to make some kind of a structure and to try and make some criteria regarding this. The criteria is very important, particularly when you have more than one institution, because they have to apply to everybody.
Najbolji interes deteta.
If one institution thinks that this is the best interest, then other institutions should think in the same way, in a similar way, and we should know what this is, and we should act accordingly. Because as long as we don't have these terms well defined, this somehow the whole thing gets lost. I think it's one of the first steps, and of course it's of the utmost importance.
Da se zaštite njegova prava.
Generally, the protection of the child rights is in the best interest of the child.
Bi to još trebalo
So
uređenije definisati.
how this should be defined,
Na najbolji interes
particularly talking about the best interest of the child in divorce, we know that we should satisfy the children's psychological and emotional needs.
zadovoljavanje potrebe za sigurnošću.
We know that we need to satisfy its needs for security and safety, for having attachment with the parent,
Sve te potrebe.
how the parent considers all of these needs as well. But I want to say that it's very important when you consider children who are in the process of their parents' divorce, we have to think about
Dostupnost oba roditelja.
that the best interest of the child is having both of their parents at their disposition, making their parents available.
Ne znam koliko to procenjujem, ali to nam je
I'm not sure how much we think about this, but this is of the utmost importance for children, and it's the best interest of the child when the parent has the capability and the ability to talk to the other parent and communicate to them about the important topics that are of the importance to the child. Parents need to learn how to communicate about important issues for the child, and it's in the best interest of the child to not give information to the child which is not appropriate for its age or position.
tako da kažem, situacija
This is like that by default of all of our children who come to us.
šta oni imaju da nam kažu,
We listen to what they have to say, and their parents are usually in the process of divorce. This is what they have to say.
priori kriterijumi kada
It's very important to present this as an a priori criteria.
najbolji interes deteta, kada mišljenje deteta nije u njegovom najboljem interesu i to je negde važno da znamo.
When is the stated opinion of the child not in its best interest? Of course, this needs to be considered too.
Dete da mišljenje u određenom pravcu i mi
There is a certain pressure for the child to give its own opinion under certain conditions and circumstances. And then if you don't do that, then they tell us, so why don't you hear out the child? Why don't you ask the child for its opinion? There is a misunderstanding of other systems. I have to say, why haven't we taken a priori the opinion of the child? Precisely because in this case, having the opinion of the child is not in its best interest. This is why it doesn't get the chance to express itself. Of course, it has the right to express itself, and it's very important to know what it thinks, but it doesn't mean that its own opinion. And I have to say that this refers to alienation processes. In these situations, we need to know that the opinion is not under the influence of the other parent. So this is where we have to think if this opinion is truly in its best interest or not. Parental responsibility, I think it's very important to change the focus from rights to responsibilities, to parental responsibilities, which is more important than the parental rights. Why? Because we think that children's rights are more important. We are moving over more to this, which I am very happy about. We talked about this yesterday. So when you have parents coming to us in the process of divorce, you have a high conflict, and this one parent says, I am here to tell you the best interest of the child. I am the mother. Then the father says, no, I actually have the best interest of the child. So this is quite absurd. We have two parents who have completely different perspectives, and you have the child who has an opinion as well. So the question is anybody really thinking about the children's rights and that child's rights? I think that we need to have somebody who will diagnose and who will estimate what are the best interests of the child and what are its rights. Oftentimes, we are in the situation where we have to protect the child from its own parents. Why do I think there is hope for this? Yesterday, we listened to a presentation. We heard some information about the sociopaths and different personality disorders. I really agree with this. Of course, this is the situation where we have the worst situation, the most extreme. But in my practice, in my experience, I noticed that there are parents who are alienating, who don't realize what they are doing. Maybe you can do something with this parent in the mere beginning. Maybe this is where our crucial role lies, because parents often offer the interest of the child and the rights, but you see that there is a hidden motive. That sometimes they don't even feel it. This is usually separational fears, and the parent doesn't realize it. Particularly mothers who have 2 or 3-year-old children tell me, of course, so that the child can see the father, but it cannot sleep over at his place. So I ask, well, what does it matter? So you see that there's a need, there's a necessity of the parent where they say basically that I cannot stand this. We're not talking about the needs of the child. We're talking about the needs of the parents. So it's very important to make them conscious about this, and this is where we have space to improve. Parents, you are usually very, very angry. They have a lot of rage. So they often transfer this rage to children, and the child says, so he left me, she left me, so there is a lack of symbiosis here. You see that the needs and the feelings of the parents are completely transferred to the child. And this is why therapy is also very important. I cannot say only therapy. So we work with parents. We try to tell parents, okay, so you have to think about your parents, to your needs from the needs of the child. It's not the same. And this is exactly parental responsibility. So some situations that I've seen during my work, they are separating sometimes their emotions and their rage, and they can process them. These parents realize the importance of the other parental figure in the life of the child. They only sometimes disqualify the other parent when they're angry, when they have a conflict with the other parent. So, of course, there is a lot of space to improve with them as well. This is where we have the active alienators, so parents who can separate these needs and emotions, who can realize the importance of the presence of the other parent in the child's life. And there's usually a trigger. So you just see that for some time, for a certain period, they don't allow contact because of some kind of conflict that they have with the other parents. So they enable the contact for some time because they are in a fight or in a conflict, and then they reestablish them after that. So you can usually work with this kind of parents, but the most difficult group of parents are the parents that have the mission to completely separate the child from the other parent. And of course, in the background, you again have emotions. It's very important to know that the needs and the emotions of the parents are what drives them to act in such a way. Of course, these hidden motives are present as well, and we need to be aware of that. They think of this as treason. They cannot separate their own emotions from the emotions of the child. They completely include the child in the chain of sadness, of depression, and this is where children suffer most. They will not respect even the decisions of the court, so they go until the end to fight for the child. Though you see that there are a lot of emotions in the background that we are often not even conscious of this. They say, I think this is the best for the child. Why am I saying this? Because these are situations from our practice. And although this is not exactly the primary focus of the center to do therapy, we have to know a lot about these processes because we give advice, we give a lot of interventions. It's very important to estimate what kind of problem we have here and what emotions we have in the background to be able to work with parents. Because through giving advice, we also need to highlight the significance of differentiations of emotions and needs between parents and children and so on. So all of us, when we realize this and when we send this message that the parental responsibility goes beyond the parental rights and that the parental responsibility is particularly separating the needs and emotions that I have from my child, this is very important. I don't know how much time I have. I heard that I have time because we did not have the other presenter. Okay, I will wrap up. What's very important, research that is happening regarding divided parental responsibility is that when you highlight when only one parent has rights, when there's no compromise. So if you use common sense, if there is high conflict, what can you expect? When you have a restrictive model that's given to the parent, the prognosis, of course, is a lot worse.
To je prvi, istraživanje prakse to pokazuje.
Research from my own experience also shows
Da kada imate podeljenu roditeljsku
when you have separated parental responsibility, why is it important? Because children
osujećena, odnosno zatrovana od strane
who are not intoxicated by the parents, they usually say,
kažu, želim da viđem mamu i tatu svaki dan.
they tell you, I want to see mom and dad every day. I want to see mom and dad equally. Parents think that the child will say only one thing, but actually this is a regular situation in practice, in my experience. Research shows that children are much more successful when we have shared parenting.
Prilagođavaju na sam postupak razvoda koji je
So it is easier for them to adapt to the process of divorce and the consequences.
jako utiče na isključivost posle i na formiranje socijalnih emocija.
This really impacts the way in which children later on form social relationships.
I ono što je isto jako važno,
What's also very important, which I sometimes don't agree with my colleagues or other experts.
možda je to diskutabilno i zbog našeg zakona.
Maybe it's because of our law. So they ask me,
Jako se zalažem za zajedničko vršenje roditeljskog
I think that shared parenting is very important, and when some experts say, okay, but that will, so how will they make a compromise if they are in high conflict? Precisely, this is why they will make a compromise. This is what research says. When you know psychologically that this fight over custody does not provide results, that you will get joint custody. And this is what the law states. You will not waste your energy to prove that the other parent is not good, because it's pointless. You will accept the situation a lot faster, and this kind of energy you will actually redirect in being a good parent. This is what practice shows. This is what experience and research shows. This is why high conflict doesn't mean that there is no shared parental right. It's actually necessary to annulate this conflict. I wanted to say a thing or two about statistics. For 2022, so how many divorces we had. So you can see the numbers. What I really want to highlight here is that about 1,200 children from disturbed parental relations kind of families. After a divorce, parents had a problem with seeing the children. This is very important. I forgot to say this. Why is shared parenting important? Precisely because of this. Parents who are endangered, where their parenting is endangered, their relationship with the children, well, the conflicts will be bigger, and the risk for violence is also a lot bigger. Where, of course, where this is logical when somebody's basic right to see their children is endangered.
Onako jednom stanju koje sam ja našla u literaturi, potpuno se slažem.
I want to talk about the state condition that I found in the literature, that the rights of the parents who have been estimated to be inadequate as parents.
Apsurda.
This is kind of, we talk about something absurd here, because the system protects parental rights of parents that are being established as inadequate. They're being protected more.
Sa svojom decom Pa je onda postavlja se pitanje,
So then you ask yourself,
roditeljsko prava i
you have a
procenjen da je neadekvatan roditelj.
person who is an adequate parent and who has rights, he cannot see or contact their child in any way for a year, for example. This is an absurd situation that we have. So the parent that is estimated to be inadequate can have rights, while the parent who is adequate cannot. This is what happens because of legal conditions in Serbia because of the law. Then you have children who come and say, "I hate dad. I don't want to see dad. Please don't expect this from me." And the parent doesn't care. He's not worried.
Ne voli
He doesn't like him, he doesn't love him. This is the usual answer. Isn't this a signal that something is unhealthy in this relationship?
Gledala sam 17 godina.
I've seen for 17 years in a children's safety house, I've seen a lot of abuse of children, from physical to sexual. When parents come,
Deca kod svojih roditelja, jer
they
postoji
run over to their parents because there is a sense of attachment.
svoje roditelje.
They will never,
Imati ambivaletan odnos prema svojim roditeljima.
they will always be attached or have an ambivalent relationship with their parents, but they will not reject a parent. This is the key diagnostic moment when you want to establish who is the abuser. Is this
Jako je važno
is this
se računa. Tako da se tu ne smatra alarmantnim. A kad
this is not considered alarming.
takvo stanje, odnosno takvo osjećanje u odnosu na vršnjake, odmah, zato što želimo zrele i zdrave.
And we want a healthy relationship with our with the people of the same age. So you would send the child to a psychotherapist.
Kritična sam i prema svom sistemu.
I'm critical even to our own to my own system. But when we talk about the healthcare
Kad deca dođu
system, when children come to get some opinion, when they come to give their own opinion, so the parents go to the first ambulance
bilo jako uznemireno
and they take a paper out that says that the child is stressed and that it was very enraged or altered. And they go to the doctor and they say, so the doctor said that the child should not see the father, it should not be stressed.
Mislim da
So I think that we need a lot of education, a lot of cooperation with the healthcare institutions as well as legal.
rekla. Ovo su neke situacije
These are some
vrlo izazovne.
situations, very challenging. When it comes to our institution, what's very difficult for us is the lack of support for other systems.
Jako je važno.
It's very important.
Oni još nisu baš u
When parents come,
velikom konfliktu.
they are still not in high conflict, so it's still possible to make a decision.
Razludi roditelje.
If you take a lot of time, this is what distances parents even more. It's normal that they lose their patience because you don't understand that these are things that should be done urgently because it's about children.
Uradi mnogo protiv deteta i protiv jednog roditelja.
You basically do a lot against one child and against one of the parents. So these legal things and these decisions should be made as soon as possible.
Da predlažemo modele pa se roditelji
Sometimes we suggest some models.
kontrolisano viđenje, a
We perform controlled visiting of the parent in the meantime. These are very common situations because we work a lot with children who have been alienated with the target parent.
možda sliku i predstavu o centru mi najviše znamo o njima.
We really know best about them because really these are people who we see every day.
Ajte vi malo u centar, još se savjetujte.
Because when nobody can solve their problem, they usually send us to us, and their process lasts for years.
jako je važno da
It's very important
potporu
to have
sistema,
the support of the healthcare system, that the estimate and the diagnosis is good enough.
ali
To provide advice also, but therapy cannot be done in our institution.
donese plan po kojem će se
You need to make a plan according to which the parents will be guided further.
predlozi za unapređenje. Može, evo završavam.
Okay, I'll just say this.
Sam se. Ono što je jako važno,
Suggestions for forwarding practice.
kriterijuma za najbolji interes deteta,
You need to establish criteria in a really good way, the standards and the procedures. When we talk about spouse violence or domestic violence,
u momentu radi,
so who does what in what moment and how he or she reacts, why don't we have any procedures, any protocols when it comes to children involved in the process of divorce?
jako je važno
It's very important
pohvalim Centar Novi Sad,
to
kažem da
to give some kind of supervision.
korektivni nadzori.
I have to say that supervision has been becoming more and more present, collective supervision. Statistics means that we also have a lot of parents who are making a problem, but we still have still with that we have more supervision than we did before.
Iniciranje izricanja hitnih mera, za šta se ja jako
Urgent, this should be considered an urgent action. As I said, why do children who were psychologically abused, why are they not recognized as victims of psychological abuse?
njihovim roditeljima koje vrše,
They don't have the urgent actions are not
kada je svedok partner
recommended for these cases, although the parents are abusing the child.
jednom roditelju nešto ili oboma. A ovde imamo ne samo nasilje,
Here we don't have violence, we have emotional abuse, which is an even heavier kind of category.
Zakon o sprečavanju nasilja u porodici. Ja ne mogu da kažem da mi nemamo dobar zakon.
I cannot say that we don't have a good law. We, from many perspectives, have a good law, but we are not applying it.
Ja se zalažem
That's the
za to
problem.
da se hitne mere izriču takvim
I really support this, that there should have some urgent measures for this kind of situation.
Oni imaju svoje razloge, ali u sva tri slučaja gde sam predložila izricanje hitne
In all three cases
možda je
where I recommended urgent measures, the alienation process was detained. It's really important to consider this emotional abuse as real abuse.
mera i izvršnih postupaka, unapređenje kapaciteta stručnjaka, to smo
We also need to educate our experts. We all know this.
parnicama, bolja saradnja među institucijama. Ovo je član 272.
This is the part 272 that we need to redefine if possible. And in the end, before I thank you for your attention,
Ovo su situacije i preporuke koje
these are recommendations and situations that were previously, so when you already have the alienation of contact, we should not only work on sanitizing the damage.
Još je rekla koleginica da mi treba da imamo psihoedukaciju.
We should have psychoeducation. We should encourage education from young age. We should divide parenting. We have to have a longitudinal program of work with parents who will not do this by themselves. And what's very important for shared parental responsibility, so the court doesn't consider the best interest of the child.
Odnosi između dece i oba roditelja.
You need to protect the relationship between the child and both parents. This is how you minimize conflict.
što je bitno,
and what's
su
important.
roditeljski planovi.
So the parental plans are very important as well. Before the parent accesses the court,
Dogovaranjem,
he needs to, whether by himself or with some organization or with a lawyer, he or she has to have a plan how he or she will respond to the needs of the children, and based on this, the court should make a decision. This is how we teach them responsive parenting. Thank you. I hope it was useful.
Da, sad nastavljamo, probat ćemo...
We are going to now go on. We'll try to establish a connection with Edin again. We are supposed to have solved the technical problems. He has also done everything in his power on his side, so we'll try now again.
Inače su mi dali prezentaciju, pa ću ja...
I got the presentation here, so I will be playing it. I'm now on the other browser, so your technicians can present slides. I will dictate which one to show. Now it is much better connection now.
Kako smo se dogovorili s tehničarima. Pa evo, čisto da vam se predstavim.
Just to introduce myself, Edin Sarac, I'm the Master of Sciences. I am a father of twins, 7 years of age. I'm very proud to be here with you today, and I want to congratulate the organizational board together with DEI and scientific board, as well as all the participants. I'm very happy to hear that more than 600 people are present virtually and physically in Novi Sad, but I'm also very sad that the number is higher than before, which means that the problem is more current, and I'm the president of the association in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I see that every day that we are joined by a number of parents on our Viber group, which means that people there are more and more people with problems. And now we can go to slide number 2. I will try to talk about through a different prism, because we've been hearing about the theory now. I want to talk about how to react right now and to become closer to our children. Everything starts with phantom. I believe that you've heard of it in medical sciences. It is something that happens with patients with amputees, and they witness that they still feel the pain in the lost leg or limb. I would describe this describes the situation of us parents, because we feel this phantom pain and we feel that our children are with us, but they are not. And what happens, this brings rise to depression, anxiety, and you start dealing with your own undiscovered psyche, so to say. And we can go to the next slide. When people find themselves in this situation, parents, they start using this statement: ideals are peaceful, war is violent. This is something, because what starts is some kind of war, struggle, battle with the system in order to establish contact of a parent with the children or child. Let's go to slide 4. We can hear that the problems are the same throughout the region in Serbia, Slovenia, Croatia, and Bosnia and Herzegovina, Macedonia. The problems are replicated. It's nothing unknown. It is something that's been happening throughout history. I'm from Zagreb. My children live in Bosnia and Herzegovina with their mother, so I live on the between Zagreb and Sarajevo. In slide 5, about Bosnia and Herzegovina as an dysfunctional state that hasn't got power of the government in 4 years now, and the system is not functioning for basic things, let alone social protection and children protection services. That's why, together with the colleagues from the region, we initiated this association in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Even though we are at the very beginning, we want to point out the fact that there are huge challenges there here in order to adjust and adapt the legislation to the new things that are happening. Slide 6. I'm approaching the topic of my distant parenting as a main topic. After you find yourself in this situation, there are two possible scenarios. One is where the ego it becomes predominant and yields high conflict, divorce, where both parents battle. One parent doesn't want to give the children to establish contact with the other parent, and the other one is struggling to get this connection. And this is something like a one-way road to hell. And there is another way, which is reasonable one, to start looking at things with different eyes regarding the fact that this is something like a situation. It can't be changed that easily. The system and the legislation is not ready to promptly react to situations, and that's why I started studying and reading literature about this in our region and international. Karen Goodall is the bearer of alienation, child alienation. She established this term, and I researched that there is a huge difference between theory and practice. Theory is where we follow conventions of the children's rights and so on. The scientific community, we have help from the established experts who look at the problem from the point of view of science. And then there is academic community that is struggling to penetrate to the essence of the problem. And then there is practice, where I am as a parent. I don't know where to start from, as I said at the beginning, that I'm facing for the first time the social workers, pedagogues, lawyers, legislation, the system of alimentation. This is a huge amount of information for a parent who actually just wants to be close to children, to hug them, kiss them, play with them, and hear them laughing or crying. This is the only thing that we are interested in. And in all this, there is a huge gap, and that's a factor of time and the child. And that's what I'm going to focus on today, how to link these these things, because time goes on, children grow up, they become alienated, and the child doesn't know what is going on and is exposed to stress, as we've heard before. So for this reason, slide 8, please, I created a formula, and this is the formula of relativity from science fiction. This is a success formula that can be applied to children and parents both, where we take all the factors in considerations and which are interconnected and interdependent. And if we take the function of dependability, time, love, pedagogy, psychology, academic and scientific community, and parents, and we add the factor of time there, and love, endless time that we're here because we've struggled to fight for our children and the children that will find themselves in this situation in the future. Unfortunately, we have to look at this through this prism, because a parent must go through all these elements in order to mature, in order to understand himself and what he's facing. The next slide is, this is what brings us together. These are our associations that are working on, and today we are here with you at this conference, and we talk about how to make connections in short term, but find a solution long term for children who find themselves in high conflict divorces, not to suffer from it. Let's go through history, what it means to be a father. We live in high technology age. I'm digitally here at the end of the day. Throughout history, we've read stories and know stories, and we know somebody who was a captain of a ship. They were absent for 6 months, a year, without digital technology. It is the same story for a soldier or a traveling agent, salesman, or a driver, professional driver, who's always traveling. When I was a child, there were no technologies that could allow them to stay in touch with the children, and we have to change the prism and to see how we can use the advantages of digital technologies in order to be closer to our children. Let's move on. So, the practice that we've been talking about, that I went through, the court practice, how many holidays, how many days you can spend with children, which weekends, how many summer holidays and winter holidays. These are all stupid things, because it's not enough for maintain bonds, psychosocial and emotional bond. You must be present all the time, but you must need to use the time to the most you can. Then the transformation, this prism that I've been talking about, is the transformation of life. Digital technology allows us to be closer all the time. COVID has changed things. It's done a professional favor to me, so I can be available professionally even when I'm not in the office physically. COVID has brought us to the situation that the corporations are working on allowing people not to spend so much time in the offices, but to spend half work hours from wherever they want and half from the office. Then you don't need then to go to obtain visas, authorizations, documents, and the changes of circumstances. These are all factors that you have to put together layer by layer, so that in high conflict divorce you can be as close to your children as possible. In the next slide, I would discuss how to utilize this technological age. At the end of the day, I was supposed to be there in person, but things are changing. My children got measles, and I have to be with them in Zagreb, but I'm still virtually there with you. What I suggest is to promote, and in this, the fact factor of time to arrange regular video calls for a parent to stick to the timetable when to call children if there is a promise and arrangement. My children, for example, always know when I will call them. During the time when they are with other parents, to be emotionally, to provide them emotional safety, to be present with them when you are with them, not just to be physically with them and you give them the mobile phone and they're in the virtual world instead of with you, to make this virtual connection. The state that you find yourself in is a fact. You have to respect the timetable, the calendar with the other parent. However hard the communication is, there is a way, and there is always an example and model how to arrange a calendar in advance, to make schedule of meeting the children. And you have to stick to that schedule and remain flexible at the same time. In my case, my children are now sick. I could have reacted in a different way, but these are factors that I can't really influence. And you must be flexible in the process and keep the open mind. And what's the most important is to respect other person's privacy. You are no longer partners, but you're always connected as parents, and you will always be parents to your children. And but you have your private life. You don't the time that's not scheduled for you. You can't disrupt. In the group that we have in Bosnia and Herzegovina, parents ask for the advice that one parent gives a child to grandma rather than to father, and people ask for advice what to do in these cases. But if you have an arrangement that's clearly defined through court or through the center, then just keep to that. The focus is on the children. However, always you be creative. You spend quality time with your children. I always try to surprise my children in a million ways. I come to their kindergarten, for example, to bring them a Kinder Egg and to kiss them and to see them for 5 minutes, and they are very happy when I make surprises like that. Use everything, all the digital tools to be closer to your children. Yes, there are a number of situations where the other parent doesn't see the children at all, but there are also possibilities on how to react. I opened emails to my children that I have access to, and I gave to the rest of my family these email addresses, and my family can write an email and video or something like that. And once, when they are mature enough, they will get the access to the email to see that my family was there for them, even then when they couldn't do that physically. Create memories actively and passively with your children. This is the point of everything, because the laws are changing, but we're discussing long term. But now we have, use this time to the best way possible. Just a couple of slides and then finishing. My conclusion is that there is no black and white picture. We've heard what the opinion is, what the interest is, what the parents think. There are so many shades of gray here in between. You have to respect the differences. The plans are there, but we have to be flexible, because the life writes its own story. I travel between Zagreb and Sarajevo every 10 days. People ask me if it's tiring, exhausting, and I say no, it's a must. My children are growing, they dictate the tempo, and I ask them when I come to Zagreb, I asked them whether they want to sleep at home or at Grandma and Grandpa. And they always say, let's go to Grandma and Grandpa together and stay there together, because they miss them as well. And with the time, they will want to spend time with their own peers and friends. And you have to be flexible and adapt to these processes. I started with ideals, peaceful and wars violent. The point is that I realized that this is a time of love, dialogue, a lot of trying, and not for time for struggle, because I want to provide emotional bond with my children. You be heroes for your children, make them proud. What I said at the beginning with about ego and destructiveness, there is another way. I decided to be a hero to my children because I was a professional skier. I started skiing again in senior category, and I won a medal, world medal recently. One day my children will be proud of me because I was a hero for them. I do that for them. And this is actually why I am with you today, so that I can show them one day that I was an active member in the community in order to help all future children who will find themselves in this situation. So I will not keep you longer. This is slide 15 is a step forward. Everything is equal, joint, and agreeable. And the last one is to close up. We are here for you through associations. All the countries of ex-Yugoslavia, we can cooperate, we can find a way to move forward with the time. And I invite everyone to use all the digital tools to be closer to their children. Thank you very much. This is all from me. And I'm looking forward to hearing the presentations of other presenters.
Nadam se da ste čuli.
I hope that you heard the applause, Edi.
Hvala još jednom.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much once again. Now I can invite you to take a break until 11 o'clock, and then we will have 3 longer presentations. So I will ask the presenters to keep to the schedule so that we can actualize the plan. See you at
Domagoj priznaje da nije tu. Dobro, ja mislim da možemo da počnemo, pošto je vreme već isteklo. Sledi nam deo konferencije.
Now we are going to the conference part where we will hear 3 longer presentations. All 3 topics are very important, and that's why we will start immediately. We will first hear the professor of family law from Macedonia, Elena Ignovska, who will be talking about a case from this country, which actually ended up in the European Court for Human Rights. I suggest that we start immediately. Please take the stand.
Hvala.
Thank you.
Dobar dan svima.
Hello, everybody.
Da. Ovo? Ima neki problem?
Is there a problem?
Dobro, super, hvala. Samo ovo je...
Thank you.
Ok. Znači, dobar dan svima.
Hello, everybody. I will
Pričati na engleskom.
be speaking in English today because my Serbian is not the best. I make mistakes and cases, and I wouldn't like to improvise.
So thank you for the introduction, and above all, thank you for the invitation. I'm very glad to be here to talk about an issue that, as I could see, is important even in countries that already have recognized some sort of legal recognition of shared parental responsibilities in their national laws. But I would say it's even more important for those countries like Republic of North Macedonia that still haven't done so at all. For me, it was very interesting to hear all personal perspectives of those who actually had to go through this experience of being, so to say, alienated from their child. I know that for Professor Craig, this probably is not the right terminology, yet we still tend to use it. Probably what he said was emotional cutoff, but whenever I will use this term, I will actually refer to the very same meaning. Because this was especially interesting to me because I probably come from academia and we tend to read, be a little bit more theoretical, but I think that this is very much a live topic as a consequence of what I already mentioned and what now mentioned the previous day, that the Macedonian legal concept does not recognize shared parental responsibilities after parents' dissolution, parents' relationship dissolution. Many families actually do in practice suffer, and I would claim that they suffer infringements of their basic human rights, and I will later on refer what I mean by that. Republic of North Macedonia, as all the other countries that have their representatives here, have already ratified most of the most important international documents when it comes to protection of human rights and children's rights. Still, somehow I feel that because their national laws are not harmonized with these international legal documents, courts and institutions that tend to apply these legal norms lack courage to implement them directly, and this is where I see actually the problem. However, there are ongoing reforms in this field, so almost 13 years now we are working on a civil code which eventually will have to introduce the concept of shared parenting as well, and I believe that this will be the most important reform in the part that regulates family life. To start with, I will give a little bit of an introduction about something that is, let's say, theoretical, but I would say it's also important, and that is where family law issues and family law as such belongs. It's rather a complicated, so to say, scientific field, because it belongs in the intersection between private and public law. It belongs in the field of private law because actually tackles rights of individuals and their autonomy to make free and informed choices about what kind of private and family life they want to live in. In these lines, the state should try to refrain from the position in terms of imposing particular way of living their private and family life and their lifestyles, because it may infringe human rights. That's the reason why very often we have general provisions like the one that we criticized already, that is being very general, for instance, the principle of best interests of the child. On the other hand, the society and the state, via its policies, actually have also an obligation to regulate what is preferable way of living this private and family life by protecting the public interest and, of course, protecting the vulnerable ones. For instance, abandoned children at birth or children at custody, for instance, like in this case of one of the parents. Therefore, there is a thin line between what is considered to be an overwhelming role that the state might have and its justified absence. Because of this, family law issues are even more at the borderline in between private civil jurisprudence and international human rights jurisprudence. On the other hand, it's very important to mention that also in the European region, family-related topics are also not harmonized. And this is most often because it is considered that each national state has its own moral beliefs, traditions, history, religions, if you like, etc. Yet some basic human and children's rights are universal, and they have to be implemented equally everywhere. Internationally, human rights and children's rights are regulated in these two most important internationally documents. The first one, the most relevant one for this topic, is the Convention on the Rights of the Child, and this is the most ratified international document worldwide. That stipulates it's not ratified only by 2 states, it's Somalia and the United States of America. However, the most important articles that spring to life from this convention are the very much mentioned so far general principle of the best interest of the child that actually allows this flexibility, best interest of the child, to be analyzed in particular cases, having all concerns regarding the best interest of the child taken seriously. Not just, it does not mean only that the child has to be asked and that its opinion will be regarded irrelevant of all the other circumstances. It just means that everything else has to be included. It's an integral, so to say, concept. Then all those that are marked in yellow are very much to the core of this topic. So I would also mention just Article 9, that is the right of the child to live and maintain contacts with both parents, even after their separation, as much as possible. This means that the state has to actually do everything that possibly can to enable these family relations to continue even after their divorce or separation. On the other hand, we have the European Convention on Human Rights, this is a more regional document, so it is actually applicable to countries that are member states of the Council of Europe, like all countries that have representatives on this conference. And it stipulates in several articles relevant for this topic a protection of human rights of both parents and children, like, for instance, Article 8, that is very much invoked in such cases, that promotes respect for private and family life. Article 14, again, very general, I would say, article that promotes non-discrimination, never stands alone. It's always connected with something else, because if you claim there is a discrimination, you also have to claim the ground on which the discrimination occurred to start with. And very important, lastly but not the least important, actually very important, Article 6, paragraph 1, that guarantees access to court and a fair trial, of course, also very important in a reasonable time, especially in those cases where children's interests are taken into consideration. Having all said, as a summary of those most important international conventions, we could summarize that in the intersection between family law issues and human rights is actually the field of couples' rights, so how the relationship is formed, the dissolution, etc. Then a field of relations between parents and the child, but also other relatives. This is especially important because the practice of the European Court of Human Rights in some recent cases has shown that also other relatives, like, for instance, grandparents, are important in this relationship. And, of course, children's rights. The National Family Act of my country, so of the Republic of North Macedonia, is, so to say, very much outdated, dates back to 1992. And even then, it was some kind of continuation of the previous system of Yugoslavia. So most of the general concepts were overtaken. Perhaps there were a little bit some changes which are actually mostly related to the societal transition after the succession than family law issues per se. However, because of this, was amended many times before, but was never harmonized as a whole, and therefore it represents some sort of a clash between old and new principles and words on paper and reality. So reality differs very much from what is stipulated in the law. As a result of such inconsistency, many families have to live with the consequences of such an outdated legal system. For instance, just to be a little bit more illustrative, I will say that adopted children, or even children conceived by gamete donations, still lack access to any information about their genetic origins, which is against some of the articles that I've previously mentioned, like, for instance, Article 7 and 8, that children should be registered after birth, and they should have the right to know their genetic origins as far as possible. So it's against Article 7 and 8 from the Convention on the Rights of the Child and Article 8 from the European Convention on Human Rights. Under such circumstances, they usually use alternative means to match with their parents and to get to know at least a little bit of their personal identity and private life, usually components that they consider very important From what I know, Serbia is a little bit more, so to say, flexible, and they changed their national legislation when it comes to these issues after several publicly known cases. However, these changes, these legal reforms in the Republic of North Macedonia never happen. Somehow it is very much considered as of secondary importance. They never have priority. There are always some other topics that are more important. For instance, we changed the criminal code like so many times, I cannot remember. But we never changed the Family Act. And this, as I have said already, is something that normal people, like citizens, have to live with on a daily basis. On the other hand, we have children, of course, of known origin, so with registered parents, mother and father, in the birth certificate, but with divorced or separated parents that also in many occasions suffer hardships, I would say, because they are allowed to be legally under custody only of one of them. So this is a legal concept, there is no exceptions, even if they agree. Of course, if they agree, I mean, everything is easier, but still institutions cannot bring a decision that actually stipulates joint parental responsibilities. This is also against these articles that I have already mentioned previously, especially Article 8, that stipulates respect for private and family life, and Article 9, and this is a right of the child to live or maintain contacts with both parents. The other European countries have discussed these topics perhaps even 40 years ago, especially United States of America, Sweden, Germany, Nordic countries especially. Most of them have enacted some sort of recognition of the concept of shared parenting, even though we've seen from the presentations today and yesterday that once they do it, so to say, gradually, again, the main purpose is not accomplished. So if you stipulate, like in the Serbian law, that you have shared parental responsibilities, if parents agree, probably you cannot really achieve equal treatment between parents and best interest of the child to be protected, because mostly parents don't agree on these issues. You can call it's because of stereotypes, like Savka said, that women have this maternal instinct, they should always take care of the child, fathers are not competent, etc. We can discuss about it like a lot, but bottom line, even if you have this gradual system, you actually don't protect the rights of the child. However, in the Republic of North Macedonia, there is no discussion. There are probably some initiatives like of the NGOs, the one of NOW, or the Children's Embassy Mejashi that occasionally will raise their voice and say something that, but however, all these initiatives, or from the academia, for instance, but usually when we talk on conferences in academia, scientific conferences mostly, other professors from elsewhere will hear and agree with us, and that rests there. It does not have bigger societal impact, I would say, even more. So far, there haven't been proper governmental support. There is an ongoing work on the civil code that I mentioned that probably will change this, but the point is that this civil code has been drafted like for 13 years now, and probably this process, which is still pending, will still last. However, I think, and this is what I will try to prove in my presentation, that even nowadays, before we see this code enacted, there is a chance of the institutions that apply law to actually introduce the concept in their practice if they are a little bit more open-minded and less so to say, positivistic. The national family Macedonian courts, we don't have specialization, so not family courts, but courts in civil proceedings, have an obligation, and I'm sure that's also the same case in Serbia, Slovenia, Bosnia, to judge according to internationally ratified documents. So this obligation is stipulated, for instance, in the Republic of North Macedonia in the Constitution. And these international documents do have a priority over national laws. The European Convention on Human Rights itself springs to life because of the interpretation of the European Court of Human Rights. Because this convention is brought like more than 70 years ago. Of course, it's outdated. However, the interpretation of the court tries to keep trace aligned with the time. So it updates it somehow via its judgments on daily basis. So I would say that the convention and the court's case law as a legal source should and could be applied directly even when they are against the national law. Unfortunately, Macedonian courts, and from the discussion with some of you, probably also courts in Serbia as well and everywhere are a little bit rigid when it comes to this, and are relatively strict. They follow what is written in the law and very often word by word. Some recent research has shown that in the Republic of North Macedonia there is a tendency this to be changed. So upper courts, like appellates, especially the Supreme Court, have changed their practice, or they are gradually changing their practice, but there is still a lot to be done in order this to be completely changed. So this, so to say, unresponsiveness of the institutions have resulted in several lost cases in front of the European Court of Human Rights, and I would mention two. So the first case, which is a case from 2015, is the first, so to say, because the other one, Oluri, is repetitive cases, and this is something that should be some sort of a sanction to the country, because usually countries should not allow repetitive cases about similar or same matter. And these both cases are about similar or the same matter. So the case of Mitovi versus back then former Yugoslavian, prior we changed officially our international name, was about a couple who were married. They lived in Australia, but they eventually divorced, and the mother came back to Macedonia. The father had a job, had to stay in Australia. The court, when decided to divorce the marriage, was also deciding on custody rights and grant the custody to the mother. However, the mother never allowed visiting rights or any contacts with the child, even though he had to flew like so many times just to see his child. Of course, the European Court decided in his favor, saying that Article 8 of the European Convention was infringed, that stipulates respect for family life. But this case is very important because it also actually said that it's not just the parental rights that were infringed and affected, but also other close relative grandparents' rights, visiting rights were also affected, because they too have interest. They were living in Macedonia. Still, the mother was not allowing them to see their grandchild. So their rights are also important. The second case is, as I mentioned, a little bit later case from, oh my God. Okay, so it's a repetitive case from 2020, and it's a case about Miss Aluri. She was the applicant or the mother. She gave birth to daughter in an extramarital relationship. This sort of relationship is regulated in the same manner as marriage in the Family Act if it lasts for more than 1 year. However, the relevant for the case exception is the social care center's direct competence to decide and act upon custody after the parental dissolution instead of the court when dissolving marriage, as it was in the previous case of Mitovi. So soon after the birth of the child, the parents' relationship ended. The applicant moved back with her parents while the child had to live or stayed prior to the decision with her father and his parents. However, the problems have started only after the decision of the social care center that actually granted custody to the mother, but the father refused to hand over the child to the mother. Of course, he always had excuses. However, the social care center also had excuses for not executing its own decision. After 3 years of prolonged mother's despair without being able to see her own child, the father actually requested that the center overturns its previous decision and bring a new one in his favor due to changed circumstances. Namely, he now claimed that the child was living in a very safe environment with him and with his parents, and that the child lacked emotional bond with the mother. But of course, if it's alienated for so long, even more parents spoke different languages. So the child was alienated at a very early stage in her life, so she couldn't actually talk the mother's language. However, the judgment, I will try to cut as much as possible, of the case was against infringement of human rights and the rights of the child, especially Article 8, right to family life. So what is the significance of these cases and which signals do they send to the national authorities? I have this in front of me when I want to speed up so that I don't go very wide into my presentation. So both cases that I have presented so far, so the previous Mitovi and the later Aluri, deal with a very similar matter. And this is not executing the center's decisions, orders, which resulted in infringement of Article 8 and those articles that I've mentioned already. This shows that the measures that the state took to avoid future infringements of the convention were not adequate. And this in turn demonstrates a systematic failure which has a potential to be repeated in the future. What was not properly addressed, even though it's out of great importance, is the misinterpretation of the courts versus centers' competences in custodial cases, irrelevant if they follow marital or non-marital relationship dissolution. This is the main problem. However, the state did not recognize this as a problem. They made some other cosmetic changes afterwards. So my suggestions are that the state should go beyond recognized infringements and do something else instead. So what are the suggestions that I'm suggesting? So firstly, custodial cases have to be resolved in front of a court, and this is very important. Article 6 that I've mentioned earlier affords a procedural safeguard, namely the right to a court in the determination of one's civil rights and obligations, and is also ancillary to the wider purpose of ensuring proper inter alia respect of family life. Secondly, as stipulated in the very same Article 6, custodial cases ask for urgent and efficiently enforceable, not just broad, but also enforceable decisions, because of the risk that the passage of time may result in a de facto determination of the matter, like it was in the Aluri case, completely changed the narrative of the decision. Therefore, states must also provide measures to ensure that custody determinations are enforced. Thirdly, courts have to demonstrate sensitivity in all cases where children's interests are at stake and upheld their interests first, but in an integrated manner, as I have mentioned earlier. For instance, this is already in the law, but it has to really become legal reality. For instance, if both parents agree on sole custody, if the court thinks that that's not in the best interest of the child, should have the right in deciding the opposite, because this is also stipulated in the law. The child's best interest may, depending on their nature, override those of the parents. And fourthly, as I already mentioned, Macedonian legislator has to consider to change its Family Act in light of regulating shared custody instead of the concept of sole custody that exists nowadays. But as soon as possible, not when the civil code will be brought. Comparatively, for instance, in some countries like Sweden and Germany, this is a legal presumption, so the court only decides when the situation or the circumstances ask the opposite, sole custody. Otherwise, it is understandable that it will be shared custody. So, as a short conclusion, yes, I will say that, yes, national legislators should pay more attention on diagnosing national legal inconsistencies with internationally ratified documents and the practice of the European Court of Human Rights in order not to allow further infringements. This is an obligation, it's a positive obligation from the lost cases that were lost against the state. For instance, national institutions have to follow the practice of the court against other states as well. But that's also already, so to say, science fiction. Let's just follow the cases that the state has lost already and their positive obligations. But what I also want to stress is that irrelevant of the positive provisions in the Family Act, courts have the power to provide this revolutionary reform even nowadays in their practice, because they have the right and they should also become a source of law. They can do it. Somehow they still don't do it. This bottom-up approach was a case, for instance, in France, where the judicial practice was the pioneering legal of was actually came first, and then the legal reform that followed in 1993, or in Germany, where the opinion of the Federal Constitutional Court in 1982 proclaimed that exclusive parenting is an infringement of the parental right of the other parent, as it was stipulated in the basic law. So, courts also have the right, they also have the means to do so, and I only think that they should take a little bit more courage to directly implement human rights treaties in their practice. I consider this to be an important legal source, even for countries that belong to continental legal tradition like Macedonia, like all the countries in Europe, not just in the Balkans. And I'm finished, just I will mention a little, several legal ongoing changes that I consider very important. And it is the new law, labor law, that introduces shared parental leave for fathers too. We didn't have this concept, we still don't have it. So now fathers will also have 4 months leave after the birth of their child. So this is how they will become more engaged with their children from the early stages in their life. And this is how I think what we consider the most problematic, and that is the beliefs, behaviors that are perhaps so much rooted in patriarchal societies will change eventually too. And I believe this is very essential, because then it will somehow become normal, fathers, to also share parental responsibilities with mothers and both of them to agree on it. It will just be a continuation of a very familiar situation. The opposite would be very much stressful. And counseling and mediation prior to court proceeding, I also think this is very much important in all conflict cases where parents tend not to agree, even though it's in the best interest of their child. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry if I spoke a little bit more.
Dobro, bilo je zanimljivo čuti.
Okay, so it was very interesting to hear this experience and these recommendations, but it's a good question if they will be respected. We know this can really last, but it's important. It was important to hear this. Now we will hear Dragutin Nikolic, who will talk about parental alienation by the child with the focus on the life of the alienated parent. You have 25 minutes. I will remind you when it's 5 minutes till the end. Do you need a presentation? No, okay.
Srdačan pozdrav svima.
Hello, everybody.
Predstavljen sam kao diplomirani psiholog.
I've been introduced as a psychologist.
Defektolog.
I'm actually a professor, defectologist,
Porodični psihoterapeut.
and a family psychotherapist.
Moj zadatak je da vam ukratko
It's my task
kažem,
to
opišem
say a few words
kako izgleda život otuđenog.
about the life of the alienated parent.
Ja tu imam sada terminološki problem malo.
I have a bit of a terminology problem here.
Smo čuli doktora Childressa
After we heard Dr. Childress,
da to jeste
that
trauma privremena.
this really is attachment trauma or attachment disorder.
Mnogo je uobičajenije.
It's far more common, at least here, for this problem to use the term of parent alienation.
Teško da prekonceptiram svoje izlaganje.
It's difficult to change my presentation, so I will
Otuđenje od roda.
use this term of parent alienation as an expression.
Svako ko je dovoljno star da može popiti kafu,
Everybody who is old enough to have a cup of coffee knows that there are parents who are getting divorced, who are manipulating their children,
i to i žene i muškarci.
both men and women.
Fraza izjave jedne poznate novinarke, mislim da se zove Parker.
A journalist, I believe Parker, said the following:
Situacija
it's the situation when one parent, by manipulative behavior, by using their own child, creates a show,
neopravdano stvara predstavu o drugom roditelju,
creates an image that's not true about the other parent, telling them that it's not worthy of attention or love, so that the child rejects the other parent.
trouglu
In this triangle
jedne složene socio-pedagoške dinamike,
complex socio-psychological dynamics in a family that's in this problem,
tri osnovne uloge.
there are three basic roles.
Roditelj, otuđitelj,
The parent who is performing the alienation, the child, and the alienated parent.
ja bih sada nešto
As I said, I would shortly say a few words about the alienated parent.
iz psihodinamskog ugla gledano.
From psychodynamic perspective,
Lažnu dramu
this is a false drama
roditelja otuđitelja.
that's created by the parent who is performing the alienation.
Uloga roditelja zlostavljača.
It is assigned the role of an abuser to the parent, and the child is the victim, and the person who is performing the alienation is seen as a hero.
Nije tačno u ovoj lažnoj drami.
In this false show, none of this is true. The alienator actually shows completely normal behavior, and the child has not been alienated from the parent either.
Na osnovu mog intenzivnog I dugog
Based on my extensive professional experience, I've had the chance to speak to parents who have been unable to have a relationship with their child, although they have done nothing wrong, neither with their partner, neither with their child. These are partners who have not had not even visual contact with their child, let alone established a close relationship. They are chronically frustrated by the fact that the system is institutionally unable to provide help. When they try to make institutions provide help, they have the impression that they are perceived as somebody who is putting pressure, inadequate pressure. Interviewed alienated parents is not numerically significant, but the impression is quite worrisome. These are parents who have said about their parenting and their emotions regarding parenting. They use expression like permanent insatisfaction, unhappiness and loss of hope, hopelessness. Because of the conditions in which I was in, I wanted to be killed or to kill. Among these parents, there is a huge percentage of suicides and heavy cases of depression. It's even more difficult for those parents who have been falsely accused for sexual abuse of children or for pedophilia. They're left with no children, with no family, even with no job. And I have to say one other thing that's quite worrisome. In my long-term experience with children of divorced parents, I was unable to find out if there is any case when the alienation has already been created, if afterwards there was a close relationship established, not including the cases where alienation has not been performed until the end. For these cases, I'm not sure. About regarding how these parents feel, I will tell you a few facts from scientific literature that tell you about their psychological condition.
Naglašava dr. Kruk, je ta što je ovaj problem u svojoj naravi sistemski.
This problem in itself is systematic.
Praktično ne postoje.
And there are no services available that can help this parent. When these parents try to go to professional workers to ask for help, because parent alienation is abuse,
taj problem se negde
this problem
zanemaruje.
Gets neglected somehow.
Kada se uključe u sudskim postupcima za poveravanje roditeljskog staranja,
And when we talk about custody in court, the alienation is not defined as abuse, which should actually be in the best interest of the child. This is maybe the main problem and the worry of the alienated parents, because they're seeing child abuse and it is prevented in protecting his or her own child.
Socijalnim radnicima, veštacima, terapeutima I ostalima
For all of
svoje dete.
in the eyes of all of the experts, they have to prove that they did not abuse their child.
Verovatno ste nešto loše.
Probably you have done something wrong if the child doesn't want to be with you. This is the general belief. And it's often seen as irrelevant that the behavior of the alienated parent was within the boundaries of what is considered to be normal.
Stručnjaka mentalnog zdravlja I pravnika da otuđenje
It's a general opinion of experts that alienation is a justified rejection of one parent that has a reason. First of all, these experts don't have any knowledge or education in the area of parent alienation, because this is a highly specialized area of work.
Porodične terapije te zahteva posebna znanja I veštine.
So it requires special skills and special knowledge. The majority of mental health experts and lawyers that work with children and families in the situations of divorce, they have little to no specialized knowledge and education. She also says, in the cases of the alienated parent will express many emotions, for example, anger, rage, and so on, which will lead many experts to diagnose a personality disorder. They forget that this is a response to trauma. They commit a cardinal attributional error.
Ignorisanje njegovih molbi od strane stručnjaka mentalnog zdravlja I pravnog sistema.
Their requests are completely ignored by the request of the alienated parent to reconsider this are completely forgotten and not taken into account by the system. And even the emotionally most stable parents would experience trauma. The dynamics of highly stressed events in the lives of alienated parents
I naročito izneveranja očekivanja, emocionalno I psihološki iscrpljuju ove roditelje.
They emotionally drain parents, alienated parents, and it's similar to post-trauma disorder.
Da generalno postoji napredak u tretmanu otuđenja od roditelja.
There has been advancement in the alienated parent post-trauma disorder based on on successful practice and experience that exists in the USA, in England, in America. In our region, this was the clinics for the protection of children and youth under the guidance of Gordana, Professor Gordana. A therapeutic couple, Nick and his wife, that have a clinic in London. They explain that help to children with connecting to their parent can happen in different ways. Spontaneous reunification. I don't know if this expression of reunification can be. So we can say that it's about reunifying the parent and the child. It's a spontaneous reunification when the dynamics that caused the alienation was changed, and the parent or the child have overcome this problem.
Potpomognuta reunifikacija
helped reunification. That's not a simple intervention.
Terapijske podrške.
It's a combination of therapeutic support and will.
Koja podrazumeva
And of course, you have the same thing based on court decision.
roditelja i direktna predaja na staranje otuđenom roditelju, kad god je to moguće, ili korištenje.
In this case, the child is given to the custody is given to the alienated parent as much as possible in order to try and reunify the parent and the child.
Sa oba roditelja.
These are performed to try and make a balance in the relationship between both parents and the child.
Kada je otuđenje već razvijeno,
When the alienation has already been performed, then therapy is needed, but it is difficult to help, and we have a problem. But treatments for alienation, for parent alienation,
eksperta za otuđenje,
we have Dr. Gardner, a famous alienation expert's statement. I've often said that there is a treatment for indoctrinators for the syndrome of alienation that will probably cure the majority of them in a very short period.
vikend u zatvoru.
The cure is a weekend in prison.
Kaže, on dao mnogim svojim
Although I've given to this recommendation in many of my writings and recommended this in courts, I have never been able to persuade any court to apply this. Although
terapija.
this can be called prison therapy.
Uspostavljanje prekinutog ličnog odnosa između otuđene dece i otuđenih roditelja, bilo to spontano,
The establishment of the relationship between the parent and the child after a longer or shorter period of time
značajnom broju slučajeva.
happens in many cases.
Uprkos strahovite
This is why,
traume zbog gubitka odnosa,
despite the huge emotional trauma due to the loss of relationship with the child,
dobrog emocionalnog i psihološkog zdravlja, ključna
it's important for preserving emotional and mental health to give the child and the parent back their relationship.
oporavku deteta koje se vratilo. Kad je otuđeni roditelj učinio sve što
When the alienated parent has done everything that they can possibly do, and that everything has been destroyed by the court's decision, it's very difficult to assimilate the decision that the child will not be at the parent's proximity anytime soon.
već potpuno svestan, informiran
This is a completely
proces
active process
odmor i
that
vlastitog bića, zdravlja
that makes it possible for the parents to recover themselves. It makes it possible to have their own life until the return of the child that they might even enjoy.
roditelja. Preporučuje se da o tome lično, usmeno, pismeno ili jedno i drugo obavesti dete.
It is recommended in these cases to notify the child, whether verbally or in writing, to be able to say goodbye, that he or she doesn't want to disturb them anymore, that it's not angry because the child it's not its fault, and that it will be waiting for it
Najbolje u vezi s tim,
happily when the child wants to return.
dodao bih još par poruka
And I would add a few other messages
Turkata.
by Dr. Turkett.
Smatrajući da je vreme na strani roditelja kojem se ometa odnos sa detetom,
The time is
roditelj trajno
actually on the side of the alienated parent, but it's important for the alienated parent to be present close to the child until the child is old enough to choose,
kroz minimalne kontakte
even through minimal contacts, to preserve at least some kind of relationship with the child, even through minimal contact.
za osvetom, uključivanje u grupe podrške, traženje
The parent can also seek professional help or be part of groups for providing help.
otuđena deca žele da popravi
Alienated children, when they grow up, they want to fix their relationship to their alienated parent,
mogu oprostiti.
and they can usually not forgive to the other parent for causing such distress.
Mladić je otišao od majke.
I know of the example of a young man who left his mother
Da na sudu
and who said, I cannot forgive you for making me say in court that my father had abused me.
ja mislim da je nekih 19, 20 godina,
In the other case, I think that about for 19 to 20 years,
se nije video sa ocem.
that they did not see his father for a very long time. He went to visit his father,
Sestra kaže da su dugo sat.
and the nurse said that they just sat there and cried.
I za sam kraj,
And to end this, to wrap this up,
rekao bih važna informacija.
one important
Sve one koji
information
se bave
for
decom,
everybody
u razvodu
who
braka,
is included in child in
socijalnih politika.
the children's situations in divorce processes.
Postoji prevencija
There is prevention
sa kojom se može zaustaviti
with which
ovaj problem.
this problem can be
Koja je
stopped,
zasnovana na
that is
rezultatima
based on the results of contemporary scientific results and literature. Of course, this is subject to a detailed discussion. I just want to give you a taste of this.
čuli.
We have heard about this before.
Između otuđenog deteta
Between the alienated child and alienated parent
roditeljskog staranja,
and the custody defined by court after the divorce,
povezanosti.
there is a significant connection.
Da u ogromnoj većini slučajeva
Science shows that in many cases,
ispoljavaju
the alienating parent behavior is shown by parents who are given single parenting rights.
jednim roditeljem i pravno posjedovanje deteta, idealni su uslovi za roditelje zlostavljače.
When the child lives with only one parent and the one parent has full custody over the child, these are perfect conditions for this parent to use the child as a weapon and to perform vengeance on the other parent.
Prakse jasno potvrđuju da deca kojima je određeno zajedničko roditeljsko staranje
Practice shows that children
približno
who are involved in shared parenting,
provođenja
who are provided
imaju
the opportunity to be with both of their parents, they have much better development and they have much lesser risk of alienation from either of their parents. Now I will end this presentation.
specijalista za politiku prema deci i porodicama, profesora doktora Edvara Kruka.
Edward Crook
Za
said,
decu razvedenih roditelja
for children of divorced parents, it is of vital importance to establish shared parenting,
zakonodavstva
to establish this in family law whenever parents are in high conflict.
Mnogo vam hvala, profesore.
Thank you very much, Professor, for this very inspirational
primjerima.
presentation and examples.
Prakse zaista je bilo milina.
It was really nice.
I na kraju ovog dela konferencije
And in the end, this part of the conference, we will hear
važnoj temi
one other presentation about the importance of distinguishing between true and false allegations of abuse by Domagoj Štimac, subspecialist of psychiatry for children and adolescents.
Pozdrav svima,
Hello, everybody,
koji nas gledaju i prate online.
here and also to everybody present online.
Sam malo iz neke druge struke.
I'm from a different area, so maybe I would
Nekom fizikom
start with some physics
svih pravnih
instead of all of these legal terms.
promatramo,
if we see
a prvenstveno ovdje je bila
statements, and of course we had statements here of the best interest of children.
dvoje stavio ovdje,
If I would put you in pairs of two,
to bile različiti pogledi.
I think that you would all have different views.
Mi svi zajedno bi možda došli do
All of us, we might be able to reach the best interest of the child, but what is the best interest of the child? How to recognize it?
I onda dolazimo do pogleda.
And then we reach the point where we have different perspectives. One parent talks about
Koji
parents who don't have any heavier kind of pathology. One parent can be on one side, the other can be on the other side.
vidjeti jedan dio ili samo
Both parents can see only their own segment or their own part of the screen,
jedno, ja vidim šta
where you see one thing, I see what's written, and you would fight.
do besvijesti ko laže.
You would fight pointlessly over who is wrong,
Uključimo fiziku,
which is false.
u ovih dvoje
If we think about physics, maybe these two
mora doći neko
people,
ko će to pomiriti.
so you have to have somebody who will try to move this in some direction.
Počinju svađati, počinju se razilaziti,
It's the same thing. So they destroy the family, they have a disagreement, they start destroying the child. So what happens here? If you include psychopathology and the majority of, I won't say us, but
većina roditelja
the majority of parents
visokokonfliktnim razvodima
in high conflict cases of divorce, they have certain psychopathology characteristics and some problematics.
bolesti,
They don't have to have psychiatric diseases, but we see different kinds of disorders until some extent.
vraćamo se na fiziku.
So we go back to physics now. We can see
Promijeni.
that everything tries to resist change.
Što? Moramo primijeniti silu.
If we want to move it, we have to change the force, right?
Bez sile.
So you would give advice, but no force. It's not really logical. It's not to be expected. Why do you think that they will understand this, particularly if they have a disease?
Negdje u ovim svim raspravama
So what is missing in all of these discussions is the change of force or
moramo imati
some kind of obligation that we have to have within our systems.
na temu da ja ne zabrazdim.
Now, going back to our topic,
Star, ali opet
I don't want to talk too much because I'm kind of old.
nekoliko vrsta optužbaba
We have a few kinds of accusations that can actually cause
štetu djetetu. Čak
damage to the child.
optužbe kad se ne prepoznaju mogu biti vrlo štetne za razvoj djeteta.
These accusations, when they are not recognized as such, they can really cause damage to the child. So we have to recognize this. Oftentimes in our society, it's really difficult to talk about this 20-year-old practice where I see that experts, and I won't say only mental health experts, but experts from other systems, they're really protecting themselves because the production
Moraju napraviti svih
up until everything that they have to produce is creating so much obligation that they go back to their strictly defined area, and then they say, I don't know, I'm not sure, I cannot see it. And then you have really, really destructive situations for the family, at least for one parent and for the child.
Ako gledamo
And this is for one period. So if we look at physics again, it's the first 1, 2, or 3 days, they don't cause a problem. But in 10 years, we will have a serious problem with the development of the child. So this child can no longer develop
koja bi trebala
normally.
drugog roditelja mu daje mogućnosti da izraste u jednog
The contact with both parents gives it the opportunity to grow into a mentally and emotionally healthy individual. Now, just some of the characteristics of false accusations, so we have to know both, about both.
uvijek imamo informacije o
Here we always have the information of the context of abuse,
zlostavljanja,
you have
zlostavljena i emocionalni slijed.
you have the emotional consequences of the abuse itself, and it is evident that the person has been abused while they are talking about the experience.
Taj emocionalni dio zanemaruju.
Oftentimes, experts forget about this emotional part,
I vrlo se baziraju na činjenice.
and they really only base themselves on the facts that are present.
Znači, u 2/3 je utvrđena prisutnost u ove 3 navedene karakteristike. Sad imamo namjerno lažne optužbe.
Now we have directly false accusations done with direct intent.
Podjele djece, nakon razvoda ili tijekom visokog konflikta.
During high conflict, this happens when you have this happens during custody and high conflict.
Namjera da se izmanipulira sustav.
The point is to manipulate the system to obtain time,
Roditelja stavi po strani bez utjecaja na djecu.
to put the other parent aside with no possible connection to the child,
Mogli unesti
in order
neke svoje
to introduce
u dijete.
their own ideas into the child.
Emocionalnog nemira.
Now we have some other ideas that come from emotional uneasement,
Za ovako ili onako ponašanje.
or let's say from teenagers who try to accuse one of their parents for something with different goals in their mind.
Imamo neutemeljene optužbe.
We have ungrounded accusations that can equally be problematic.
Ali i one su
They always come from a different milieu. They are mainly
emocionalnom
in accord with emotional. People who report abuse, they are actually worried for the benefit of the child, but when it comes into the system, it can be very harmful, because the law doesn't require a person who reports abuse to investigate things. And then a parent said something, a child said something, and there is the reason for suspicion, and then when the system gets involved, it becomes a problem. So these ungrounded accusations can be a result of good intention of a parent's reaction to some suspicious injuries, wrongly interpreted statements by children, insufficient knowledge of reactions to the divorce of a child, wrong interpretation of children's reactions to divorce as a consequence of abuse, and so on. One parent who suspects something reports abuse because of basically good intention, that the mother is neglectful because the child is failing at school, and so on. But these are not so malignant, but there are those that are fraudulent on purpose, that are designed, accusations designed to alienate one parent. Ungrounded accusations by research is about 40%, grounded ones 4%. It is very important to know the problem area so you can address it properly and cope with it. Usually, this involves younger children, because younger children are easier to manipulate with, and in procedures with custody proceedings, they are probably more probably a result of manipulation than fantasies or children's fantasies. Children's fantasies are actually totally different in formulation, in terminology they choose when children talk about it, when they describe events. It is very clearly observable, very clear to those who are educated to recognize this. 1/3 of the accusations can be light precondition that something is going on without concrete behaviors, but these are malignant accusations where a parent, the smart parent, says, I don't think he is like that, but something, but I'm not sure, but I saw some redness, the child is afraid of taking off her pants, and then it leads to sexual abuse accusations and measures, and when court proceedings start, the child doesn't see the father. Usually, they're more often accused for sexual abuse for 3, 4, 5 years, and if it's a child of 2 years of age, then this entire process of bonding was actually cut in the worst possible way. Can experts be wrong? Can children lie? Are all children suggestible? These are the questions that mental health experts often neglect and have a lot of prejudices. I worked for 20 years together with my boss, Gordana Flander, in a clinic, and we had a lot of research and forensic interviews, especially in suspected sexual abuses. Have we made any mistakes? Of course we have. We cannot see immediately everything, but there are experts who think that they're experts, but they work alone. We worked in teams of several experts, and we, in consensus, consensus of a team of experts is always more to make decisions in a consensus is much safer. The causes for false accusations are that one parent wants to win in the court, or the adolescent who doesn't like strict parenting. I remember a case where a girl of 16 who was in therapy, she accused her father, who was a bit psychopathic. He had some psychopathic tendencies. He was emotionally abusive and sometimes physically abusive, but she accused him of sexual abuse because he forbade her to join the army after the high school. The team didn't have a conclusive resolution because the girl accused him of sexual abuse in some previous time. Whether we've made a mistake or not, I'm not sure, but we have to bear in mind that there is a possibility to make a mistake. If we think that we are not we can't be wrong, then we will be very, very harmful to the children we work with. This is something that we've covered. It's usually the children 2 to 6 years of age because they are most susceptible to manipulation, usually when there is a change after divorce, when a new community of marriage is made, and sometimes the parents who accuse, especially in those
oni vode djecu od jednog do
accusations that are not very serious. They take children from one expert to the other and thus create,
se jedna priča.
they repeat a narrative and create false memories in children, and the small child accepts it as something really lived through. If you've had an accident, car accident,
to bila onaj proživljeni.
2 years later, it wasn't the same when you just remember it and talk about it. Can you imagine how it is with a child when, with ongoing brain development of the regions of long-term and short-term memory is still going on? False accusations for being parent neglectfulness, we see that very often. Usually, fathers accuse mothers of that, while mothers accuse fathers of abuse. There are other fraudulent accusations from other sides, or the neighbors, grandmas, grandpas, which can also be, we have subtypes in the context of divorce and custody proceedings, or psychological problems of the accuser, and so on. This is subtype number 1. This is the fraudulent. This is the most common in literature, fraudulent accusation with a conscious manipulation with the aim of getting the custody over the child. When we look at what we would do with this parent, if that parent is sure that he or she is the one that needs to get the custody, the absolute custody over the child, the influence of the other parent is bad for the child. That's what their point of view, and they struggle for their kind of reasonable idea and to provide the best possible solution for the child. What we need to do there, we need to recognize whether this is pathological. We will solve pathology in a different way if it is psychopathology, or we will oblige a parent to treatment so that we can lead them, that parent can be guided to see the other side of the story, the perspective of the other parent, so that we achieve the best interest of the child. Because when somebody, court makes a judgment, or somebody else judges instead of you, there is something that's called parenting style. These are 80% non-verbal.
Ovo je samo primjer. Dakle, to je...
This was just an example. This is a part of the story that we couldn't hear because of the microphone, but we forget that children accept and adopt the behaviors of children. Why there is suicide in children? Because they have someone from their family environment, social environment, who's killed themselves. That's why they do it. And it can be sophisticated. Between 2 and 6 years of age, the child adopts the terminology and repeats the terminology that's not its own. It's not appropriate to the child's age. and especially context when you ask the child, and the child always tells the same story. Whatever you ask the child, because it's not something lived through, it's not a real experience, but when it is something that's a personal experience, the child can remember it, and the interviewer can the child can give the formulation with emotional expression, and in most of the cases, emotional follow-up, accompaniment, and the charge is much more important than the very elements. Especially, you need to look for the child, the one who says, "I hate you, I don't want to see you anymore." Abused children almost never say that. Why? Because they are afraid of the abuser, because the child is traumatized. But the child who is manipulated and is led, the child will say that because the other parent will protect them. Of course, we have fraudulent accusations that come from psychological problems. A parent might be sick, can be paranoid, can be depressive, schizophrenic, or have a personality disorder. A child, adolescent will say that from some different reasons, especially if there may be family members, especially if there is a conflict involving property. People who still have very strong emotions towards the ex-partner, and parents who are afraid that their children might be, or people who have been traumatized in their childhood. I had a case with the mother who claimed that the child was sexually abused, and when we rationally led her to see that it was impossible, she didn't accuse the father but the neighbor. But what turned out was that the mother was sexually abused in childhood, and her child was not. And when she comes from one to the next instance, then we can even start talking about institutional victimization and traumatization of a child in these cases. Yes, some of the characteristics of fathers who accuse fraudulently, this is a very expressed need to be right always. They're overly critical towards the partner. They believe that the ex-partner is neglectful, especially and they accuse new partner of the ex-partner. They are being accused as a potential sexual abuser. And what we also said, that it happens often that fathers actually accuse more for neglectful behavior than anything else. The characteristics of these fathers is that they don't lack assertiveness and ambition and competitiveness, passivity, lack of real worry, and there is a pronounced angriness and the perception that I had a case where a mother accused the child. It was unintentional false accusation that the father pushed his fingers into the vagina of the daughter and the anus of his son. That he actually
Ispalo je
like masturbated his son's penis,
sa djevojčicom
and what happened was that the mother took the girl
mali
to
imao fimozu, isto preporuka ništa on nije radio što i ona nije radila.
he didn't do anything that she didn't do because, but the children said that, and she didn't show these medical records. It turned out that it was false, but there was a court proceedings and
Cijelog podizanja
raising all the systems that were included.
ste malo na neki način propustite, niste
If you are not a team and one person can make conclusions that are wrong. Subtype 3, fraudulent accusations or as conscious manipulation by child and adolescent or adolescent to have revenge against the parent to get what they want. We have contamination errors from the experts. When a child is taken from one to the other, after 2-3 examinations, the expert cannot really know whether something is authentic experience or it comes from somewhere else. Pseudoclinical knowledge or prejudice, such as the opinion that children never lie, can be dangerous. The way of interviewing and latest research shows that the experts have a tendency to seek for specificity on the contrary to something else that I couldn't catch. These are the patterns of children behaviors in cases of false accusations. The children give answers that are trained, that are practiced. They repeat the phrases with the same effect, without modulations of effect, without they protest too loudly against the parent. They reject the accused parent with hatefulness and angriness, and sometimes these children show worry for financial problems that are actually not appropriate for them. When you ask about details, they always say about the same things, inconsistent statements. Sometimes in team we couldn't do things in the same day, and sometimes it happened that the interview happens one day and forensic interview one day, and in other times the expert would look at one day testing, a psychologist, the effectologist, and psychiatrist, and so on. And we noticed that sometimes a child says something by itself without being asked, and we noticed inconsistencies, pronounced inconsistencies. When we want to recognize false accusations, we need to talk about, to see the source, the age of the child, the behavior of the accuser parent, the characteristics of the statements, and especially the personalities that are involved on the sides. Some criteria of assessment that just think about them when you have an opportunity to decide upon these things. What are the circumstances of revelation, whether the revelation or proof of the alleged abuse come from the witnesses who have or don't have an interest, whether the statements came spontaneously, whether the questions were inputting. An example, a father was accused of very bad sexual abuse, and we managed to see that it was not abuse. There was an accident. A child fell, and what happened between anus and vagina was penetrated. The father took the child to the children's hospital, and the child was examined, and the child said to the nurse, she was asked, who did this to you? And she said, the dad did it to me. And it was written down, and the child was surgical intervention on the child. And after that, immediately, the child was went to check up. The surgeon said that the anus was dilated due to frequent sexual abuse by father. But we proved that anesthesia actually influenced the dilatation of the anal channel, and we managed to prove that wrong. But the man spent some time in prison because of this. But there was no actual intention. It happened by. You need to check whether there was progression in story, whether there are contextual details of the event, and whether they were, it was realistically possible, because we have to understand that a child 2 to 6 years of age doesn't have doesn't understand the realities of time sequences and stuff like that. They don't understand it. You need to check whether there are some court proceedings, who gave the information, are there any other evidence, support abuse, whether the parent who has the custody is cooperative, or the cooperation was lacking even before the accusations, and then whether there are witness claims, whether they match, and whether the statement of a child is consistent, whether the child was using the vocabulary that's not appropriate to the age, whether the language is consistent to the skills of linguistic skills of the child, whether the knowledge does the child show any sexual behaviors, whether there are some sexualized behaviors in the accused parent. This is too much of a one person, so ideally teams should be involved. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much. The topics are all important and relevant, and it is hard when the time is limited, but that's the situation in conferences. Now we have come to the break. I suggest to make it short, to start the panel discussion as soon as possible, because some of the participants need to leave immediately due to other obligations. So let's come back to at 10 to 1. The panel will involve Gordana Flander, Domagoj Štimac, and Jelena Zoric. They will be our panelists.
Dobro, jel možemo? Houston, dobro.
Okay, so can we start?
Evo nas u trećem središnjem.
So we are here in some middle kind of the conference. We have a panel discussion with 4 participants whom you can see. Only Vesna Trbović
Zaštitu iz Beograda nisam predstavio.
I did not introduce. So the rest of the participants you already know.
Da neću da trošimo vreme na njihovo predstavljanje. Dakle, još jednom i za sve vas koji nas pratite.
Once again, for you who are following online, you can ask questions via the chat or via our website. You have many opportunities. There are many topics that we can discuss. So we have heard so many interesting topics during today's presentations. So it's difficult to start from something, but let's start from Gordana, who we heard yesterday, but not today. One of the topics that Dr. Childress was talking about yesterday as well, we mentioned this topic several times. It's the potential misuse of the child's right on its own opinion. Gordana, you also wanted to add something about this topic, so let's hear. Thank you very much. I think it's very important for us who are in child protection that I think that the Convention for Child Protection is very important if it's not misused. In high conflict the divorce cases, of course, this is misused, and this legal act helps manipulation. I've worked with thousands of children, and I can tell you quite a few examples. When a child is 4 or 5 years old and it comes over to you and it says, "I want to tell you that I don't want to see my mom, dad, the other parent. This is my opinion. Nobody told me this, so this is my opinion. Have you written this down? Write it down." In this case, I say, "Okay, thank you. So thank you for your opinion. I've written this down." But children don't decide, so the court decides and the parents decide. Sometimes children continue to insist that it's their right to decide. Once, a child of 4 years old came and said that did not want to see the father, and said that this was also my idea, and also wrote it down that mothers are for living with and dads are for playing with. This is what the child wanted me to write down. I followed with another therapy that was usually, and up until that point, used for dogs. So we played that we had a train and that we at different times boarded different people, and at some 5th station Dad boarded, and when we reached the last station, so okay, so now this dog has to go to mom or to dad. And mom and dad are separated. So if you were the boss of all dogs, and if you needed to give an order where this dog is going to go, to mom or to dad, and the child said one day with mom and one day with dad, and this is the child's real authentic opinion. Of course, the child came with a completely different idea, that he wants to see one parent, let's say, one a month, and the other parent constantly. So the child has a right to express its opinion, not the obligation. Decisions are based on the best interest of the child, and the opinion of the child is oftentimes not in its best opinion, in his best interest. Sorry.
I onda želim živjeti kod mame.
I want to see with my mom. I want to live with my mom. I want to live with my dad. So
Jako je bitno dati
it's very important to give the child the opportunity to express its opinion, but to not give it the power, the feeling of power to actually make the decision itself.
teret na leđima djeteta.
Da, koji kasnije stvara mnogo veće i ozbiljnije.
Of course, yes, this could create bigger problems later on in life.
Kako se,
Vesna,
da li se uopšte kroz neka sistemska rešenja
through systematic solutions, is it possible to diminish the number of such manipulations and misuse? Well, I think that the society doesn't really help parents and doesn't really help children.
U mnogim govorima danas
You will hear in many speeches that today the children are at the first place and so on. But I think that the society has done very little in order to give the conditions necessary to create a safe environment. I've worked a lot with children. When the parent asks, why didn't I know this before? So now what can I do?
kontekst se jeste promenio.
The context has changed, but our traditional approach to parenting that goes over to the modern one with no support and no services provided, this is not giving any results. This is why we have the situation that we have today. This is why we have many unhappy parents, many unhappy children who are in huge need of therapy and treatment that, of course, that lasts for a long time.
Zakonski
Not even legally. It's good that we still don't have the law. Perhaps maybe we can still change it. When in 2005 we made the family law,
da roditelji odlaze na mirovanje i da sud ima
the idea was that the custody can send parents for reconciliation if they want to, if they accept it.
Oni također žele, ali nisu pripremljeni za roditeljstvo.
You know, it's pretty much like they want to have a child, but they're still not fully prepared for having a child. Now, it would be very good
Da prođu jer
to have for them to have the obligation to pass some kind of training before they can actually access the service of divorce.
je to realno? S obzirom na to koliki broj
I have to interrupt. How realistic it is? How many educated personnel people have who can do trainings like this? I know in the
ja mislim da je realno
entire region, the social protection system is overburdened. We have 35 counseling centers, and we tried to say, yes, there are highly educated and skilled people to work with the families. Besides what they do, they should be given a possibility to do certain works, certain types of work. But I think that for court, there would be a possibility, but the reform of the system is necessary before that. The will of the decision makers. Jelena, you also spoke about psychological education. As I understood, you spoke about on the general level that in the society it is important to talk about this. Correct me if I'm wrong, or you thought or you meant some particular education. I primarily thought in psychoeducation is needed when you become a parent, to have an encouraging parenting which emphasizes the positive roles of both parents, father role as well, on equal terms. These are preventive measures. These educations shouldn't just exist with young parents, but to establish programs, curricula of how to treat highly conflicting pairs, couples, what the colleagues emphasize. The court has a possibility, the law provides for this, in court cases to refer highly conflicting parents to give that task of mediation to do it itself, the court system, or to give it to some other institutions. We have these options in the law, but we don't use them in practice. We have institutions here, but we also have associations, citizen associations. It is very important, besides the counseling for marriage and family, which belongs to the Center for Social Work, to include other licensed service providers that would implement this specialized treatment, which means that some civil sector associations and organizations would be able to get those license and provide services. Yes, it happens in some places. And I would add something. This is technically possible, doable, but what usually happens is that we don't have resources. We can't make people do things. And I will illustrate with a very simple example. Just in Serbia, it was very hard to make people use seat belts. Now they do it. 99% of the people. There are ways, always. As I said yesterday, from the bottom, top finances are lowest in culture and then social protection. We have to change that, because if we don't have a healthy social community and environment, everything else is useless then. It seems to me that this education, health, also underpaid. These sectors that are most important, they get lowest budgets. Domagoj, you were quite detailed about when and how to notice what are realistic and what are false and fraudulent claims. We heard the data yesterday. There were 5,600 reports, criminal. I couldn't hear this. 38,000 reports of violence, 50% of them being fraudulent or ungrounded. Did you say, Gordana, that none of them were processed? Fraudulent. Somebody said that. You said that. Okay, sorry. I know that you are a psychiatrist, and it's not a question for you, but how much the cooperation between the health system and judiciary system is important in these cases? How important education of the court personnel is? From the experience through of 30 years, two systems that are most problematic for educating them are health and judiciary, definitely. Why? Because doctors, medical doctors will educate themselves in narrow specialty fields, in some segments that bring money. In America, you have, in order to renew the license, you have to go through education about abuse and neglection. It is in every doctor's office. The judges, general court judges, must be trained. It would be great if we had money for highly specialized courts and institutions, but maybe that should come in time. But definitely we can make education a condition, and then we can be more to be more confident. Because if we are confident, when we know that we have the knowledge, we will not be ambivalent in our decisions and opinions. If we are ambivalent, then we are harmful to the child because we didn't do anything, we didn't react, because we didn't say, yes, there is abuse, or no, there isn't abuse, because we didn't want to expose ourselves to the possibility of making a mistake, and maybe the parent would take us to court, and when you go to the court as a witness, it's also traumatic, and people avoid that. The centers are aware of that. For social work, they know what it is like to when they are witnesses in court. It's definitely something that could be done in some near future, of course, provided there is political will to provide funds for a wider picture and the context. We had family centers for a while, then they just abolished that idea, then they returned them, but the idea was okay, but it never became reality. It is my opinion that a doctor such as I am, or a person in the center, I am the only psychiatrist for 2.5 counties. It's about 4,000 people. It's not normal. How can you do things? You can choose something to do properly, and the rest is just, doomed to failure. That's what happens in the centers as well. And our rulers, the governments are not, the authorities are just not aware of it. It's the same thing as in economy. Why would everyone get the same salary in medicine? If somebody doesn't want to become a child psychiatrist, you pay them 30% more and they will. People specialize in neurosurgery because they can work privately then. I think that the most important thing is in education. Istok wanted to say something. The problem that nobody was processed due to a fraudulent accusation, there is a background to that. It is hand in hand in discrimination. As long as the proceedings are discriminatory, there will never be we will not have a solution, because the discriminated against parent will repeat the lawsuits, and we will have no end to the proceedings. And it goes hand in hand with money, of course. Somebody earns a lot of money on the backs of the parents who spend a lot of time in court, lawyers primarily. They just don't have an interest to finish it. And now something completely different, as Monty Python said. A question from the audience: why the narrative is potentialized in court judgments for judgments on custody? Why do we discuss custody at all?
Zašto uopšte pričamo o starateljstvu?
Why are we talking about custody at all?
Vjerovatno je online stiglo.
I suppose that this is online question. I don't really understand. I can't translate if I can't hear. So, and the microphone. Maybe I can start. My idea was that we should be talking about the rights of our children, but not the rights of parents. But the system is established in such a way that we are talking about the custody and the rights of parents. We can't do things. It won't be effective if we don't talk about it. As Professor Steeman said, education is very important, and all the others. Of course, if all the systems in this child care and child protection system had education, motivation, and work on the level of knowledge and not prejudice, unfortunately, the prejudices are sometimes in the core of the problem. I had the experience, an expert told me that the child should be separated from the family, and the expert said, but I know what it is like to live without a mother, and I didn't want to judge it like that. And an expert in the court said, as a mother, I will blah, 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 say this and that, but it is totally inappropriate, and that's why everything turns into the story about custody and the judge making the final decision. The judge is the one who decides, not the center, education system, or medical system. We just write our opinions and findings, and the judges are the ones who make decisions. Not even the expertise will give. It is just one of the evidences. How much the experts are educated, it's also a problem. I can talk about Croatia, but I think that it applies to the entire region, because I do educate in the entire region. Court experts are poorly educated. I believe more to the finding of the Center for Social Work. I have more confidence in that because they educate themselves, and I am a court expert. With a mentor, I did 5 findings with my mentor, and that's all. That was all enough for me to get a license. So, and legally it would have been enough. It's education 0. The little education is too little, so for the court experts to be highly educated. It is quite rare that my finding was different from the competent Center for Social Work. You were nodding your head. Yes, Vesna. I agree with Gordon absolutely. In regard to the work of the custody services, we work as teams, and this integrative approach is the only possible when you talk about children. Somebody spoke about it today. One person cannot give a clear and correct answer to such a complex story. When we observe things from different angles, and the more experts are involved, the more likely the finding is to be correct. The judge makes a decision based on the Center for on the opinion of the Center for Social Work and court expert opinions. If they are conflicting, then the judges tend to listen to the court expert opinion. And we are all targeted and criticized all the time because we are in the system of very visible, and people tend to criticize us very much. And the general context is quite intoxicated with these, poisoned with these accusations, instead of being positive and trying to find solutions for the problems, because children in Serbia, a lot of children are abused and neglected, because I have data from the reports. But what have we done? They're just single actions. They can't give results. These parent associations are great because we can push forward together. I will just follow up team work you mentioned. It is very rare. This is from my personal opinion and opinion of our members of association. If I can add something, in our chamber of doctors, I'm a mentor for psychiatric court expertise. In our chamber doesn't recognize recognize yet the specificity of for children and adolescents when the children and adolescents are involved. And some courts have recognized it, some clever judges, there are very few of them, and they ask for a CV when you come to the court, and then they check what kinds of cases you worked on. If you worked 20 cases of murder and, for example, work ability, then they won't listen to you if you are in a case involving children. But it should be a practice. It's a system. These are the systems, healthcare systems, social care system. We have to struggle, and I think that you as associations can help us in that, because people in associations are highly educated, not in the area of their expertise, but in the area of the association. And sometimes their expertise is underestimated by the experts. You have one point of view, and we have our point of view, and sometimes the findings differ, but the Center for Social Work has one perspective. I have a different perspective as from the point of view of psychopathology, and of course, one thing is they're both evidentiary material, then the court can make a better informed judgment. We are there to support, to inform the court so that the decision is made to the best interest of the child. Now, when I thought about it, why are we talking about custody? Now I understood why we are talking about this. It is not correct. This is not about custody, but the parental right, exercise of parental rights. So custody, when the lawyers always correct us, because there is the custody and parental right responsibilities from the legal point of view. And maybe to follow up on what the colleagues said in regard to parental right, something that we have something like that in after the reform in our services. I don't agree with that. We heard how important it is to have teamwork, psychologists, psychiatrists, and social worker, and then you have the opportunity to see things from various angles and to have a better rounded picture. What's also important that was mentioned here is we give opinions, we just give opinions, not suggestions. The Center for Social Work, we don't give suggestions, we just give opinions. And it is very important for everyone to know that we are one of the among the evidence, and the court can choose which evidence to take into consideration. The court is the one that makes the decision, but parents come with animosity to us, and they tell us, you made a judgment. No, we don't make judgments. We have the right to give opinion. That returns us to the issue of education of judges. They know that, but they just don't use the knowledge. It is different. You know yourself that there have been cases in finding and opinion that I have examples where the center wrote custody is given to, or the parental right is given to. It is because the judge returns our opinion back. As a social worker, I can say the joint shared custody is my opinion, but this is the judge will use this to say they can use my opinion that the shared custody is in the best interest of the child, and they use it to say to the parents, please think about it. But the judges are those that return our opinions, and they insist based on us giving the custody to one or the other parent, and then the proceedings are just going longer and longer. It is very important not to juggle the responsibility from one to the other instance, but education for judges and the protocol of cooperation, in which domain who is supposed to do what. We are not extended arm of the court. We are just partners, and some of the colleagues say the court instructed us. The court, but the court doesn't have the jurisdiction over me. I have my law, my ministry, and this is the point. We have to have the integrity, and people don't know that when we do trainings, they even threaten us with monetary fines, but they don't have the right to do that. I still wanted to add something in regard to that in our societies there is experience and knowledge in our associations. It's very true, and we should be involved in solving the problems. We parents ended up in court not because we are guilty of something, of theft or something like that. We ended up in court for a simple reason, because we are responsible parents, because we want to be with our children, and this shouldn't be punishable. Many times we have a lot of experience in court. A couple of days ago, I was communicated with the president of the Chamber of Judges in Slovenia, and I told her that I probably spent in court more time than she did, and I have a lot of experience. Gordana, you wanted to say something. I wanted to follow up on this, whether a court can instruct us as experts in regard to giving our answers. Maybe if any of the court experts is listening to us. I was present with some family judges, and it was clearly said that experts shouldn't be asked by judges who should the child live with, and very often the judges ask this, and the experts answer, and they say the expert doesn't have the competence because he doesn't have the other evidence the judge has in order to make a decision whether a child will spend time with the other parent and at what time. We don't have these competencies, and we are going over the borders of our limits of our competencies, and we are doing harm. I see a lot of court expert opinions, findings where the expert answered the question, like making a judgment, him or herself, and then the judges make the decision following this one. But I think it's very important that we all keep to the limits of our competences and to do our job. And what I think it should be done, that the center have conciliary psychiatrists. You have all the experts, but you don't have the psychiatrists. There is more and more psychopathology in these cases, but it is something I don't know, but Domagoj, for example, knows. From the audience, we have a lot of questions for somebody who is from the system of judiciary system, but we don't have any experts at our panel. The consequences of court judgments, are they reviewed afterwards? This is also for somebody from the university. Sorry. There is evaluation. The evaluation is done because your judgments fail. Whatever the reason is, it means that it is negative evaluation. That's de facto evaluation. So factually it is done in this way. But in our countries, like in other countries, some other countries, the percentage of positive judgments that survive is not taken into consideration too much. Vesna, maybe this could be for you, I'm not sure, though.
Koja su iskustva?
What are the experiences of the country and system for implementation of pilot programs from recommendations from the conferences such as this one? How much anything is implemented? Even the laws are not being implemented, let alone suggestions and recommendations. We don't learn from our mistakes. We have 20 years of waiting. Today, I have an impression that we are standing still, that we are not pushing the one step forward to live in an ordered society where we will know the protocols and procedures, and once a mistake is made, let us react as soon as possible. But when the family law was adopted, some bylaws have been adopted as well, but never implementation in the neither implementation, no monitoring. But rule books and bylaws can be changed very quickly, unlike laws. And we're just waiting for some order or whatever. I don't know. The association can initiate this because the associations are much more active than the institutions, it seems to me. And based on the analysis of the reports, when we talked about judicial decisions. We have the analysis of reports from all the centers. From this analysis, the analysis of this report, you can see how many children are abused or neglected and where their rights are, and how many proceedings followed up on that, and how many proceedings have been repeated for 4, 5, 6 times in parental right, for example, issues. But we are not doing the analysis, and implementation is too far away. Can I follow up now on the data that you mentioned? For a number of years, I asked for data about how many interventions were carried out. 3,500 and 4,000 was the figure I got, and I asked how many reported emotional abuses were done. 1 year 90, with the explanation that the prosecution will not do anything based on that. Then I asked the data from the 70% were processed. 70% of them were processed. What the schools do. I will not report it to the center because the center won't do anything. The center says I won't report anything to the school because the school won't do anything. So let us just stop pointing fingers at each other and start working.
Ima pitanja iz publike. Dobro. Imamo još pitanja.
Okay, so we have some questions from the audience. This is not a question, just a comment. We as an organization, we do and should make an impact. This is why we have started these institutions. We in 2020 we actually wrote this mail that was directed to the mentioned institution. So even the lack of the answer was an answer for us. I think that when it comes to our institutions, I think that the way that they work is quite okay. What Gordana said a moment ago, this has been present in the last time in Croatia. You see more and more court decisions due to the abuse by one parent, and Because of this, the court makes a decision for some kind of punishment. We need to put this publicly, to publish this, and we need to show parents that psychologically abused children. We need to show them that this is actually this is punishable by law. And we also need to make sure that abuse needs to be reported. So all of this that you said, the organizations, the civil organizations, this is our task. Here's a constitution, a statement. I think it's rhetorical. Institutions in Serbia are basically against shared parenting because they say that that one child cannot have two homes. They think that it's better. Do think that it's better for the child to have two homes or one home and one visitor? I would comment if you allow. I've read a lot about this in the literature because I was very interested. Many parents and experts actually said that one way to school, one home, one bed, that child is not like chewing gum to be extended and brought over to here and there. You cannot divide the child. Health experts also think in a similar way. We had the mother's preference for over 50 years, that the mother is better to take care of the child. Then now we have a development in the need of the child and the children's rights. It's the right of the child to have both parents. It's the need of the child to have both parents. When parents are divorced, so if the other parent has another child, then that would not be a home. Why? Because to the first child, this is not just. It is unjust to the first child. The case of one couple, when the parents divorced and they had two sons, they were old enough and mature enough to make a compromise. So the children actually sleep 2 days with their mother and 2 days with their father. They made a complete division, almost perfect one. I will try and advertise myself a bit, but I mean you can actually find this on YouTube. Maybe Dan can share the link. Their answers are literally a tutorial for all couples that are planning a divorce. I know them privately. This has been ongoing for the past 5 years, and the children are fantastic. They're happy, they're healthy. They go and sleep in one bed for 2 days and for 3 days in the other bed. This functions completely. Maybe it's only one example, but I actually know somebody who functions in this way. With all this said, so the mother has another husband, has another child. Same thing happened with the father, and everything functions completely unbelievable. Just a response, maybe shortly. Children have two homes. Even students have two homes. So their own home and the students' home where they sleep. There are children who cannot sleep at the students' home, so it's the same thing with privately. I think that the children's home is where their parents are. The priority is the parenthood. I just have to say about a statement that I recently read, and that is that your home is wherever you feel like it's your home, wherever you feel well. Okay, so one question.
Juče je bilo jedno pitanje koje nisam...
Yesterday there was a question that I could not transfer from the audience.
Baka i deka, koliko su i bake i deke...
They asked about how grandparents are affected in divorce, and what about them because they're left with an opportunity to see children.
Tako je, to je.
Ja bih sad o tome nešto, nisam danas
I would say a few words about this. I did not have the time to talk about the effects of the parent performing the alienation. Our experience confirms that usually mothers or fathers, let's say primarily mothers, but also fathers who alienate, they have a huge support of the family, and that's where they compensate the role of the father. That the father gets cut off a bit. It's very important for children to have 2, 3, 5 homes. I don't think this really destroys children. I think that it will teach children to be more mature, to have a wider conscience, and to have more social contacts. I don't think that you should prevent children from having a relationship with their cousins or family members. It's better to not listen to fights and arguments. They will have 2 winter vacations, 2 summer vacations. So there are advantages. We need to normalize divorce, and we need to present the benefits of divorce more, so the arguments stop, and it's important for children to have a wider communication. One other thing, parents who alienate, in this symbiosis, they prevent children from having contact not only with the father's family or the other parent's family. These children are also quite narrow in social contact, so let's ask ourselves how healthy this is for them when we think about 2 homes. Okay, so I felt responsible from where I come from. So we're talking about shared parenting for the second day, and I come from Bosnia. I have a necessity, a need to share what this looks like in my country. I've been feeling both good and bad listening to these 2 days. I think that our system is, we don't really have anything to regulate. We don't have a system of social protection. We only have the ministry as a second-grade organ. I think that we are alone in this, and that there is kind of discrimination with all of this, because people follow all of these scientific facts. They work on themselves, and on the other hand, you have there are places where you have centers and help available, but where people don't use this. So children in my country are just left to themselves. On the other hand, we have had some advancements in the legal sense. Listening to you and looking at our experience, it's difficult with the whole part with the accusations and regarding the emotional abuse of children. What we're happy about is that there is a new law of protection from domestic violence, and one part of it says that maintaining relationships with family members and with parents is also considered to be emotional abuse. What we're also happy about, and relates to this topic, is that we have a new law about temporary And we are expecting this to be accepted soon, this law, officially. I would have a reflection of every presentation that I heard during these 2 days. Another thing that's very important, I come from the Center for Social Workers, and media ask a lot of questions, and why so many fathers? Why are so few fathers chosen to have the parental right? In my experience, few fathers are trying to claim children to begin with. Maybe it's also important to give this piece of information, and it's very important to make an estimate. Considering how much one gender or parent is claiming the child. Do we have any data? No, we don't, regarding other countries. It would be very interesting to have this kind of research. The professor wanted to say something.
Hajde, samo profesor, hajde, da.
Okay, so let's hear the professor. I still haven't met parents who don't want. I guess that there are parents who don't want children. But the vast majority of fathers, in advance, they give up because they know that they will not be given custody. So why would they fight? Yeah, it's kind of tradition. One other thing, many people who have come to us about 1 year after that, they just gave up. They gave in. We have people who have been trying for 10 years, and this is not normal. Okay, I just want to confirm. For example, father calls us.
Napravi korak nazad, nemaš nikakvih šansi da na sudu.
And I say that, okay, so you don't have any chance to reach this in court. So basically, accept for the mother to be given the custody, accept to give the money that is recommended, and that's it.
Kreativno neke druge mogućnosti. Kratko, molim vas.
Just shortly.
We
have had experiences regarding this topic. When we said that there is a kind of pathological parenting, and when 3 children were really endangered. So when we speak about productive separation, if we can call it like that, we found a security measure when we made the decision that we made. We were worried about the lack of knowledge in this area, how to work further with this family, and how to work with the reunification. This is why we're really waiting for today's workshop. But reunification happened so quickly, however, so really I encourage you. It's not really so difficult. We're talking about attachment, we're talking about a secure scheme, pattern. We heard from Professor Nikolic. We have heard some statements by an expert. And what I was thinking about was about this malicious parent concept. Really, there is a kind of maliciousness present in some parents. So alienation is only one part. You have many points that speak about this. So what are the actions? What are the facts? What are the things that one parent can do against the other parent? And one of these actions is trying to not make the decision of the court valid.
vrlo prostornu bliskost sa Hrvatskom I sa Federacijom u Bosni I Hercegovini koja ima
We have proximity here between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina from the legal perspective. So in Bosnia, we are now going to have the new law that is going to come into power, as was previously mentioned.
Nama su problem preseljenje.
For us, for example, moving is a problem.
Moje pitanje za paneliste,
My question to the panelists,
učesnike, kakva su vaša iskustva
what are your experiences regarding
roditelja koji će preseljenje
with malicious parent behavior that will, by moving, make it impossible for the child to have a positive relationship with the other parent? And maybe one other question, what do you think about the more frequent behavior of parents that they actually film children doing this or that? This has become very frequent. We don't know what to think about this and what to do.
Mislim da je to pitanje za
I think this is more a question for lawyers.
razgovarala sa pravnicima
But I've talked to lawyers
za lažnu prijavu za seksualno.
When we had this case, this false accusation of for sexual abuse.
Ja sam bila stvarno zabrinuta. Dijete je nešto reklo.
For example, I say that the child said something. I was very worried. So, can you prove that this was malicious? As we said, maliciousness is very difficult, right? It's very difficult to prove.
Pa da, vrlo tako su mi pravnici rekli da se teško može dokazati.
Lawyers told me this, so that it's very difficult to prove.
Dodamo to, juče smo slušali profesora Childersa.
Yesterday, we heard Professor Childress, who actually stated that it was very important to make the correct estimate. We use this term of estimation and of estimate, and now it's very important. The estimate of the parent, so what kind of abilities they have, what kind of behavior, what kind of personality traits do they have, how does it endanger the child or does not endanger the child. And the decision of the court should take this into consideration when making a decision of the custody. The center that has the power to start legal processes like this should take its power into account and use it. We should do everything possible to protect the child's rights. All of the responsibilities, all of the obligations from the child's perspective, I think that we are forgetting about this focus. So the focus is the child, and if we make a good estimate of the child's needs, they are usually endangered in these high conflict cases of divorce. And we should estimate the presence of abilities or the lack of the same. When you make a good estimate, that's when you can make a good decision about how to proceed. I will read a comment that there is a case when the child has been taken from Macedonia to Serbia 12 years ago, and asking that in Serbia Hague's Convention is valid or not. Just an answer to this second question, maybe. Be careful. Today, technology is like that everything is being monitored and being filmed. It's normal. So if it was unusual for children 10 years ago to be filmed, today it's not so unusual. Everything is being filmed.
njihovog
However, it's only one
s
segment,
time se može manipulirati. To je
and
jedna-
you can
jedna stvar.
manipulate this.
Isto tako se manipuliralo sa slikama i crtežima djece.
Similarly enough, pictures and photos of children were also manipulated. So, and the way in which somebody will
Percepciji šta će mu to pomoći.
use this in their perception and if it will help them in their diagnosis,
Može, treba samo biti obziran.
you just need to take this into account and think that this might be only one segment.
Dobro.
Okay.
Ja ću dati, pošto je ovo praktično bio neki šlag na torti.
This was kind of the cherry on top of the cake. Now we have a question
Pitanje od našeg člana.
from our member.
Odnosno konferencije organizovano.
This is a conference made by this organization or organized by it. So,
Dobar dan svima, ja se izvinjam.
hello, I'm sorry.
Iz redova roditelja. Ja se prosto postavim pitanje.
I wanted to ask,
Prevazišli sve probleme.
how do parents that have overcome all of the fears and problems in all of this, can they help you in order for you to help, let's say, my parents? Because when in my example, and a lot of my parents, a lot of my friends, when they went through this process, they did not know what to do.
Tu javljaju neki mnogo veći problemi, strahovi.
And then you have a lot bigger problems and fears. And for example, me and my ex-wife, we have overcome these problems successfully. So can you ask us this? I don't know if it's a good question or a statement, but okay, thank you. In all of good educations, we will use experience, and you are an always present source of knowledge, and if the experts are smart enough, they will use your experience to make us all better. And maybe you can also participate in the work of all of the organizations. So.
Ne znam da li neko može da...
To znamo da se sada savjetovališta nisu.
Hteo sam da pročitam dva komentara.
I wanted to read two comments. One comes from, I think, America. Kelsey Green says,
Great conference. Još neko kaže konferencija je odlična, koji su naredni koraci?
Okay, so the conference is great. What are the next steps?
Treća konferencija,
to ćemo na kraju današnjeg dana.
Okay, we will do this at the end of the conference. Okay, so they're also asking if the material will be available after the conference. Yes, it will be available on the YouTube website of the center channel. If there are no other questions, we can end this, since some of our participants have to go. We will have a short change in the program, since we already had a break with food. I think that we should make a break until 2:30, so for 30 minutes, and then we can start with Dorsey Pruder's workshop. And then at 3:30, Dr. Childress can have his presentation. So, wanting to make it possible for everybody to go home earlier, we changed this. So, at 2:30, we start with Dorsey Pruder, and at 3:30, Dr. Childress.
have a
posle kratke
screening
pauze.
of a short film. After this
Vidjet ćemo,
short break, we
ono
will
što radi,
see
Dorsey
what
Pruter
Dorsey
na
Pruter is
ponovnom
doing
ujedinjenju, odnosno
on
reunifikaciji
on
porodica,
reunification of families in high conflict
iskustva.
divorces based on her personal experiences. So in the next hour we will see her film, and after that we will hear Professor Childers. I will play it for you.
Welcome to the
Dobrodo-
evidence-based solution for the family dynamic known as parental alienation. I'm Dorsey Pruter, the CEO and founder of the Conscious Co-Parenting Institute, and we are focused on solutions for the global epidemic commonly known as parental alienation. And I really want to share with you the skills and tools needed to really understand that it is time to end the suffering for children and parents once and for all. And as Dr. Childress frequently says, it's always in the child's best interest to fix things sooner rather than later. So in other words, if there's a breach in a relationship between a child and a parent, it needs to be repaired ASAP. So I'm going to share with you today solutions that I shared with mental health professionals and legal professionals for the past several years. Dr. Childress and I spoke at the AFCC conference in 2017 and the American Psychological Association conference in 2019. Because most mental health professionals and legal professionals don't know what they are looking at when they're reviewing evidence, and they don't know what to do about this phenomenon known as parental alienation, they believe that there is rarely enough accurate information to make an informed opinion. Most bystanders, as well as trained professionals, eventually give up trying to figure out which parent is a pathogenic parent in the family, so they spend a lot of time trying to figure out who is right and who is wrong. They get in the he said, she said, back and forth dynamic that you frequently see in family court. In this seminar, I'm really going to share the framework for preventions and solutions, including proper assessment protocols that lead to solving the whole family problem with a whole family solution. So while I'm not a mental health professional and I'm not going to be teaching assessment and diagnosis, that's Dr. Childress's realm, I'm going to talk about the framework of that, how that really is the pathway to the solutions that we offer here at Conscious Co-Parenting Institute. So in families where one or both parents are pathogenic, or one or both parents may be guilty of allowing their anger towards the other parent to be expressed in a way that is tragically involving their children, I want to talk about the solutions for that. So let this be the end of parental alienation as we once knew it. It's time to put the old paradigm to rest. Parental alienation is the term that's been used to describe the attempts by one parent to undermine the relationship a child has with the other parent. Because children are suggestible, many will eventually succumb to the relentless pressure by a pathogenic parent towards a targeted parent to have to choose, even in the subtlest ways, or not direct pressure, one parent over the other. So when a child aligns with a pathogenic parent and becomes a representative of that parent's agenda by also behaving in aggressive and hateful ways towards their normal range targeted parent, the child experiences an emotional cutoff from that parent, and often that spills over to the extended family and friends. And this has a profound negative impact on the child's emotional and psychological development. So it's really important to identify what the actual problem is. Instead of focusing on the term, we have to focus on the actual problem. What is happening is an emotional cutoff between a child and one normal range parent, due to the pathogenic parenting practices of one parent causing psychological abuse to the child by neglecting them of a relationship with the other parent. And one of the greatest tragedies that we see in this family dynamic is many targeted parents start to view their children as an alienator as well, because they buy into the narrative that the child is independently creating their own scenarios of how horrible the targeted parent is to be accepted by the alienating behavior. So these imagined scenarios are often twisted and distorted versions of things that have happened, and some things that are completely made up and bear little resemblance to the truth. So I wanted to participate and share with you today the knowledge that I've gained firsthand working as a practitioner with these high conflict families, and to provide a more in-depth understanding of this very serious issue, in particular by offering insight into the solutions for this global epidemic known as parental alienation. Again, this is really just a form of a really horrible form of child psychological abuse. So I don't have a lot of time to go into the in-depth of everything that we do. However, I want to give you some insight into why what we do works and what we do that is different than what most other people in this space are doing, and how we are really focused on the family system from prevention to reintegration in families who are really experiencing a full emotional cutoff with their children. So I prefer to call the parent, instead of a targeted parent, the chosen parent, and here's why. The parent that I consider the chosen parent is the parent the child chooses to really lead their family out of this family dynamic. They know that this is the parent who will often do the work to recover the family. They maybe know this unconsciously, but this is the parent that will go to the end of the world to figure out what is happening and what to do about it. And I really want to be careful here when I say this to professionals in this community, and here's why. Many professionals blame the chosen targeted parent and have expectations on that parent to solve things when the professionals themselves have no idea what to do, and so they continue to destabilize the family and keep everyone stuck in the problem or what they think is the problem. So they focus on issues that aren't real issues, and the family spins and spins. And this does not serve anyone in the family, including the pathogenic parent. Dr. Childress shares a lot about the assessment and diagnosis, and that it's the mental health professional's responsibility to properly assess and diagnose. And if you're a mental health professional and you're not doing that, then you may very well be harming families. And I don't think mental health professionals get into the industry to harm people. I think a lot of them get into this area of practice really seeking help for themselves unconsciously, and without the proper skills, you're actually causing more harm. And while I won't be able to give you everything today, and I won't really be going through assessment and diagnosis, I do want to share with you the importance of the solution that everyone should speak in a unified voice. And the old paradigm of parental alienation using Richard Gardner's framework is dead, and we should no longer be using this in a professional setting. One of the ways you do this is by putting a moratorium on the past. So if you learn nothing else from me today, stop rehashing in therapy the unforgivable events and the issues that will never be solved because they are most likely delusions. And we have to free the child from having the abusive parent continue to abuse the other parent in therapy, your therapy sessions, by placing a hold on the past, so creating a ceasefire. So when parents divorce, often both parents struggle with their parenting foundation, really as they are rocked by the trauma of the marital relationship ending. Normal range parents find their footing fairly quickly. Pathogenic parents struggle and frequently remain unstable. Pathogenic parents get triggered by many different things and frequently use that as an opportunity to alienate. And pathogenic parents can easily be triggered into their unresolved childhood traumas that manifest into projections into their current family system. So if it goes unresolved, it will escalate into a full-blown emotional cutoff between a child and a normal range stable parent. When this happens, the child will need to be protected from the psychological abuse of the pathogenic parent. And I don't want to spend, again, a lot of time here. I just want to frame up the understanding of the basis of what is happening in the family that's causing the problem. With this basic understanding, we can build a successful solution. And there's obviously a lot more to how you get to the solution. And hopefully Dr. Childress will cover that, or I know he covers that in assessment and diagnosis. So let's get started in the solution. Some of my slides have been adapted from presentations Dr. Childress and I have done in the past, and the information is still relevant today. I thank Dr. Childress for putting those slides together for me, especially the graphics demonstrating what is happening for visual effect. So in early prevention as professionals, it's important to establish a foundation of cooperation from both parents. Testing cooperation is easy when you know the end result is to create a space for the child to be in relationship with both parents. So at the foundation of all family relationships is the understanding that a child loves and wants to be loved by both parents. Cooperation from both parents makes complete, perfect sense. So early education is critical, and one of the ways that we've solved this at Conscious Co-Parenting Institute is to provide early intervention, divorce classes, and coaching co-parenting classes, mediation, and a collaborative approach. The focus on early education is on divorce abuse prevention. So parents learn that their behaviors and choices will determine how their child will ultimately adjust to the divorce. Parents learn that the classes are designed to educate parents about children's issues in divorce, and they include including the need to value their co-parent and to understand the importance of communication between both homes. And parents learn that their behavior and choices will really determine how their child will ultimately adjust to the divorce. And the classes are really designed to educate parents about children's issues, and the classes are suited for parents and guardians who filed for divorce. So it's used for court-mandated seminars focusing on children's issues and family separation. And it's important to remember that the framework is simple, and education, when we educate parents on what it actually means to have a child-centered divorce versus a child-in-the-middle divorce. And this means educating parents early on. Again, the framework is simple. And we have many simple classes, everything from higher purpose parenting, reunited for parents with adult children. We have custody solution courses and a couple of different online parenting courses. So prevention is key, and having simple and easy to follow strategies is really critically important to use in your practice. Child-centered is meeting the needs of the child and not the parents. So pathogenic parents can be crafty in hiding what they are doing by showing up in therapy, making statements like, I want the child to have a relationship with the other parent, and it's up to the other parent, and then leaving the other parent and the professionals trying to figure out what has happened. So being preventative in the beginning and have the parents role model can quickly detect who is causing the problem and teach the skills to prevent the escalation of the pathology. Remember, it's never just one person, it's a whole family. So if you're working with one parent who is being pathogenic, remember this is an adult child who has not processed their childhood trauma, and they will need early intervention and treatment so their pathology does not escalate. All of this is done with empathy for the entire family unit. They are the client. If you isolate members of the family will split, and it's easy to ally with your client and miss the signs of the pathology. So in child-centered divorce skills, we have to explain how conflict and trauma harms children. You have to help parents create a conflict resolution strategic plan when conflicts happen, and you have to educate parents on how divorce impacts children. And then it's really important to understand and educate parents in that micro trauma can become a macro trauma if not handled properly. So we have to educate parents on working on their own upset emotions and unresolved trauma from their childhood that is being triggered by the separation and divorce. And we do this by teaching parents how to disengage from conflict and how to re-engage with empathy with offers and solutions. Empathy, empathy, empathy. Check yourself before you wreck yourself and your children. We have to help parents identify their emotions, and that emotions are contagious, so we want to help them pick the good ones. Educating parents on how to shift from being an intact to a separated family, but a family is always a family. So it's the child that bonds the family together, not the marriage. We have to assist parents to shift the role from spouse to co-parents and how to do this in a healthy way. Family is family, and it's about integration, not elimination, period. And we want to help parents redefine their relationship as parents as a business contract of co-parenting and help them create a plan that supports the child to have a relationship with both parents. And this can also be done with high conflict parents. So don't think this is impossible if the parents are high conflict. We use these skills and teach these skills and eliminate or drastically reduce conflict in families. So one of the most important things is to develop healthy communication skills. We want to teach parents how to check their communication styles, check using iMessages, using active listening. We want to help parents identify what the problem is and whose it is to solve. That's really critically important. We want to teach parents how to negotiate versus demand. And they can say something like, what is your proposal? Versus getting engaged in the back and forth, he said, she said, entanglement. So we want to teach children how to role model for their child or children. And then we want to teach them how to create a co-parenting relationship plan that realigns co-parents consciously, minimizes negative influences, use a business relationship model, clarifying boundaries in a healthy way, and be dedicated to a healthy future. When we do this, children love both parents, even abusive parents. And I know this may seem like a controversial statement, but it's absolutely true. And I'm here today because of this family dynamic, which is child psychological abuse. And when this is happening, the child is allied with the psychologically abusive parent. So it proves this out time and time again. And if you think this is not true, you're 100% mistaken. And this mistaken belief could be preventing you from recovering families and may actually be harming families. Children love both parents, period. They may not love behavior, but they love their parents. So we have to teach children and parents that two teachers are better than one, and focusing on the parents' positive qualities, focusing on what they want and not what they don't want. And we have to educate parents on how to shift from an intact to a separated divorced family dynamic. Again, it's the child that bonds the family together, not the marriage. And once a family, always a family. And children love and want to be loved by both parents. So in cases of high conflict co-parenting and child abuse, protective separations may be necessary. Unfortunately, many parents do not learn the early prevention skills. So in these severe cases of abuse, we have to protect the child. We protect all abused children all of the time. When the parents don't learn the early prevention skills, things can escalate. So mild conflict can become severe. And children need to be protected from abusive parents. And abusive parents should receive the proper help. Again, this is not about elimination, it's about integration. And judges are not quick to order protective separation in child psychological abuse cases. However, because most professionals are unaware of what's happening, many mental health professionals ally with one parent, usually through the voice of the other of the child, through colluding with the abusive parent. And this causes psychological harm to the children, which has lifelong devastating consequences to the children in all areas of their life. So I want to talk a little bit about some legal strategy, and then I'm going to talk about the high road, the framework of that, and then our program custody resolution method and how that is also a solution. So Dr. Childress wrote a really great booklet called the ABAB Single Case Design, How to Use the High Road as a assessment and or remedy for the family dynamic known as parental alienation. And one of these approaches is using this research methodology, which has an established history in the professional community. And it's an ABA, so a single case design, and it's been used for autism education and intervention, but the process is pretty simple. So an ABA as a remedy is a design that the first period creates the baseline for the research. So the baseline period is where the family is now. So A is there's an emotional cutoff between a normal range parent and a child. And then B would be treatment implementation. So this, if we are using the high road, this could be a 90-day no contact or protective separation in the high road. This could be a 9-month protective separation and family systems therapy. And the protective separation is from the pathogenic parent, the parent causing the problem. And then A is the removal of the treatment and the return to the baseline. So the return to the reintroduction of the parent that was causing the problem. And in cases of severe alienation or child psychological abuse, this design can be used to determine the pathogenic parent's effect on the child. And so in this diagram, this gives you an example. The baseline period, the symptoms are present in A. During the relationship repair and protective separation, the symptoms go down. The reintroduction of the pathogenic parent and the symptoms go back up. And so the daily ratings are made for the child's behavior, in the initial treatment. So it starts pre-treatment, initial treatment, and then during the second baseline period. In the High Road, we use what's called the Parent-Child Relationship Rating Scale that was created by Dr. Childress for in 2015 for High Road. And this document is amazing. We use this both in the beginning, during the High Road, we monitor, and then maintenance care and the post-maintenance care, post-workshop maintenance care therapist and the now custodial parents use this. And you can see it's simple. Child attitude from hostile to pleasant, child cooperation, behavioral defiance to cooperation, child sociability withdrawn to social. And we don't expect perfection, just something 4 and above on a continuous basis. And then we also are looking at the parenting style. Chosen parents come into the workshop either very permissive or very structured, authoritarian, and we're looking for a blend of the behaviors in appropriate situations, and I'll talk a little bit more about that in a little while. So again, the ABA, if the reintroduction to the parent and the second A and the symptoms don't resurface, then we've solved it in an ABA. But if the symptoms in the child resurface, then we go to the ABA-B reversal design. So during the last A period, the participant is monitored for changes based on the presence of the absence of treatment. And even stronger form is the ABAB, which involves the second phase. And this happens when there are cases of alienation where they've been re-exposed to the pathogenic parent and prematurely, and the symptoms return. So what we want is for the child's symptomology to be gone. And sometimes re-exposure to the pathogenic parent too soon, or the influences of the pathogenic parent, the symptomology returns. And so we have to go to a longer or a second protective separation, which gives us the ABAB single case design. We go through, we teach this in the custody resolution method as a legal strategy for lawyers, and we teach them how to use this model in really getting an effective court order. So an ABAB reversal design for parental alienation represents scientifically grounded evidence-based practice for both the diagnosis and the treatment of parental alienation or child psychological abuse, and the single case designs are recognized scientific designs, and the reversal design is one of the best single case designs to identify the causality of the problem. So again, if the reintroduction of the parenting practices of the pathogenic parent in the second A, the pathology doesn't resurface in the child, then we've solved it. If it resurfaces, we need a longer protective separation, and we know for a fact that it's the parenting practices of the pathogenic parent, so that can be used as an assessment. So if you're in an area where mental health providers aren't properly assessing and diagnosing, and you need a legal strategy, this can be used for that. So every form of child pathology will evidence a specific and distinctive pattern of symptoms. The transgenerational transmission of pathological mourning from the allied narcissistic borderline parent is a cross-generational coalition with the child against the other parent. And there is no exception to this. Dr. Childress talks about this. He cites this from Bowlby, Mnuchin, Kernberg, Beck, Haley, all of the kahunas, as Dr. Childress says, all of the greats know that this is true. And a treatment-focused clinical assessment of the pathogenic parenting associated with the transgenerational transmission of this disorder mourning should be assessed and documented for the presence or absence of the diagnostic indicators. And I want to talk about the diagnostic indicator checklist. This simple and brilliant checklist created by Dr. Childress really determines the foundation of what is going on in the family. And you can click on, or you can go to this link and download a copy of it. This diagnostic indicator checklist is one that we use in our custody resolution method, which I'm going to talk about in a minute. But this helps you, instead of chasing the ever elusive pathogenic parent down the rabbit hole, which is like trying to hold water in your hands, we actually look at the child's symptoms. And you can simply go through the checklist. If the child's symptoms are present, then the question is, who's causing it? Is it mom, dad, or both? And then for mental health professionals, what's the solution? So if the pathology is present, and as Dr. Childress says, the diagnostic symptoms are all each individually impossible symptoms in all of psychology. So if one or more of these symptoms are present, then we know that there's a problem, and the problem needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And Dr. Childress has a ton of information on his website. I highly recommend going and looking at his website. But I briefly want to go through the diagnostic indicator checklist here because we use this in our work, and you should be using it in your work too. And he probably will talk about it in his seminar. But let's just talk about briefly the diagnostic symptoms. The first is an attachment system suppression of the child's attachment bonding motivation towards the targeted parent. A normal range parent. Is the child emotionally cut off from the parent? And then diagnostic 2A, personality disorder features. Does the child have grandiosity? Do they display this towards the family? Do they feel inappropriately elevated in the family hierarchy? Are they targeting this towards their targeted parent? Do they have an absence of empathy for the emotional pain that that's being inflicted on their parent? Do they feel entitled or feel over-empowered, a sense of entitlement over this parent? Are they haughty and arrogant towards the parent? And is there splitting? The child has extreme polarized views. Mom is all good and dad is all bad, right? Or dad is all good and mom is all bad. And then the second variant is the parental anxiety, phobic anxiety. The symptom is that the child has a phobic anxiety of their parent, and it's this persistent, unwarranted fear. And the child is like terrified, you know, in the anticipation of being with the parent. This severe anxiety response in the presence of the targeted parent, or they avoid the parent and avoid any kind of distress. And are you feeding that as a mental health provider? And then the delusional belief, this fixed and false belief regarding the inadequacies of the targeted parent and the parent that the child accuses of being abusive. And then Dr. Childress added his associated clinical signs, and I believe this will be talked about, the research paper that's coming out that reinforces how these associated clinical signs are demonstrated in the different levels of pathology, from lack of empathy and, you know, splitting and narcissistic borderline pathology, and even dark triad and antisocial personalities. But we see these commonly, and I'm going to talk about this in a second. But this is the first data set that we look at in the custody resolution method. And the custody resolution method is a software for service wraparound coaching program and educational program for families stuck in the family court system. But these associated clinical signs are pretty easy to see. We see on average 7 to 9 of these in every case that we tag data for. So use of the word force, or enhancing the child's empowerment to reject the other parent, or the exclusionary demand that parent can't go to their softball or baseball games. The parental replacement, we see this when there's a new girlfriend or boyfriend or spouse. The unforgivable event that you just can't get past in therapy because the child won't forgive the parent for, you know, this event that's happened, or worst case, hasn't happened and now it's in a delusion. And then we see a lot of mental health providers reinforce the delusion by making the parent apologize for something they didn't do. Then the child says, see, I knew they did it, they've been lying, and now we've reinforced a delusion. We're creating psychopathology in children by reinforcing delusions in them. Associated clinical sign 6, you know, the parent is a fake and a liar, they don't really love them. So it's a coping strategy. Associated sign 7, the themes of rejection. We see everything from, you know, the parent is too controlling, they can't manage their anger, they don't take responsibility and apologize, they have a new relationship and neglect the child, they have a vague personhood of the parent, they have the unforgivable grudge. We hear them use the unwarranted use of the word abuse. They have excessive texting, calling, phone calls, emails from the other parent, the allied parent, with the child on the targeted parent's parenting time. The role reversal, use of the child. So it's not me, it's the child who doesn't want to spend time. I want them to have a relationship. They're sneaky like that. Targeted parent deserves to be rejected. And there's a whole host of reasons why that is projected out in therapy. And then the allied parent disregards court orders and court's authority. So we see this almost every single time. So while I won't be able to go deeply into why this is a changed paradigm, it does require parental alienation in the old paradigm of Richard Gardner's framework to be dead and should no longer be used in a professional setting. The term is an urban term, and the proper term is child psychological abuse or cross-generational coalition or transgenerational trauma. And we need to be using the proper terminology. There is absolutely no excuse to not be using the proper terminology. Dr. Childress has provided a tremendous body of work for mental health professionals, legal professionals, and really everyone working in this space to move away from the language of parental alienation. I included it in my slide presentation because it's the language, the urban language that you know, but in our professional setting, we don't use the terminology parental alienation anymore. It is not a diagnosable pathology. So now I framed up some of the stuff that we use, the foundational work we use from Dr. Childress. I want to talk a little bit about the High Road to Reunification as a catalytic psychoeducational intervention. And the High Road is a 4-day workshop that is used at the onset of a protective separation to reset the family and to teach the left behind parent, the chosen targeted parent, and the children the skills they need to transition to a healthy family dynamic. The post-workshop no contact period is for the mastery of the skills and the family to work with the trained mental health professionals, so the maintenance care provider. There's a very simple framework. Repair the parent-child relationship first. So if there's child abuse, any kind of child abuse, we must first protect the child, period. Then we educate the child and chosen parent to restore the bond. The bond is never broken, it's just below the surface for safekeeping. We rehabilitate the abusive parent. During the protective separation, we teach the parent skills needed to keep the child out of the middle. So during the high road or therapy during the protective separation, the child learns the skills to be in relationship with both parents and to resist the pathogenic parenting or the pathology of the pathogenic parent. We reintegrate the child with both parents as always being the goal. We want to share with you that it's never the goal to eliminate, it's always the goal to integrate. So it's not about elimination, it's about integration, reintegration with both parents. The child loves both parents. And I want to share this high-level framework with you of the high road and why it works. And these next few slides were adapted by the presentation Dr. Childress and I did at the AFCC conference in 2017. It's hard for me to believe that it was in 2017. All these years later, we've presented this in a professional capacity, and the professional community is still really vastly asleep at the wheel. And they've done everything they can to try to put me out of business, try to badmouth me. They ignore me and Dr. Childress, trying to pretend that we don't exist. Yet here we are. And this is a professional level description of the High Road Protocol. And I just want to explain how the High Road Protocol achieves its success in restoring the normal range functioning of the child's attachment bonding motivation with the parent. So this is a catalytic psychoeducational intervention. It involves a sequence of structured activities that restore the normal range functioning of the child's attachment system. And when we look at this slide, you've probably seen this. This is a therapeutic model, requires a protective separation, and it takes about 6 to 9 months or longer to resolve the pathology and recover the child. This is the high road, also uses a protective separation. However, we recover the child in a matter of days, and the temporary protective separation or no contact can be much shorter. So we use the relationship rating scales I showed you earlier and to determine the child's readiness to reintegrate with the pathogenic parent. Usually the protective separation is 90 days. However, in some cases, it's longer, and in very few cases it can be shorter. It just really depends on the participation of the pathogenic parent and when the child is reintroduced to the parent's parenting practices and the child is monitored to see how the parenting practices impacts the child. This usually, it's only possible for older children whose brain is developed enough to understand the skills and to resist the pathology. So this is a normal glowing attachment system, all lit up with love and bonding, affection, empathy, and compassion. And when a child arrives at the high road, the attachment system is not lit up, it's dormant in the background. And so most of the kids are so angry when they arrive. Anger is just a misappropriated grief response, and the child is grieving the loss of their parent that's still alive. And oftentimes the child's angry because nobody on the treatment team, in the court, the judges, lawyers, and mental health providers know how to fix the problem, and they fall deeper and deeper and deeper into the family pathology. So in the orientation, I inform the parents and the child what's going to happen in the workshop, what they can expect. After the orientation, we start to watch a short narrative film on empathy. So we start to activate the empathy center. Once the empathy center is glowing, we move to the next interactive activity, which I then do an active activity on compassion while the empathy center is glowing. Now we have the child who still shows anger and grief, however, they are moving to the background, and the child's empathy and compassion centers are now glowing in the forefront. We do an interactive activity, and I start to gain the cooperation of the child, and we launch into another short film about judgment, prejudice, hating a certain group of people, maybe people that they used to love. So we start watching other films about what's going on. After the morning, the anger is either gone or extremely dissipated. And then we move into more media and activities that enact the child's cooperation and interaction, and sometimes mild interaction. And now the affection center is starting to glow. As the attachment system is glowing, we review material and additional few short videos about the brain and how the brain works and some fun activities. We do fun things that keep the child engaged, and we have different things that are age appropriate for different children. The average age of the child that attends the workshop is 12 to 14. We've had children as young as 5 and children as old as young adults. The children that are on the younger end of the spectrum are often siblings to either tweens or teens that have been emotionally cut off. So that's usually the range, but the average age is between 12 and 14 that get court ordered into the program. Grief is gone and the child is interacting and engaging in the workshop. By the end of the workshop, the child's attachment system is glowing in empathy, compassion, and affectional emotions are usually the last to glow. The high road again is a jump start to the long-term care and a reset for the family. Maintenance care with a family systems therapist is required to get the family back on track and functioning in a normal range, healthy, functioning family post-divorce. So this is just the beginning. It is not a magic pill. It is a reset, and the trained family systems therapist works with the entire family post-workshop, reinforcing the skills learned in the workshop and teaching the skills to the pathogenic parent at first separately. And once the skills are mastered, then the reintroduction of the pathogenic parent happens in a controlled and monitored environment with the family systems therapist working with the entire family system. The High Road Protocol represents the specific components, videos, and structured workshop activities, and sequences are used to really create a catalytic intervention that's applied. So both the component content and the sequence in which the supporting underlying brain systems are restored are critical to the successful application of the catalytic interventions. So I want to thank Dr. Childress for creating those beautiful slides back in 2017. Again, they're still relevant today. And the restoration of a normal range functioning family and the brain systems allow for the resumption of normal range functioning in the attachment system and normal range attachment bonding with the parent and the child. We've established the authority of the court. We then reestablish the family hierarchy. We explain the basic rules of engagement and build trust. I explain to the child who usually shows up in protest that the old family paradigm is over, the new family paradigm starts today, and the child will sometimes demonstrate an emotional discharge, relief. The child typically engages in 5 to 45 minutes of protest behavior and challenges, to authority. Testing the authority. Are you capable and competent? Can I trust you? Will you respect me? The child's Protest behavior represents an emotional discharge in response to the stress relief from being taken out of the middle of the spousal conflict. And by responding respectfully and with calm, confident authority, the facilitators can communicate respect to the child's experience. And by responding respectfully and calmly and confidently, we can begin to develop trust. The parenting skills we teach parents, like I've already discussed, the facilitator demonstrate in the workshop. We answer questions in a calm, cool, collected manner, and we allow the child to have an emotional discharge of stress and relieve them of being stuck in the middle. We begin various activities of empathy. There's no demand to interact with the targeted parent at first, and we address the child's anxiety about the workshop by demonstrating respect for the child's emotional exhaustion and triangulation. And we build trust by demonstrating complex, authentic empathy for the child. The high road is 8 easy steps. Remove the mindset obstacles, re-educate parents through co-parenting skill building, recover the authentic child, reestablish the attachment bond, restore normal range family interactions, reintegrate in the new family paradigm, rejoice and reward a family celebration, and post-workshop handoff to maintenance care. We are operating in the background with maintenance care to make sure that if they need something, we're here for consultation, to answer any questions and to handle any of the difficult challenges that may come up that they are unfamiliar with. So this evidence-based practice, we've recovered hundreds of children and families. We continue to do so today, despite the high level of haters and people trying to spread incorrect information about me, the program, and flat out lying about what needs to happen. Pathogenic parents lie and create drama everywhere. This is Dr. Childress and I presenting this at the APA in 2019. This is a report that Dr. Childress wrote. He brought a 15-year-old adolescent male in after the High Road workshop into his maintenance care, tracked the family, and this child is now aged out and has gone off to college and has a relationship with both parents. Not all families who are experiencing the pathology need a full protective separation. It really does depend on when you catch what's going on, as well as the targeted parent's ability to learn and implement skills to recover their child and prevent the alienating parent's behavior from taking hold of the child. And I will close the framework of the High Road with helping you understand that without an intervention from mental health, the courts look to you, mental health providers, if you're a mental health provider, for a solution. If you don't provide a solution, the family will stay stuck. Not all roads lead to a high road. Some parents can stabilize their family without the intervention and without a protective separation by and through using the custody resolution method, coaching program, and software for service. Most parents want to talk about the problem. They want to be experts in the problem, and I don't care about being an expert. I want to solve the global epidemic for everyone. There's absolutely no reason that this is continuing like it is, other than people are afraid that if it's solved, they will be out of a job. I would love to be out of a job in this field. I would love to be doing other work I do in the world. However, I can't move on from this because the trauma at the core of the family unit is the cause of all the suffering in the world. Imagine what this world would look like if we actually solved the root cause of evil in the world. The core of trauma is in the family. The custody resolution method, again, is a software for service, and there's no other area in family law where people become more polarized than in cases involving parent-child cutoffs, emotional cutoffs. And the custody resolution method provides a digital timeline where we anchor the timeline in chronological order and the evidence tagged based on the pathology and the family dynamic. Family court can wreak havoc on divorcing families for many, many reasons. Tremendous financial strain and constant litigation stress causes turmoil in the entire family, not just for the parents. So parents cut off from their child often have a difficult time getting the court to see their side of the story. They oftentimes, pathogenic parents file false allegations from minor to severe. The courts may err on the side of caution, even though there is often evidence to support against those claims. And so we really want to make sure that we are preparing a case with the critical facts so that the judge can see through the pathogenic parent's narrative and resolve the family dynamic or the pathology in the family. So preparing a child psychological abuse case takes time. Parents get stuck in their court case involving an emotional cutoff or psychological abuse. They either use too much or too little evidence. It takes a significant amount of time to prepare these kinds of cases, and parents need more assistance and support with court preparation, and especially with how to best properly prepare the case, like these cases, so it does not come off as a he said, she said accusatory case. So we use this simple and brilliant checklist I talked about earlier, the diagnostic indicator checklist, to tag the data in these cases. I used to use Gardner's 8, but when I discovered Dr. Childress's work and the diagnostic indicator checklist, it made perfect sense that this was already accepted constructs of psychology, and why wouldn't we use what's already been accepted? There's no need for a brand new pathology. So this is an example of a part of a timeline. And we put things in chronological order, and the first data bucket is the child response to pathogenic parenting. This is the diagnostic indicator checklist. And this is where a case where there was an abrupt shift in the cutoff between a daughter and her father upon separation of the parents. The normal range parent-child communication shifts into unhealthy, concerning communication and behaviors by the child onto that parent. And so a cutoff happened. So you can see that there was some sporadic, and then all of a sudden a full emotional cutoff happened. Dr. Childress talks about the CRM versus the evaluation. And this first bucket, there's the collection and first-person interviews. This is the evaluation. They review data and utilize psychological testing. The interviews impose bias onto the evaluator and expose efforts by the parties to persuade them. And there's no controls are in place, no oversight of the constructs used in interpretation. Conclusions are made by evaluators and are often personal opinions. And many times when they make those come to those conclusions, they're no conclusions. They leave things as the status quo and nothing is resolved. With the custody resolution method, they're trained data taggers. They review submitted data and identify indicators. The taggers are third-party people. They're not associated with the case. Data comes from tagging is compiled into categories and frequencies. The data points are equally weighted, controlling for bias, and the data provided to the taggers involves multiple parties in the family, and also from third parties like mental health or medical records, school records, CPS, police reports, things of those natures. So the difference is that one provides a neutral third party perspective and one provides a biased opinion. When we tag the evidence speaks for itself. And Dr. Childress wrote a really nice review for the custody resolution method in 2021, and it really does. We identify the pathology based on the underlying evidence. Now, the custody resolution method is not a diagnosis. It shows the foundation, the historical data. And this can be used in an evaluation to show the evaluator exactly what's happening. Oftentimes, if you're in an evaluation, you're compiling all of this data, but you don't know what you're looking at, and they don't know what they're looking at, and nothing gets resolved. So sometimes it even helps in an evaluation. The custody resolution in a nutshell is it removes mindset obstacles through online coursework and coaching. We re-educate parents through co-parenting and skill building. The parents learn to coexist with their high conflict co-parent. There's a reintegration in the new family paradigm, so we teach those skills in the coaching and online education. Parents and their attorney limit their workload for court prep so they can focus on skill building for the parent, being prepared for reunification, and the law for the lawyer. And parents can be prepared for any court case, whether expected or not. And parents can have a much better chance at getting the proper remedy that they seek in court. And oftentimes parents use it outside of court in mediation so that they don't actually have to go to court. The timelines and the data output. So we write a narrative based on the data. So the timelines are just part of it, and then we give you a narrative for the lawyer to use for writing your legal strategy and data output. What does it mean? And then what do you do about it? So one of the most important things about collecting the data, tagging the data, and writing the narrative is now what do you do? How do you solve the problem sooner rather than later? So it's just another way to solve the problem in your family. Professionals work as a solution-focused team. The custody resolution method is used for families who are in court system and professional community is stuck. They don't understand what is going on or what to do about it. And we follow the solution team model and use the data sets and tagging to help the professionals understand what is happening in the family and what to do about it. In the process, we wrap our team around the chosen parent, empowering them with the ninja parenting skills through higher purpose parenting and our online co-parenting courses. We also match the client to a coach that will guide them through a coaching process to deepen the skills they're learning and how to implement in their specific family situation. So we educate parents and empower them with the skills. And we make sure that the chosen parent is supported properly. And the whole family problem requires a whole family solution. Nobody gets left behind. And we tag and analyze the relevant data. And we bring to light what the evidence is conveying in an easy to understand, simple to follow process. And if you're only seeing the child and the child is displaying the symptoms on the diagnostic checklist, I highly recommend at the very least you buy the book Foundations and learn about how to assess and diagnose these families. Professionals empower parents to solve the problem. As frustrating as they are, pathogenic parents tend to have predictable patterns of behavior, which you can recognize once you learn what they are. This means that you can learn effective ways of dealing with them in and out of the courtroom. When you recognize their patterns of behavior, it becomes easy and second nature. One important point is to never tell the parent you think he or she is pathogenic. It will make your life much worse if you do so, so just keep it to yourself and adjust your strategies for dealing with the person. You can deal with them. Once you recognize or even just suspect that you're dealing with a pathogenic parent, it's generally effective at calming their behavior and focusing them on problem solving. You want to make sure that you're demonstrating empathy and respect. The first skill is an attempt to calm that parent by being respectful and empathetic to their situation. You want to help them look for alternative solutions. So you don't want to get them in a space of where they're blaming and attacking, because when they get there, then the other parent will attack back. So instead, it helps to respond with statements of empathy and attention. I can see how important this is to you. Don't worry. I will pay attention to your concerns. I understand. So this can be very difficult to do at first, but this type of statement calms down a pathogenic parent generally right away and help them find those alternative solutions. You want to teach them to respond versus react and set healthy boundaries and limit the behaviors. Do this again in a respectful way and avoid using an accusatory you statement. So practice I messages yourself. And you want to set healthy boundaries by limiting the behavior and do this again and again and again. And it isn't complicated, but it's often the opposite of what you feel like doing when you're faced with pathogenic parents. So practice, 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 practice. And what's amazing is that pathogenic parents and the way they handle problems is similar around the world, and it generally works with all types of people, even if they're not pathogenic. So I want to just go through quickly on what it looks like to be a treatment-focused team. I took a class from Dr. Childress in the summer of 2014, and after class we discussed me being a coach and how I worked with the legal system, and he sent over a document that showed this coaching model, and I said, yeah, that's it. This is what we use, and he created this graphic, and we use the solution-focused team. And the proposed treatment team is composed of 4 separate but very interrelated components. And the first is the coach consultant. That's the person in the middle. Now we split this role when we do the custody resolution method. I act as the consultant and the coach supports the parent. So the coach works with the parent in the custody resolution method separate from me. And the coach consultant can serve as an interface with the parent and the treatment team. And this will have access to a network of professionals to refer, hopefully, to in your area. And each professional works independently with the parent and can also work collaboratively with the coach and consultant. as needed. And the coach or consultant works with the parent to coordinate the overall integration of the treatment team with the needs of the parent. And this can also be an attorney. And then Dr. Childress talks about a amicus or a collaborative attorney. And the attorney is an expert in understanding this model of child psychological abuse and how to present this in court and the coordinated treatment team needs for the family. So the attorney takes proactive approach by securing a family treatment needs, right? The family therapist or a psychological consultant. And the psychological consultant can conduct independent treatment needs assessments. They can provide expert testimony as needed, as long as they understand the child psychological abuse or the attachment model, right? They understand the diagnostic indicator checklist and the assessment and diagnostic model and the proper treatment needs recommendations. They can provide independent professional reviews of outside mental health evaluations and treatment reports. So with appropriate training, the role of conducting this treatment needs assessment could become a second professional role served by all child custody evaluators. Dr. Childress probably has talked about this already in his presentation, and I know he's talked about this in other videos he's presented online. And then the fourth is the family therapist. Now, ultimately, we're using this model now. The treating mental health provider, the family systems therapist, could also and should also be assessing and diagnosing, because what are you treating? If you don't know what you're treating, then you're just sitting with the family. So this therapist provides the treatment for the model involving the resolution of the induced distortions of the child's attachment bonding motivation. So they are competent in attachment theory, personality disorders, family systems theory relative to the treatment needs of the child and the family. They also, with the coordinated treatment team, can engage the needs of maybe a DBT therapist or a CBT therapist, maybe group therapy, coaching. They work with the treatment team. The important skill or thing to remember here is that everybody on the treatment team works in transparency. So nobody is singled out. This is a family systems problem, a whole family problem that requires a whole family solution. So when there is a psychological abuse, we first protect all abused children all of the time. That is the way it should be. That is what we should be doing. And then we enact the treatment team, right? We enact a model that serves the entire family, even if there's a protective separation. So working together, professionals can teach parents how to keep the child out of the middle, how to allow the child to love both parents, how to work on their own recovery, how to develop new communication skills, how to create new roles as co-parents. And creating solution-focused pilot program is an opportunity that we have worked on, and Dr. Childress talks about this, and we can work on a pilot program if you have a treatment team put together, and this is something that you're interested in. You can reach out to us and we can discuss the opportunity of collaboration through a pilot program or solution-focused pilot program in your area. It's important to understand that there's a cost involved, that there's training involved, that there's a time commitment, not just of financial, but also of time. And you will need at least 1 to 2 therapists or psychologists, an attorney willing to participate. And then we have coaches that can facilitate high road, and ultimately we will be teaching the framework of that as well. So just remember, the solution starts with education, prevention. If you can't get to that point, or if you've passed that point, then it's assessment and diagnosis that leads to treatment. If it's a child protection issue, then you must report all child abuse all of the time, and we protect all abused children all of the time. So we engage in a whole family problem that requires a whole family solution. So I just want to thank you so much for participating today. Again, I'm Dorsey Pruder, the CEO and founder of the Conscious Co-Parenting Institute. If you'd like to learn more about what we offer here, you may call us on the number on the screen, or you may email us at clientcare@coparentinginstitute.com. Thank you so much. Just remember, you have to have peace in order to create and have peace out. Have an awesome day, everyone.
Malo je bilo čudno jer nismo mogli da vidimo.
It was a little bit strange because we couldn't see Dorsey, but we could hear and see her presentation. And now the time's come for Dr. Childress to address us again. Dorsey has mentioned him a couple of times. Now we will hear from him what he announced yesterday, and these are some concrete solutions in regard to custody conflicts. Please take the stand.
PowerPoint up here. So, let's see. Slideshow. Here we go. So I get the honor of closing off the conference here, and I'm actually going to go off PowerPoint. So I'm all going off script for a little while. I may wind up just like showing you the PowerPoint real fast, saying, here's all my slides. Partly because I am so impressed with the professional presentations I've heard here, that I think you're doing fine. Everything I hear, you conceptualize the problem properly, you conceptualize where it needs to happen, what the solution needs to be, and I think you're on the proper track for things. So I've said this before, and I mentioned it during an interview about where I see the state of this pathology in the world and everything. And I see the Balkans and Serbia as potentially the leader on this. Maybe America might come in with a little sooner, Canada, but certainly what's happening here is significant. And I wanted to share with you a little bit about why I'm here. I'm an old clinical psychologist. I don't work family courts. If you look at my vita, I've worked everywhere but the family courts, because that's what clinical psychologists do. We don't work with this pathology. We give it over to the forensic people. And I'm actually a trauma psychologist out of foster care. And I was working as a clinical director for 3 university assessment and treatment center for children in foster care, children ages 0 to 5. And when I'm a clinical director working in foster care, I'm never anticipating that I'm going to be talking to a conference. You don't get famous working in foster care, nor do you get rich. Okay, I wasn't working in Beverly Hills private practice. I was working with foster care kids, and that's an ignored place. And what happened was I sort of moved into private practice, moving hopefully towards retirement, and I took one case of a court-involved family conflict. I knew it's a narcissistic borderline. All clinical psychologists know it's narcissistic borderline. That's why we don't come over here. It's very dangerous, and it's treatment resistant, and the courts and so we just don't work over here. But I said, well, why can't they solve it? What's going on? I've worked with every pathology: autism, ADHD, trauma, dissociative disorder. I've worked with everything, except I even worked geriatrics for a period, except the family court. So I took one case. Within the first 20 minutes, I had diagnosed the shared delusion in the cross-generational coalition. And then by the end of the first session, I had my provisional diagnosis, shared delusion, and child abuse. We didn't have the psychological abuse at that point. We had the shared delusional disorder in DSM-4. And then I met with the problematic parent, the pathological parent, confirmed the diagnosis, and I had my diagnosis in 2 sessions. But when I didn't believe the delusional disorder, the pathological parent went into minors counsel and had me removed from the case. You don't do that, okay? Let me tell you a little bit about my standards of practice. When I started working children and families, my standard is I want every one of my children, my clients, to receive the same quality of care that I would want for my son or my daughter, my Jack or my Annie. So when you bring me your client, that's my child. You may have the benefit of living with that child, but that's my child. And so I kind of take it a little personally when somebody abuses my child. And so this one family, they got me off the case and the child abuse, you don't do that. Know what's going on over here. And I went and talked to minors counsel and no impact. I talked to the court. I'm saying, now, I was trained out of Children's Hospital. Okay, that's my standard. And in Children's Hospital, one of the concerns is factitious disorder imposed on another, Munchausen by proxy. And so when a physician suspects Munchausen by proxy, typically the chart's about that big, there's no diagnosis over a number of years, and the physician's looking at, and it rises up through the medical community because no one can diagnose it, no one can, and finally it gets up to the top, which is children's hospitals. And the physician then looks at it and says, this is a false disorder. So what they do? They call down to the psych department and say, get a psych consult up here. The pediatric psychologist is the one who makes the diagnosis of factitious disorder. So I'm one of the best trained psychologists on the planet in Munchausen by proxy. Now, if I make a diagnosis of factitious disorder, that's automatically a child abuse diagnosis, and boom, you separate the child. So in this court-involved pathology, that's what I did. I told minors counsel, this is a factitious disorder imposed on another, they're creating a false pathology, and nothing happened. Wait a minute. I'm telling you there's child psychological abuse and the court doesn't care? That nobody cares? What's happening? So I have a background in my master's degree of organizational development, so I started to do that. What's going wrong with the systems? It became very clear very early that it's incompetence by the mental health professionals. They're practicing beyond the boundaries of their competence. They don't have competence in delusional thought disorders, in attachment pathology, in family systems. They're using this weird made-up thing called parental alienation. And then this therapy they call reunification therapy that doesn't exist. There's no book or article on something reunification therapy. There's cognitive behavioral, dialectic behavior, humanistic existential. There's 1,000 Gestalt therapy, 1,000 therapies. There's not a single one called reunification therapy. But these therapists are telling parents that's what they do. You're misleading parents. You're just lying to them. It's just a cover for your ignorance. And so I say, where are the licensing boards? Why aren't they enforcing competence? And it just gets going worse and worse and worse about the situation. So I stayed because this is my pathology. This is child abuse and complex trauma. It's also spousal abuse. It is one of the most brutal and savage forms of spousal abuse. Holy cow, this parent had a child before the divorce. After the divorce, they have no child. The immense grief of that parent is phenomenal. Where are the mental health professionals providing grief counseling to the parents who they are causing the grief to? So I am actually a clinical psychologist working in the family courts, treating the PTSD, complex trauma, and traumatic grief of the parents in the family court system that is being caused by the forensic psychologists. Now, you think it's being caused by the pathological parent. No, they're pathological. It's like schizophrenia. They can't help themselves from being the way they are. They were likely child abuse victims that grew up and now they have distortions. That's my little child abuse kid who's all grown now. Of course they're having problems. Where are my mental health people? We have duty to protect obligations. Why aren't they making the diagnosis and why aren't they protecting children? In trauma, I work child abuse up close and personal. I've treated all 4 forms of child abuse personally. I've led the treatment teams for all 4 forms of child abuse that have included CPS involvement. The CPS social worker would come to our clinic, into our conference room for the treatment team meetings. I know child abuse up close and personal. And we have duty to protect obligations. And in trauma, in child abuse, in sex abuse particularly, there's 4 roles. I talked about 3 of them yesterday. Abusive parent, victimized child, protective parent, and bystander. That bystander role, in clinical practice, that's often called the betrayer role, because that's the role of the mother in sex abuse. The parent who should protect and doesn't. The mother sacrifices her daughter to the stepfather to save her marriage. And Chloe Madonis talks about this. She challenges the mother in that situation. The mother says, I didn't know. Where did you think Dad was going when he was walking down the hall and disappeared for a while? You knew. You just didn't want to know. So in sex abuse, authentic sex abuse cases, as a trauma psychologist, I see them before the child reports. I can see all the things around. A special relationship with the father that excludes the mother. The child's got some symptoms in school. It's not explainable. And you start to say, oh, okay. So then you would set up a separate meeting with the mom. It was ostensibly about the child. You set up the meeting with the mom and you kind of bring things forward and activate the mother into her protective role. That's what we do. And then we set the context for the child's disclosure. Because if I go in straight for the disclosure, I might distort the forensic evidence. I want to get the CPS people to do the initial assessment after the disclosure so we can protect the forensic evidence and get a conviction on that person. So I know how to assess for sex abuse. I don't, because I want to protect the forensic evidence. So I set up the context for the disclosure, hopefully to the mother, maybe to a teacher. I'll sit and talk to the child about good touch and bad touch. And then, I wonder if you had a problem, who could you talk to? Could you talk to your teacher? Maybe. Okay, so I set up the disclosure. The moment we get the disclosure, it's in getting a proper assessment. So, but that's a known role of the betrayer role in sex abuse. It's the mother in the sex abuse. My forensic psychologists are in that role. They are the betrayer, the bystander, the one who should protect and doesn't. So my job now, as a clinical psychologist 10 years ago, was to activate my psychology people into their role. You need to protect the child, and you're not. Why not? Because you're ignorant, lack of information and knowledge. They don't know family systems. They don't know delusional disorders. They don't know the attachment system. If you're going to work child abuse, you must know what child abuse looks like. If you're in the family courts and there's an allegation of child abuse and you have not personally worked with child abuse, you don't know what it looks like. So there was a talk earlier today about a child who's authentically abused never rejects a parent because that's dangerous. That's a dangerous parent. You don't stand up and say, I don't want to see you. Oh, not an abused child. No, no, no. That's a danger. They'll be very submissive. They'll protect that parent even. But the fantasy of child abuse is, well, obviously, if the child's abused, they'd reject that parent, right? That's a fantasy. No, that's not right. But if you haven't worked child abuse, you don't know that. And so we have psychologists who are assessing and treating, but they've only worked in the family courts. They have never worked with authentic child abuse. They've never worked with delusional disorders. The only place you find delusional disorders is over in schizophrenia. They don't work the family court, so they're just totally incompetent. So they're ignorant, they're incompetent, standard 2.01 of the APA Ethics Code, boundaries of competence, I'll start right in on delusional thought disorders. I can guarantee you no psychologist in the United States in the family courts is competent in the assessment of delusional thought disorders. Zero. That's the differential diagnosis. All the delusional thought disorder people are in schizophrenia. So I know they don't have any competence over here. None of them are competent in the attachment system. That's early childhood mental health. Nobody who's not in early childhood knows how the attachment system works. So I've got two domains. This is an attachment pathology and this is child abuse, and they are incompetent in both of them in violation of 2.01. So they're ignorant, incompetent, and unethical. They're in violation of standard 2.01, boundaries of competence, 2.04, bases for scientific and professional judgments, and 9.01, bases for assessment. So I've got 3 ethical violations. And there is malpractice. They are failing in their duty to protect. So because they are ignorant, incompetent, and unethical, they are misdiagnosing the child abuse. They are believing the shared delusion as if it was true. And if you believe the shared delusion, you become part of the shared delusion. You become part of the pathology. When that pathology is child abuse, you become part of the child abuse. My forensic psychologists are child abusers. Now, I'm coming out of foster care and child abuse. This is my pathology. And the child abuser is the psychologist, the one who should protect and doesn't. The parent's just pathological. What's the excuse of the psychologist for being ignorant, incompetent, unethical, and malpractice, failure in their duty to protect? What's their excuse? 0. That makes you upset. You don't abuse my kids. These are my kids. I take this seriously. So that's what I'm doing here. I am a clinical psychologist, but I can't rescue my kid because the psychologist, the forensic psychologist, is in the way. I cannot get to my kid because you are the child abuser. So what I have to do is empower the parents to demand competence. That's your right. Under APA Ethics Code, that is your right. I get parents coming up to me and saying, how do I explain the pathology to my therapist? A patient should never have to explain the pathology to a doctor. If you have to explain the pathology to a doctor, that doctor is incompetent. That should never, ever happen. And yet, that's a common question I get. The other question is, how do I explain it to a judge? The judge doesn't diagnose pathology. Why are you trying to explain a pathology to a judge? Because the mental health people are failing. So the only place we got is a judge to try to explain, because they're not diagnosing it. So I stayed, I empowered the parent. I tried to encourage my colleagues to develop competence over the past 10 years, but now they're just lazy as sin, lazy. So now I'm at the point of being a consultant in the family courts, and I'm going after their license. So this is recorded and get all out there. That's what I'm doing. I'm not making any friends in the family courts among my colleagues. Okay? That's not my role. I don't care being the bad guy among everybody. My role here is to protect the child and from the forensic psychologist. Holy cow, how insane is it that you have a trauma psychologist over here treating the PTSD in the parents and the traumatic grief in the parents being caused by the psychologist? Would you please stop traumatizing these parents so that I don't have to treat their trauma from you, the psychologist? Can you please protect the child and not take the child away from these parents? So, that's a bit of what I'm doing here. It's insane that I am treating a pathology in the targeted parents of the traumatic grief. Let me tell you where I found out about traumatic grief. That was in Children's Hospital. I was assigned to the spina bifida rotation. That's the birth defect that puts kids in wheelchairs. That's where I first learned about traumatic grief. It's a grief that's unresolved because they had this dream of having a child and they have the room all made up and everything's ready for the child. They go into the hospital and all of a sudden they learn the child has a major birth defect. And oh my, their life changes. They call for a psych consult, get a psych consult up here. I go in to help the parent deal with the diagnosis of the spina bifida. The physician on a treatment team, I've worked treatment teams my whole life, the physician on the treatment team delivers or breaks the diagnosis. They come in and say, your child has cancer, they answer a few questions, your child has spina bifida, they answer a few questions, the parent goes into a little shock stage, they kind of go, whoa, and then the physician leaves. The pediatric psychologist stays in the room and then helps to deliver the diagnosis. You break it, I deliver, and help them deal with their grief response. And in spina bifida, the parent had this dream that's been shattered, that's the grief. But they still have a child. It's just not the child. And so they can never grieve because they still have a child. That's traumatic grief. It's a grief that doesn't resolve. Parents in the family courts, massive traumatic grief. You've lost your child, sometimes for years, but you can't grieve, your child's still here. But no, not. The traumatic grief in the family courts is 10 times worse than the traumatic grief from a birth defect of spina bifida. I've worked both. The traumatic grief in the family courts is 10 times worse than spina bifida, when I worked in spina bifida. And it's being caused by the forensic psychologist, and they're not even referring you out to get grief counseling. They take your child away, destroy your life, produce all this grief, and they just drop you by the side of the road. This pathology, well, the diagnosis is child psychological abuse. The core of this pathology is spousal abuse, using the child as a weapon. It is the most brutal and savage form of child abuse. Essentially, I'm so angry with you, I'm going to kill your child. That's pretty brutal. To kill someone's child to get revenge for them? That's your dark personality. That's your sadism. That's your psychopathy. That's brutal. And the mental health people, the absence of empathy is phenomenal in the mental health people, that they can be so cruel to the parents. It's just amazing. So, first one I want to say, these some add-on slides here, which is I am an American psychologist. So the things I say are within the context of my American psychology. I accept, or you're an exception. Everybody's here, Serbia, Balkans, you're an exception. I've listened to 2 days of conference, I have no problem. Yay, you're on the right path, you're good. I have nothing. So when I use the word you, I'm talking to my psychology people that are surrounding me. And I am highly critical of my professional colleagues, highly critical. Here's the standard of competence that I was trained to at Children's Hospital and everywhere I have worked. I've worked major NIMH projects for schizophrenia, for ADHD. Dr. Neckerline's one of the top schizophrenia experts. Jim Swanson, top ADHD expert in the world. And I've worked in those projects. I've worked and trained at Children's Hospital, I've been on medical staff at Children's Hospital as a pediatric psychologist. This is the standard for competence. To know everything there is to know about the pathology, and then you read journals to stay current. That's your standard. To know everything there is to know about the pathology. If you had your child going in for cancer, Wouldn't you want your physician to know everything there is to know about cancer? Yes, if that's your child. And this is my child coming into me. They deserve that level of competence. So I explained this. I'm a trauma psychologist out of foster care, and I'm treating the traumatic grief being caused by other psychologists. Would you please stop creating the traumatic grief? Returning to standard for competence and my challenge of my professional colleagues, which is, if you don't know, if you're a psychologist or you work in the court and you don't know as much as me, why not? Why don't you know as much as me? Is it because you don't think knowledge isn't necessary for what you do? You think you can just make stuff up and you don't really need to know what you're doing? Is that what you think? Or are you just lazy? Because that's the only two reasons I can come up with. You either don't think it's important to know stuff, know what you're doing, or you're lazy. Because I learned it. I know it. I'm not an expert. Bessel van der Kolk is an expert in complex trauma. Ed Tronic's an expert. Marsha Linehan's an expert. I don't generate the knowledge, I apply it. I'm just a clinical psychologist out of foster care. I was totally fine being totally nothing in the world. I wasn't going to be famous, I wasn't going to be rich. None of this was planned, except I ran into a group of families isolated away from the rest of clinical psychology who were my pathology: child abuse and trauma and spousal abuse. So I stayed here because somebody has to protect. I have duty to protect obligations. You'll notice in my career, I haven't written any professional journal articles because I'm not there yet. I'm still a clinical psychologist. This is active child abuse, active spousal abuse. I need to stop it. The moment we stop abusing these children and parents, then I can go write the articles, then I can go back to my retirement. But until it stops, we have active spousal abuse being by the forensic psychology people who should protect and don't. So that's a bit of why I'm here. Let's talk about false allegations of abuse for a second. 1960, B.F. Skinner. Honest to God, 2023, I have a slide where I'm educating people about B.F. Skinner from the 1940s. How lazy are the mental health people that I have to put up a slide like this? Any behavior that's reinforced increases. Any behavior that's punished decreases. So if you have false allegations and it's successful, that's going to reinforce false allegations. You will see more false allegations. If you want to see less false allegations, we have to punish them somehow. There has to be negative consequences for then it will go down. Makes sense. So what do? Punishment? We don't jail schizophrenics. We shouldn't be looking for a legal punishment for the pathological parent. The punishment is early intervention. That we start, as Norcy was saying, we start with that early intervention and put in layers of trying to educate the parent and divert them away, knowing that this is the path, is we're going to get to Dr. Childress and his differential diagnosis. So if you're making a false allegation, we'll investigate your child abuse, but if it's not there, we're going to look for you to be psychologically abusive, and it can turn, and we may wind up taking your child in a protective separation because we determine you're psychologically abusing the child. Everyone knows where it's headed. It's going to head to that. So it's in the best interests of the pathological parent to move that differently before it gets there. The mediator could say that. Their attorney can tell them that. You don't want to get into the Dr. Childress zone. Okay, it's best you work and solve this now. Maybe work with Dorsey or coaches. Let's find a way of solving this now, because boy, if you get into this differential diagnosis, Dr. Childress, it could turn against you, and it could be a bad situation. That's your punishment, and it's no longer being reinforced because it's no longer successful in getting the child and manipulating the court. So first thing is that early intervention, stepwise approach up to the differential diagnosis. Let me talk a little bit about manipulation. This is the most manipulative pathology ever. Narcissistic borderline personalities are immensely manipulative. You add the dark personalities, and they add the word Machiavellian to it. They are off the chart manipulative. Let me give you two examples of how manipulative this pathology is. First, the best interests of the child. How many times have we heard that during this? The best interests of the child, the best interests of the child. That implies that everyone else is not working in the best interests of the child. I take personal offense to that. These are my kids. I'm always working in the best interests of the child. That's standard. That's not something special. That's baseline. Don't tell me our special interests are the best interests of the child. First off, everyone is working on that. But they are claiming this role of being the virtuous protector, virtuous victim, the virtuous protector, as if I'm not. No, you're not the virtuous protector, nor is that parent the virtuous victim, the virtuous protective parent, the third role. The pathology is captivating the mental health professional on that role. They're being the virtuous, we're working in the best interest of the child, I'm the virtuous protector of the child. No, you're not. You're colluding with the child abuse because you're ignorant and incompetent. You're not protecting anybody from child abuse. You are the child abuser. But they like the fantasy of being in that role of the virtuous protector. No, I'm the protector of the child. And I'm going to challenge them on that. You're the child abuser, I'm the protector of the child. Now, if you're right, I'm incompetent and I'm going to lose my professional credibility and I'll become nothing, if you're right. If I'm right, you're a child abuser. You're a psychologist and you are the child abuser, you deserve to lose your license. So, let's find out. Which one of us is right? Am I right or are you right? If you're right, my career's over. If I'm right, your career's over. Let's find out. Because I'm here to protect my children, and I'm here to protect that spouse from a brutal form of spousal abuse. There's no definition of best interest of the child. That shows you there's no substance to it. It's all manipulation. There is no definition for what that is. If we have a Muslim family and a Christian family, is it in the best interest of the child to be raised with Christian values or Muslim values? What about a Christian family and an atheist family? What about a parent who's very structured and another one who's very permissive? Is a structured a bad parent? How do we determine the best interests of the child? There's no way. There's no way. I've worked with parents where during the pathology period where they can't see their child, the targeted parent has died. That child no longer has the ability to restore ever with that parent. Was it in the best interest of that child to be separated for the last 2 years from the parent's life? Or to have, and they're going to feel guilt for the rest of their life about the last things they told that parent was about how much they hate them and everything. Was that in the best interest of the child? We can't determine that because we can't predict the future. In the absence of child abuse, parents have the right to parent their child according to their cultural values, their personal values, and their religious values. There was talk earlier about human rights. Absolutely. This is 100% a human rights issue. Parents have the right to be parents according to their values, unless there's child abuse and we need to protect the child. Now, Dorsey talks about the protective separation, but she also, we don't want to separate the child if we can avoid it, because that's creating pathology in the child. The only reason we separate a child is a child protection response. And so in the absence of child abuse, stay out of it. The third manipulative quality of this is that it prevents us from talking about the spousal abuse. So if the targeted parent says, this is killing me, this is hurting, the grief is off the charts, they're told, this isn't about you, it's about the child. No, it is 100% about the spousal abuse. It is a brutal spousal abuse using the child as a weapon. In weaponizing the child, they create such significant pathology in the child, it becomes psychological abuse of the child. But it is, at its core, it's a spousal abuse pathology. But the pathology takes away parents' ability to protect themselves from the spousal abuse. Because if they say it's spousal abuse, they say it's not about you, it's about the child and the child's best interests. Well, I'll argue the child's best interest is always to have a secure and healthy attachment bond to both parents. Always. So let's do that. But they don't know how to do that. They don't know how to fix an attachment bond. Then why are you working with attachment pathology if you don't know how to fix it? And they're just ignorant. They're just ignorant and incompetent. And they don't care, and they're lazy. Another manipulation. The conflict is about child custody. There was a question about that. What makes people think it's about child custody? It's not. It's about child pathology and child abuse and child treatment. One parent, the pathological parent, drives it into the court system to put the other spouse on trial for being a bad parent, being a bad spouse. They have to defend that they deserve to have a child, and they trot out the child, rejecting the parent, shaming the parent, and all this sort of stuff. It's spousal abuse using the court system and custody by producing pathology in the child. This isn't about custody. Custody's easy. It's either split 50-50 or one parent gets every other weekend. If they're separated by distance, one parent gets a school year, the other parent gets visitation. There's only 3 schedules. And in the absence of child abuse, each parent should have as much time and involvement as possible. How much is that? That's up to the court. From a clinical psychology, I'd say 50-50, moms are important as dads. So that's the best I can come up with, but there may be things, they're living in separate places, one parent gets every other weekend. Now, there was a question about 2 homes. Is it better to have 1 home or 2 homes? It's better to have 1 home because there's no divorce. The moment you get a divorce, bad things are going to happen. That's just the nature of things. It's better not to get divorced and say, okay, so once you get divorced though, what's a better situation? 6 of one, half dozen of another. The parent who gets a school week primacy is going to have more time, but they're going to have to all the conflicts of homework and all this stuff, whereas the every other weekend parent just gets fun time. And so that's an advantage to the every other weekend parent. They get the fun time, the other parent gets all the problems. On the other hand, though, the parent with all the problems develops thickness to that relationship. I talked about the breach and repair, whereas the other one tends to be shallow because they're not going through all the conflict. So that's the advantage of this parent. So it's 6 of one, half dozen of another. And I can get healthy children out of either home. So that's not, the time is not, just don't give me 0 time. I cannot get a healthy child out of 0 time. So give me at least every other weekend of the day during the week, and I can get you a healthy child. 2 homes, 1 home, on that place. Any place your parent is your home. Fact. That just makes it your home. I think about it like, if it's my home, I walk in the house without a key. Does a child walk into dad's house without a key? Yep. Mom's house without? Yep. You got two homes. In addition, the child unites within them two cultures, two family lineages, two family heritages. And I don't care if you're same sort of culture, you still have two family cultures. And it becomes more distinct when you have two ethnic cultures, like Chinese and marries a European. Now you got like two cultures that is the child's birthright. Is that for a child to reject either parent is for the child to reject half of themselves. That's never healthy. We want the child bonded in to that family context and that family culture that is their birthright from both parents. And so it just kills me. So this isn't about custody. It's about pathology and its treatment. It's about a dark personality pathology inducing false attachment pathology and psychologically abusing the child. And then we need to protect the child. So now I'm back to my slides. So good I got through that. Diagnostic protocol. Heard a lot of talks about protocol. That's exactly where we need to be. What's the protocol? What do we, if you send me a kid with ADHD, I know exactly what the protocol is. There's some tests I can do, intelligence tests, digit span, and coding tests will give me some attention stuff. There's computer programs I can use to look at attention. I can send questionnaires to the teacher, questionnaires to the parent. There's a protocol we use to diagnose ADHD or autism or eating disorders or anything. What's the protocol in the family courts? We need one. Because the mental health professionals need to stop our fighting. It's us that are parallel process fighting over the children. We need to come together in a single voice that we can tell the court so the court can act with the decisive clarity it needs to protect the child. So whatever we need to do to get that single voice, all doctors, all psychologists, all doctors should be applying exactly the same information, the best, to reach exactly the same conclusions, accurate, that lead to exactly the same recommendations, effective. If you have two doctors who disagree on the diagnosis looking at the same evidence, one of them is right, one of them is wrong. One of them is competent, one of them is incompetent. If they got sort of the same diagnoses, that's okay. But if you got one, if you're looking at the same thing and one physician diagnoses cancer and the other one diagnoses diabetes, one of those two is incompetent. Okay? So, which is it? What's happening? We should all be coming together in a single voice. The way we do that is by stopping the fighting about these new pathologies like parental alienation that have no definition. Let's go to our established knowledge, attachment, family systems, complex trauma, apply that, and then all the professionals are using the same knowledge. And we can reach the same conclusions based on the same data. So, I know in my America, I know for a fact 0 of the forensic psychologists are competent in this pathology, because I am. So, I know that as soon as they realize that all the psychologists are unethical, failure of 2.01, boundaries of competence, failure of 2.04, failure of 9.01, uh-oh, what are we going to do? No one out there is competent in the assessment of delusional thought disorders. So what I did is I came up with an approach that scaffolds until you learn the knowledge. I'm not an expert. I'm just a support for the mental health professionals to get to Ed Tronick and Bessel van der Kolk. To get to the experts, I know where the experts are. I know where the knowledge is. Go there, and you'll get it. Psychological control, Barber, go there. And so I've developed or proposed 3 diagnostic indicators that will 100% diagnose this pathology and will never misdiagnose it. The 3 diagnostic indicators is first, the attachment suppression towards a normal range parent. That is an impossible symptom. Impossible. A child never rejects a normal range parent. A problematic parent produces an insecure attachment. The only time we might possibly see a rejection of a parent is with severe child abuse. But if that's a normal range parent, that's not child abuse. So we never see, because the attachment system developed over millions of years of evolution, it's a primary motivational system. It is a goal-corrected motivational system. It always maintains the goal of forming an attachment bond because that's survival to that child. It never rejects a parent, especially not a normal range parent. So, but you will see that here. But it's impossible. But you see, so I can make that diagnosis just off the attachment system. But that's hard for other psychologists who don't work early childhood, don't know about the attachment system. So I gave you a couple of additional ones that will always show up together. If you see one, you will also see number 2. Now, number 1 is volume 1 of Bowlby's book, Attachment. Volume 1, Attachment. Children don't reject parents. His second volume is called Separation, Anxiety and Anger. That's your protest behavior, it's separation. So, diagnostic indicator 2 is about the protest behavior. We will see excessive anger or excessive anxiety. And the operational definition for diagnostic purposes of excessive anger is 5 specific narcissistic traits displayed by the child. And they're specific. I don't just say 5, I say 5 specific ones. Grandiosity, entitlement, absence of empathy, cruelty, splitting, and haughty and arrogant attitude. And you'll see all 5 of those. The reason I chose 5 is because that's the number of a personality disorder diagnosis. If you have 5 of the symptoms of a personality disorder, you have that. That's another impossible symptom. Children do not have personality disorders. A little bit of controversy on that, but no. Children's personality is still in formation during childhood. In childhood, what later becomes a personality disorder is an insecure attachment. If you run into it in childhood, the personality disorder is a disorganized, potentially, or anxious, ambivalent, anxious avoidant attachment. You don't see 5 narcissistic. Where does a child acquire narcissism? Narcissistic personality is an adult pathology. How does a child acquire an adult pathology? From the psychological control of a parent who has a narcissistic personality. We cannot manipulate our children without leaving fingerprints on the children. That's what I call diagnostic. I'm lifting the fingerprints of the psychological control off the child. 5 narcissistic symptoms. Or sometimes you will see the high anxiety. The high anxiety variant typically shows up with younger children, 4 or 5 years old, before they have enough personality structure to acquire the narcissism. And what you get is a borderline parent who's signaling anxiety, high anxiety of separation. The attachment system is exquisitely sensitive to parental signals of anxiety. It's a predator-driven system. The moment the parent signals anxiety, that motivates the child's attachment system to get close to that parent and not to separate, not to leave. So we have a borderline parent who's signaling anxiety and signaling that the source is the other parent. That parent is actually the predator. That's not a protective parent, that's a predator, and you're in danger. So the child gets up close and will not separate from that parent. Healthy, secure attachment is the child separates because they feel secure, then they come back and recharge, and then they separate. So you get this circle of separation in secure attachment. In insecure attachment, the child stays close. So in this family, who is the child separating from? The targeted parent. That's a secure attachment. The child feels secure enough in that relationship that they can do all sorts of nasty stuff, and that parent's still going to be there for them. That's a secure attachment. The child feels secure and separated. Who does the child not separate from? The allied parent. That's the insecure attachment. They know if they bond to their other parent, they're going to get rejected by that parent. It's conditional love. If you don't please me, you're rejected. So knowing the attachment system, I know that's a secure attachment, that's an insecure attachment. What do you mean the child's not separating from that parent? The child's anxious about being in exploratory experiences with the other parent. And the operational definition for the anxiety is it will meet DSM-5 criteria for a specific phobia. There will be panic attacks, there'll be avoidance, so the child essentially has a diagnosis of a specific phobia, father type or mother type. That's another impossible symptom. If you have a child with a mother phobia, please write it up in the journal, because that will be the first case ever of a mother phobia or a father phobia. You know why? The attachment system will prevent that. Any child who developed a phobia about the parent, got eaten by a predator, or starved. Those brain connections that would allow that don't exist. So I've got impossible pathology, impossible pathology, impossible pathology. Guess what? You'll find them here. If you do the checklist, yep, there they are. That's a false pathology. The third one is the critical one. It's kind of like, Sesame. Which one of these is not like the other? It's number 3. There's your persecutory delusion. Now, that's another impossible symptom. Children do not develop a persecutory delusion towards a normal range parent. How does a child develop a persecutory delusion? From a cross-generational coalition with a parent who has a shared persecutory delusion, then we get induced or shared delusion. So if you have all 3 of those symptoms present, you have to explain them. You have to explain how those symptoms show up. And there is only one explanation. I'll challenge any mental health professional, explain the presence of those symptoms. Now, when I tell parents to go ask their professional to do a checklist, you know what they're told? No. The mental health professionals are refusing to complete this. They just say, no, I'm not going to complete it. What? So now Dorsey develops his whole custody resolution method to tag the data because the mental health people aren't doing a checklist. We cannot make a diagnosis from data. So Dorsey is limited that she cannot make a diagnosis. So when I used to write consultation reports for her, the most I could say is the child needs a proper assessment for possible child abuse. So we get this whole data compilation thing to simply get to the point of, can we get an assessment for possible child abuse? Because the mental health people are telling the parent, no, I'm not going to assess for possible child abuse. That's what they are saying. Okay, well, I'm coming after your license for that. So you better hope that I'm not brought in as a case. Forensic psychologists don't diagnose pathology. I hear that a lot. We don't diagnose pathology. Over in America, they conduct 6 to 9 month assessments for forensic custody assessments. They come out without a diagnosis. Now, I was always trained to put my formal diagnosis on any formal paperwork. It's a risk management response. I tell my postdocs and interns, always put your DSM diagnosis on your paperwork, on your formal paperwork. Why? Because if you don't have a diagnosis on your paperwork, then you are indicating for a fact that you have verified that there is no diagnostic issue present. Because if there was child abuse, you would diagnose that, right? If there was child abuse, you would tell the court, right? Well, yeah, I'd tell the court if there was child abuse, but you didn't, did you? Nor did you even put it as a rule-out diagnosis, as a possibility. So you're saying it's not even possible that there's child psychological abuse. Now imagine when I'm a consultant on a case and I'm working with the attorney on the cross-examination of that forensic psychologist. I'm going to have a field day with that psychologist. Well, did you do a proper assessment for a delusional thought disorder? Do you know how to do a delusional thought disorder assessment? You know the mental status exam for thought. Is it possible that there is child psychological abuse here? Well, it's possible. So then, but you didn't indicate it's possible, did you? Well, no. Do you think we should have another assessment to see if there's a possible delusional thought disorder? Well, yeah, that'd probably be good. They're dead. You mean to tell me after 6 to 9 months of your evaluation for possible child abuse that took 6 to 9 months, we still need another assessment to get whether or not this is child abuse? You're incompetent. Why do we need your assessment to begin with if we still need another assessment even after yours? Always put your diagnosis. Even if back DSM-4, there was a code V, I think it was 71.09, no diagnosis. 4 axes. V 71.09, no diagnosis. And then the V code for family problems, or V code for economic problems, or something else. But you always say, if there's no diagnosis, say it, because otherwise, if there's no diagnosis, you are saying there is no psychiatric or diagnostic pathology present for a fact. It's not even by rule out. But then I gave you more. So those 3 diagnostic indicators will always identify it. I want to avoid conflict. We need to stop the conflict. So nothing about Dr. Childress is Dr. Childress. I did this with both hands tied behind my back. None of this knowledge is coming from me. I used only established knowledge so we could end the conflict. But the 12 associate clinical signs, they're just your choice. I gave them to you anyway. Okay, these are the 12 associate clinical signs are not always present, but often present. There's a reason for each one, and they're just sweet. So I gave them to you. First one is use of the word forced. You see how that was used yesterday with the Swedish? She used the word forced. There it is. And it comes off as sex abuse. Because if you go into the school system, they never say, oh, we shouldn't force the child to do their homework. No, you force your child to do the homework. Teachers say you force your child to go to school. You know what that's called? Parenting. Parents force their kids to do stuff all the time. So why is this, we shouldn't force the child to have a relationship? That's sex abuse. That's the only pathology where the child is forced to submit is sex. So it's a ripple. It's not sex abuse this generation. It's a ripple from the mother likely who was sexually abused or the father whose mother was sexually. Somehow it's coming in, that use of the word forced. I'm predicting the use of a word. Science is to create a model, make a prediction, and then look at the data to see if it matches. So I made my prediction. There's going to be these 12 associated clinical signs. Assess for it. See if I'm right. Number 2, empowering a child to reject a parent. That's, again, the compensatory thing for the reenactment trauma. Before, when the parent was a child being abused, there was nobody to protect them. The child was helpless. So in this reenactment narrative, now the child is being empowered to reject the abusive parent. So it has psychological value to the pathological parent. Saw that yesterday in Sweden when they appoint attorneys for the child. They're appointing an attorney to empower the child to reject the parent. I got the first 2 diagnostic indicators in the presentation from Sweden. Okay, I'm going to ask Sweden, how many narcissistic dark personalities are you misdiagnosing? If you can't answer that for me, then I can guarantee you you're misdiagnosing some and you're colluding with the child abuse. If you can't answer that question for me, how many dark narcissistic borderlines personalities are in the family courts in Sweden? If you can't answer that, you're in trouble. The exclusion demand, number 3. The child tells the parent, I don't want you at my graduation, at my soccer game, at my awards ceremony. They're excluding the targeted parent from their events. It's not always present, but when ACS3 is present, it is 100% diagnostic. If I have the exclusion demand, a child saying, I don't want the targeted parent at my school event, it's a pathology. Because all children love attention. They love to be the center. What happens is the targeted parent comes in the room, it's the allied parent who starts to get upset. And the child is a regulatory object for the parent. And so when that parent starts to go, the child goes, oh my God, I have to keep this parent stable. But they're just having an event. They want to play soccer, but now they're worried about their parents, and they just know it's stress. Something about when that targeted parent comes, it's stressful, and when they say, I don't want you at my event, this parent goes, oh, I totally understand, they get all this wonderful nurture. It's 100% diagnostic, but it's not always present. Number 4 is also 100% diagnostic, but it's not always present. Parental replacement. That's where a child calls their mother or father by their first name. That's Mary. No, because the attachment system is very possessive. That's my mother. That's my father. The reason is because if I run to any old adult, they won't protect me. I have to run to my specific adult. So the attachment system is very possessive. I used to work with adoptive parents because I worked foster care, and so some of the foster kids were adopted out, and so after hours, I would do some counseling with the adoptive parents of kids out of foster care. And for adoptive parents, I would sometimes say, treat the child like an object, like a possession. Because these adoptive parents were too respectful of the child and weren't communicating, you belong to me. And I belong to you. There's a possessive quality to it. So take possession of the child. Don't sit back and say, what do you want? No, you're mine. Because that's the healthy bond. And so if I have a child who's calling their mom or dad by their first name, no, that's the other parent who's doing that. Or calling the new step-parent mom or dad. So that's number 4. Parental replacement. Unforgivable event. There'll be some event in the past that is used as a reason for all current and future rejection as this unforgivable event. That has to do with trauma. Again, use of the, number 6, use of words again. Liar and fake. You will hear this when the targeted parent says, I love you. And the child goes, oh, that's so fake. They're just a liar. I hear that a lot. But if you don't, you hear it singly and you kind of go, what? No, this is a common thing. The child will discount the love of the other parent by saying they're a liar. Because if they're not lying, if they're not fake, then that child can't reject them. They love that parent. So they have to say, that parent doesn't love me. Breaks my heart. This child feels that their parent doesn't love them? Of course you love them. Yes, they do. No, they don't. They're a liar. That's so devastating. Oh my God, that breaks my heart. Then there's a set of reasons for rejection. Unwarranted use of the word abuse, that's my borderline. For my borderline, everything's abusive. You know, if you try to restrict them in any way, they say it's abuse. You're abusing me. So if there's an allegation of abuse, certainly, we absolutely investigate that. And I come out of foster care, there are real child abuse. But if it's not abuse, then I'm looking at a borderline. Because normal people, normal parents don't use the word abuse because it's inflammatory. They say the parent's a jerk, they're an asshole, they're a bunch of stuff. But they don't say it's abuse, unless it's abuse. But the borderline uses it flamboyantly to gain protection. They go victim and they manipulate to get protection. Excessive texting to interfere with the bonding development of the parent. Role reversal, using a parent, using a child. It's not me who wants to go to that school, it's the child who wants to go to that school. It's not me who, I'm encouraging the child to answer the phone calls. It's the child who doesn't want to answer the phone call. They're always putting the child out in front. Number 11 is that the targeted parent deserves to be rejected. This one we see on the cruelty. When the child says something cruel, the parent will challenge it and say, wow, that's a mean thing to say to your mom. And they'll give me an answer, well, she deserves it because of something that she did in the past. That's your spousal abuse theme. Yeah, of course I hit her. She deserved it. She was talking back to me. Yeah, of course I smacked her around, but my dinner was cold. She deserved it. No one deserves cruelty. We're not nice to other people because of who they are. We're nice because of who we are. And so that's the spousal abuse theme. And then disregard of court orders, because a narcissist is entitled, they don't follow court orders, and the borderline can't because they're too disorganized. So those are your 12 associate clinical signs. The question I had was, I know they don't always show up, but how often? I don't know, let's find out. Let's start collecting the data and find out how often they show up. Dorsey, through her custody resolution method, is tagging for these. She has a wealth of data. Oh my God, universities, when I'm working, get an MOU with Dorsey and get access to her data. Not only is a she tag, but if you have some idea, pay her taggers to tag for your stuff. She's already got like almost a research project there. Think about Dorsey, she's a family coach and a businesswoman. I'm a clinical psychologist. We do totally different things. But she's smart. She goes, if the court's not recognizing, let's look at the data, because the mental health people are refusing to do that, so she generated, but in doing that, she's collected a wonderful golden data set about these families. So Melanie Greenham did just that. She got an MOU, and then through her institutional review board at the university, and got access to her data, and did how many of these 12 ACS were in these families? So it was 46 families in high conflict divorce. All 46 families displayed the 3 diagnostic indicators. That's an operational definition of the pathology. With parental alienation, we don't have that. We don't have an agreed upon definition. With the diagnostic checklist, we do. We have now defined what the pathology is. So now within this 46 families where the 3 diagnostic indicators are present, this is how many families had each one. One family had 5 of them. 4 families had 8. But look at that, 9, 10, 11, 12. 41 out of the 46 families had 9 or higher. I nailed it. I nailed it. Prevalence of each one. ACS 2, 7, and 11 were present in 100% of the families. 5, 10, and 12 were present in 90% of the families. And at 80%, 9 of the diagnostic indicators were present at 80% prevalence or higher. Only number 9, the texting one, was at 30%. Scientific method. Develop a model, make predictions, test to see if the predictions hold. I developed a model, I made predictions, there's the data. An attachment-based model of this pathology, as I describe in my book, Foundations, is 100% true and accurate. My book's been out there for 5 years. There has not been a single substantive critique of it that says anything that's a problem. It's 100% true. And this diagnostic indicator will the diagnostic checklist that includes the 12 signs and the 3 diagnostic indicators will 100% diagnose this pathology and will never misdiagnose something else as being this pathology. So let's talk about assessment of child abuse. Going back, the absence of child abuse, parents have the right, and I added this sentence after the human rights presentation because in the absence of child abuse, parents have a fundamental human right to parent according to their cultural values, their personal values, and their religious values. That's their human right if there's no child abuse. And in the absence of child abuse, all parents should have as much time and involvement with the child as possible. In the absence of child abuse, to restrict either parent's time and involvement with the child is creating an attachment pathology in the child. We never do that. So we do not create attachment pathology as a treatment for anything. So if there's no child abuse, get out of the way. The question is there child abuse? So in all cases of cases of court-involved custody conflict, we should be doing a proper risk assessment for possible child abuse to the differential diagnosis for each parent. Is there authentic child abuse, or is there a factitious disorder imposed on another, or false attachment pathology imposed on the child? There's your questions. For a treatment guy, I need these boxes checked because I need to know whether I'm treating an abusive parent, a targeted parent, or an abusive allied parent, because my treatments are radically different depending on which person's abusing the child. So I need these questions answered. Is it the targeted parent who's abusive, yes or no? Or is it the allied parent who's abusive, yes or no? And if you can't diagnose that, then go work somewhere else, because that's what we need in the family courts, because the court needs to know what to do to protect the child. Assessment of the targeted parent, child abuse. 4 diagnoses, take a look at them. If you're not experienced in assessing authentic child abuse, go work somewhere else, because this is child abuse. You're not competent. If you don't know how to assess for child abuse, you're not competent working in child abuse. If you don't know how to assess for autism, you're not competent working in autism. Pick a pathology. Eating disorders. If you don't know how to assess for eating disorders, you're not competent in eating disorders. So, concern for child physical, sexual, or neglect abuse, you get it out to Child Protective Services. Let their trained professionals assess for those. Those are mandatory reports. They'll come back with yes, no, or uncertain. And if they come back as no, we accept it. If it comes back as yes, we accept it. It's only those uncertain range that we go, what do? We continue to monitor them. Now the psychologist continues to look until we get an answer whether it's yes or no. For psychological child abuse, the child needs a proper assessment. The concern is a shared persecutory delusion. And when you assess the targeted parent for being possibly abusive, document it on the second form, the Parenting Practices Rating Scale. I developed this on the scale, and none of these are assessments. They're simply symptom documentation instruments so everybody can get on the same page. So there's 4 levels. Level 1 is clearly abusive. Level 2 is severely problematic. Level 1 and Level 2 would be considered abusive range parenting. At that point, I'm not concerned about the allied parent. I've got a targeted parent who's really severely problematic. That becomes the treatment plan. If, however, Level 3 is normal range problem. Now, parents aren't perfect. There's a normal range of kind of stuff that we'd hope they'd be a little bit better, but it's basically normal. That's Level 3, normal range problematic. We put the little problems on the treatment plan, fix them. And Level 4 is healthy normal range. So if they're Level 3 or 4, that's normal range, and if they're a normal range parent, they cannot be producing severe attachment pathology. So we get the diagnostic checklist about the child's symptoms. We put it with the targeted parent to document that they're normal range, and the 2 of those don't fit. Boom, we got the diagnosis. Difference, I've heard emotional abuse, psychological abuse. These are different. Emotional abuse is typically over angry. That's where they're berating the child, and it's like they're hitting the child except with emotions, with their anger. So it's like a variant of physical abuse. It's just not physical, but it's emotional abuse. That's different than psychological abuse. Psychological abuse is inducing pathology in the child. And so that's my borderline parent who's producing that shared delusion or the factitious disorder. That's psychological child abuse. And in the DSM-4, there's no diagnosis of emotional abuse. The diagnosis is psychological child abuse. So that's what we need to be looking for, is creating pathology in the child. So assessing the allied parent. Let me see. Yeah. So assessing the allied parent. The concerns is child psychological abuse and spousal abuse. So I've got two dangerous pathologies as possibilities here, two abuse pathologies. In all dangerous pathologies, a proper risk assessment needs to be conducted. That's suicide, homicide, and abuse, child abuse, spousal abuse, elder abuse. All of those are considered a dangerous pathology that we have duty to protect obligations to make sure a proper risk assessment is conducted for suicide or for abuse. We have to do it or have to make sure it gets done because we have duty to protect obligations. If a patient tells us they're suicidal, we don't say, okay, well, have a nice weekend, we'll see you next week. No, we conduct an assessment. Have you ever tried before? Any family history? You have means, plan, what's going on? We do a proper suicide assessment. We maybe even hospitalize the patient because we have duty to protect obligation. And then the spousal abuse is the second one. We should be doing a proper assessment for possible spousal abuse using the child as a weapon. The diagnostic considerations for the parent, this is what these are my possibilities. First would be an adjustment disorder, mixed emotions and conduct, with a V code. V codes modify the primary diagnosis. So the primary diagnosis out of the trauma section of the DSM is an adjustment disorder. The child's having a difficulty adjusting to the divorce. Why are they having difficulty adjusting? Because there's psychological child abuse. That's number one. That's going to be the most treatment-friendly to diagnose. The child's having difficulty adjusting. The second one is a delusional disorder, shared delusional disorder, persecutory type. I might go this direction for the more borderline parent who is actually more delusional. I've got a delusional borderline, and that's a better description of the pathology than adjustment disorder. And then number three would be the factitious disorder imposed on another. I might do that one with the narcissistic parent who's who's weaponizing the child. The narcissistic dad is creating a false attachment pathology in the child as a weapon of spousal abuse. And so I would consider also adding the spousal abuse diagnosis to all of these. Assessment of delusional thought disorders. It's the mental status exam of thought and perception. That's what the assessment for a delusional thought disorder is. And Martin, if you Google mental status exam, go to the National Institute of Health one, and that's Martin. So you can Google it, and you scroll down to the mental health of thought and perception, mental status exam, and it describes is fear actual. But notice what he says here. Of all portions of the mental status exam, the evaluation of potential thought disorder is one of the most difficult and requires considerable experience. Now, there's other mental status exams for memory or attention or various things. Thought and perception is one of the most difficult. It's a sweep of the frontal lobe executive function systems for linear logical reasoning. And as we sweep them, we will find the thought disorder because instead of going linear and logical, it will go sideways in what's called associational thinking. The emotion will associate over to another emotion. So instead of going linear, it goes boop, sideways. And that's what you're looking for, is that associational thinking. It's not the content, it's how they arrive at their conclusion. And so it requires considerable experience. Brief psychiatric rating scale is considered the oldest, most widely used scale to measure psychotic symptoms. Number 11 is unusual thought content. And it's unusual bizarre thought, that's the delusion one. A key feature on rating a delusion is there full conviction? The way it's operationally defined is, consider the patient who have full conviction if he or she has acted as though the delusional belief was true. Has the child acted as though the parent was actually a threat to them? Yes, they're avoiding the parent. So now we have full conviction. That makes a rating of at least a 4, which is above the delusional threshold. A 2 and a 3 is just normal kind of odd behavior. The moment you get above a rating of 4, that's a delusion. It's an encapsulated delusion. Rating of 4 says it's an encapsulated delusion with no functional impairment and no preoccupation. No, we got functional impairment. This delusion is impairing the child's ability in the family. That kicks it up to a rating of at least a 5, a moderately severe persecutory delusion. Dr. Childress, my Vita, I was trained annually for 12 years in the rating of psychotic symptoms using the BPRS to 90% diagnostic reliability to the directors of the diagnostic unit at the Brentwood UCLA VA, Dr. Ventura and Dr. Lukoff, while I was working at Dr. Nectarline's project on schizophrenia. I am 12 years training to 90% diagnostic reliability to the authors of the brief psychiatric rating scale. I am one of the most experienced trained professionals out there on the diagnostic assessment of delusional thought disorders, because the only place it is in schizophrenia, and I was there. Now I'm in the family courts, and I can guarantee you there's not a single psychologist in the family courts that knows how to assess for delusional thought disorder. Do they listen to me? No, because they don't care. They simply don't care. They have obligations under 2.01. If you don't know how to do it, you consult. Am I getting any phone calls on consulting? No. They absolutely simply don't care if they're incompetent. Assessment. This is just basic. You document the symptoms. That's where you always start. For diagnosis is a pattern match of the criteria to the symptoms. So you start by documenting the symptoms and you apply. So that's what the two parenting practices rating scale and the other one is simply documenting the symptoms. And diagnostic process in healthcare, I'm going to skip that one. How to write a report, reason for referral, history, summary, conclusions. Always put your diagnosis in the recommendations. That's your standard format for a treatment or for a report. If you come to me as a clinical psychologist, I can get you a clinical diagnostic risk assessment in about 4 to 6 weeks. And that's a good turnaround for the court. Not a 6 to 9 month evaluation. We want things within 4 to 6 weeks. Standard in clinical psychology is if your report shows up 8 weeks or over, it's no longer relevant because the situations have changed. We got to get our reports from the start of the assessment to the report within 6 to 8 weeks. So what I'm doing is providing scaffolding, but don't stop with me. Go to Tronic, go to Bessel van der Kolk, go to the people, go to the experts. But I've given you some of the initial indicators. Diagnostic checklist combined with parenting practices rating scale, you'll be able to diagnose this. If you're coming to me for a consult, the first thing I'm going to ask you is diagnostic checklist, and pretty much if the 3 symptoms are there, it's pretty straightforward. Professional consultation. Clinicians may refer to or consult with other clinicians. They encourage consultation among doctors. Improving diagnosis in healthcare, National Academy of Sciences. APA Ethics Code encourages consultation. So again, there was a presentation earlier about how they consult as a team. Absolutely. We should all be consulting back and forth. We should never go in with a single, because if I'm assessing stuff, especially attachment pathology, I grew up in a family, so I'm going to have my own biases. It's called countertransference. And it's unconscious, so I will be biased no matter what. The way to control for that is to get another person in, and now we're consulting, and then there's another, and that will control for the bias of any one individual. So get consultation. Scientific and professional judgments, 2.04, that's the knowledge everybody needs to know if you're going to work over here. If you don't know as much as me, why not? You're just lazy. Or you're incompetent. You don't think you need to know knowledge for what you do. That's ethical. You're unethical. Treatment protocol. Talked a little bit about this. I'll wrap this up fast. You always start treatment plan. You always start with a safety plan for dangerous pathologies, then you go into a treatment plan. There's no treatment that's going to be effective as long as I send a kid home to be beaten with electrical cords or be sexually abused by the dad or be psychologically abused by a parent. No treatment's going to be effective as long as the child's being abused. All treatment plans should have goals, interventions, timeframes, and outcome measures. Holy cow, Dorsey Pruder, a coach, does outcome measures. And you mental health people, not here, but you're not doing outcome measures? That's standard of practice. Oh my goodness. Okay. How do you know what you're doing is working? So I talked about the outcome measure. Dorsey talked about parent-child relationship, affection, cooperation, social involvement. The treatment integration, this shows you that how backwards forensic psychology is. Clinical psychology, we kept moving forward. You got all sorts of treatments for everything, but you have no treatments in the family courts. We need to bring dialectic behavior therapy over, combine it with emotionally focused therapy, internal family systems therapy, and we need to develop the treatment protocol because you guys have been so neglected over here. You got no treatments. Everybody else has got a treatment. Why don't you have a treatment? These are the three. And talked about the advantages of DBT. Here's an applied behavioral analysis. You look at before, during, and after the event, their thinking, feelings, and actions. This is from 1960s. It's called an applied behavioral analysis, fundamental to behavioral psychology. Have I ever seen one of these used in the family courts? No. Geez Louise, you're not even using knowledge from the 1960s? And I can use this to tell what's authentic or inauthentic conflict because authentic conflict is controlled by the cue. And I'm looking right before here, I'm looking at what the cue, the behavior. There is no cue. Then it's not authentic. And so I can use this applied behavioral analysis to 100% tell what's authentic and what's not authentic conflict. Is it used? No. Do they even know it? No. Let's not even talk about a functional behavioral analysis. Another 1960s. They don't have a clue. DBT family therapy, attachment, breach and repair, you want tronic, and internal family systems therapy be the third one to help with integration. Solution-focused therapy is wonderful. You hear that with Dorsey a lot. Solution-focused, solution-focused therapy. It's a postmodern therapy. I love it. Don't construct the problem, just construct the solution. So there's your treatment protocol. There's an integration of these four. And I'm running a little over because this is Dorsey's data from the ABA data that she talked about. So the A is baseline, B phase is Dorsey's program, 2-day program. Look at that. They went from, in 2 days, that child went from awful to wonderful from the high road. You want evidence-based? There's the evidence. Single case design is one of the 2 designs that show causality. The other one is a randomized control study or a single case research design. The only problem with single case research design is called external validity. Is it worked with one kid? Does it work with other kids? So you replicate it. She's been replicating this for 10 years. She has so much data on this that shows it's effective. Are mental health people getting a hold of her and saying, Dorsey, no. She shows me the protocol. I've taken her off to professional conventions saying, hey people, look at what Dorsey's got. Incredible. Oh, before we leave that for a second, that second A phase with all those numbers, that's me. That's my therapy. that she referred this case to me because we had 2 days. She only had 2 days to do this because she was traveling over to the Netherlands to meet with me, and we were going to meet with people over in the Netherlands on stuff. So she only had 2 days, but she had been tracking this family for 3 years. And we had 3 psychologists who had all diagnosed child abuse by this flamboyantly narcissistic father. And the court would not separate the child from this father after 3 psychologists said it's child psychological abuse. Finally, the court separated her, but she only had 2 days. This is a 15-year-old boy. And so she modified the high road to a 2-day workshop and recovered the child in 2 days, then flew over to be with me. And so that flat period is the time we were in Netherlands. And so the family just stayed like this. But that shows you something. She not only recovered the child, it stayed stable for 2 weeks without any intervention, as it just waited for me to get back. First thing I said, oh my goodness, they're kind of like deer in a headlight. So around number 4 there is my first session, where I said I need to release the ratings. The affection is the attachment networks. The emotional, or the cooperation, or is emotional regulation networks, and the mood and arousal is the, or the social involvement is mood and arousal. So affection is blue, cooperation is orange, and mood and arousal, social involvement is silver. Now I look at that, if you look at that, you see that the blue and the yellow, attachment and emotional regulation, are like doing 2 different things around 4 up to about 5 there. They shouldn't be that way. Emotional regulation should be entrained with attachment. So I'm looking at that saying, that's a problem. And I want attachment over emotional regulation. I want emotional regulation subject to the attachment system. So right at 7, at 5, the number 5 is my first session where I did something. And so I looked at the data and I said, I want to readjust and get the emotion regulation and trade down attachment. So I did an intervention in the session, and look what happened. Down at, not only you see affection start to go up, the blue starts to go up, the cooperation just spiked off of that, and then blue went up. And then after a couple days, the child consolidated down at that wonderful 6. I call that a consolidation V. The child comes down and consolidates, and then look what happens. That was so beautiful. At number 7, we get a 3-point integration. Holy Toledo. I'm looking at the data saying, oh my God, this parent-child relationship rating scale is fantastic. It's showing what I'm doing. I got a 3-point consolidation at 7. What happened to the blue line after that? Where'd the blue line go? I got perfect synchrony. You only see the blue line pop out at 10, and that's my second session. So it was in perfect synchrony until I messed with it again at my second session. And not only that, when I messed with it, look, blue's above gold. I got it, just what I wanted. So the second session, I gave the kid a problem. I just kind of wove it into the session. I gave him something to think about. And you can see his reaction. Arousal goes up to spike, but his affection went down, his cooperation. He was not a happy camper about what I gave him to think about. But look what he did. He figured it out right there at 10. He figured it out, and boom, he shoots back up in affection. Boom, he shoots back up in cooperation to another 2-point consolidation event. It would have been 3 points, but I think he was just so happy he figured out what the problem was. And so that's amazing stuff. And it's an amazing measure. But I'm not talking about any of that because I'm still talking about applied behavioral analysis from the 1960s. We need to get up to kind of speed here. But Dorsey, we want early intervention, judicial curriculum. This is from California. They proposed a curriculum. This is my alternative. So I'll let you look through this. But basically, I did some adjustments to what they were proposing for judicial curriculum about bias and things. But the important part, it gets to this. There should be a component on narcissistic borderline dark personalities. They proposed none. Nope. We need to educate the court about what personality pathology is dealing with, especially manipulation. We should educate the court about family systems construct, cross-generational coalitions, emotional cutoffs, and about attachment pathology. And so those should be also part of the court curriculum. Here's 3 articles that I suggest are relevant to the court about virtuous victim presentation and about detection of judicial manipulation. And then also under delusional thought disorders, I recommend a pilot program for the family courts in California. This is my recommendation to them that I recently wrote an amicus letter about some legislation they had. This is what I'm proposing for California. For Serbia and the Balkans, this is what I propose for you. I've looked around and done some little checking in, and I think the place that I would locate the research component of a pilot program is over to the Institute of Criminological and Sociological Research to help come up with the diagnostic protocol, the treatment protocol, the legal arguments to support that, and then the evaluation research to see if the interventions you're developing are solving the pathology. I recommend the parent-child relationship rating scale as the outcome measure for that. So with all of that, I think we're done forever. And it's been a pleasure to come to the Balkans. And you're in charge. You're in the leadership of the planet right now. So it's kind of close between you guys. The U.S. and Canada, I think, are up in the place. Okay. I'm here for a while.
Yeah, I guess we would like it to be brief if it's possible, of course. Question number 1, is dark personality treatable?
I will say no, Dorsey will say yes. Dorsey's probably right. It's a mindset issue, but they're tough. So I will say no, Dorsey will say yes.
Very important question. Where would the child be staying during the protective separation?
In all child abuse, we will separate the child. The preference is kinship care. So for physical or sexual, we would place with a grandmother or an aunt. This would be considered kinship care to the targeted parent. That's a normal range parent. There's no reason why we shouldn't place with that parent.
Yeah. A question from yesterday which needs a more strict answer. Who decides about protective separation? A court?
Courts don't diagnose pathology. The only reason we protect a child is a diagnosis of child abuse. That has to be made by a competent mental health professional doing a competent assessment.
And the last one, you've mentioned earlier a protocol for a pilot program. What would be the outcome of the program and how the whole process would work?
If you want an answer to a question, you have a problem, you want an answer, turn it over to your top university people and task them with developing the problem or developing the solution. What we need is a diagnostic assessment protocol, a treatment protocol, and the legal arguments to support a treatment approach. So develop that. You put your clinical people, and you have the clinical expertise, you put your clinical people together with a university research project for evaluation research, and then you just start moving on it, and you adjust as necessary going forward.
That's it.
Okay? Well, thank you.
Dr. Childers, thank you. I will be speaking in Serbian. It is my great pleasure that you fulfilled our great wish for an expert such as you to visit us. But I need to say that Dr. Childers has offered to come himself when he spoke with our colleague, and I'm very grateful for that. It's highly appreciated. This is our certificate and the letter of thanks for Melanie, Dorsey, and you. maybe you told us that this is the last trip you took here, but we still hope that we might see you again here in the Balkans, even though you're not planning that.
The reason this is the last trip is because you guys are special, okay? And so when I heard who was attending, I said I need to be there because you're on the right path. And so I did it not just randomly, I did it because of here. And that's something I like about the Balkans. When I came over here, no sooner did I get off the plane than I felt happy. I'm in the airport going, why do I feel happy? I'm in an airport. But I thought it must be some sort of past life thing. But I realized, no, it was like a future anticipation. Because after hearing this conference, I felt the same feeling. I felt happy. I go, that's the feeling. That was what it was. So congratulations, everybody. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you. Puno. Jedan zagrljaj.
A hug now.
Thank you.
Ovo može da postane motto.
This can become the motto of the conference. Thank you very much in Serbian, combined Serbian and English.
Sad, jedno malo
surprise for who is it for you? Please tell us the impressions. Now we were supposed to summarize everything happening yesterday and today, and I think that we will need days for that. Several things. If I would single out some things, that would be a mistake because I would probably neglect something important. First of all, I want to thank everyone who's here, an imposing number, a fascinating number of people following this. We'll give all the data we have when we get the data from our friends in the technical services. I want to, maybe I will skip someone. I want to thank, first of all, to you that you came and that you follow us. You who are in our shoes, in my shoes, in different ways, as users of social protection, as parents primarily, and users, as experts who are also parents as well, and as people who wanted to find, together with us, a road ahead. A fantastic statement that came to me today. We started the conference with, I started with, from the premise that after 10 years since our establishment, I said that when we look back, we've made just one step. You remember I said that yesterday, and that now is time to take the second step. And today I got the answer that we didn't make one step forward, but at least 5. Let our second step be 5 feet long, but to make it open. I was moved by many things that I heard here. I cried. I shed tears in a couple of situations. I'm very excited about everything, but the response of the people who are following is identical. We are very positively surprised by all the reactions. Above all expectations, this conference is above all expectations, above the expectations that we are so much on the same track, and we've proven that all together. And that, truly, this is not a phrase, an empty phrase. This is the fact that brought us together here on our task, and our task is huge. This association of ours, this is our first conference. They told us that we could have done this, stretched this in 3 to 4 days. We won't promise anything. We will do whatever we can to not to stop here, but to make it longer, and the steps must be longer and further ahead. And what we know know for sure, because this is a regional conference. I forgot, because of the excitement. I must emphasize that the teams that took part in this, the team who made an agenda with our guests that you have in front of you. I'm sorry that some people couldn't, there were some colleagues who couldn't attend due to poor health. That's the team that's invisible is a scientific council committee, the second one organizing committee that comprises people from the region. Some are here, some you can't see here. The team who's there. And who is providing technical support, and the team who has provided media support and visibility, and the team besides Swedish Embassy helped us financially. It is a huge help. Without that, we couldn't, because this conference is costly, and without such support, we wouldn't be able to do it ourselves. And the colleague, my colleague Naum says he had to leave for Macedonia, and he told me, oh, you gave us a big task. We gave ourselves the big task. We are going forward, undoubtedly, and what I can say, Melita, can you please come, that we've made an arrangement. We have regional meetings. This one was very fast this time, and our arrangement is that agreement that the next time we will organize regionally the next conference in Croatia. And what will happen between the conferences, if there is something happening here, it will be great, but this flag of our conference is going to Croatia now as a token that we will continue this, that we will go further. Thank you very much.
Da se malo pomerimo.
Let's move a little bit, okay, so that it can be photographed with all the roll-ups.
Aha, dobro, da će me verovatno lišiti života.
There are some comments that I couldn't hear, but Misha, I would ask you, Misha is our friend who's enabled us to have this smooth conference, and he was a good policeman. Please come. I think that he deserves a round of applause, you and Dragana as well, to close the conference together. Just a second. I know you wanted that, but you forgot interpreters. Yes, thank the interpreters. A lion piece of work. It's very hard when people speak fast. Yes, thank you very much, and we apologize for forgetting. But and the catering team, oh my God, the catering team as well. They made fantastic catering that you have. This is a team of you haven't seen them, but these are my people from home, and my sister and my two very good friends, the friends of my daughters, my first ex-wife, helped. She is my friend, and she actually is someone who supports me very much. I'm making this very private, but this is something that I need to emphasize. I have 2 divorces behind me, and with the first wife, I'm actually very, very big friends still. I have to thank her as well. This is the goal, to have friendships and to cherish them and nurture them. Do you want to add something? No, that would be all. Thank you, people. Until next time, and there will be next time.
Imam I za zastavu.
I have the flag, and the woman must speak last.
Ne mogu vam reći kad će biti.
I don't know when the conference will happen. You're all welcome to Zagreb and Croatia. You follow our announcements, and you will see when we announce it. So I just need to say something more so that the woman's word is not the last. Thank you, thank you.